and 2022. And that's the issue that you find. That's how they got into the situation they were in with Dak to begin with.
How do you think?
Gave Romo and all these other guys these massive contracts that you then had to take a dead cap hit on.
How do you think they had $32.5 million in dead cap the year after they had 26.5?
And that affects what you do.
Oh,
you can change it in the moment.
It kills what you do.
You can always alter it in the moment. Yep. Eventually, it will bite.
Yes.
Right?
So, and in those decisions to not pay it, at the time, cost the Cowboys perhaps their best window of opportunity to win with Dak Prescott. So that's what you want to talk about cap hell and what it cost you, because people say, oh, well, they were still able to sign guys. What cap hell cost you is the opportunity to do with Dak Prescott what teams like Seattle and all these other teams with rookie quarterbacks did have the opportunity to do.
All right, Troy, I haven't seen him so excited about something outside of a wrestling ring as he was yesterday to rush home. And is this a series of on Hot Wings? What is this, Troy?
This is a very popular series. It's called Hot Ones. Hot Ones is a webisode that is from the YouTube channel First We Feast, and it is a very popular webisode. Basically, the premise is you have a host named Sean Evans who brings on guests, and they answer questions. But while doing so, they eat hot wings that gradually get hotter. And this is a very popular show. In fact, the latest episode has Shaquille O'Neal on it. And this has only been up online for just at 24 hours and has 3.5 million views.
Whoa.
It is the second most watched video that's trending right now behind the new Avengers trailer. That's how popular this web series is. I told you guys, I watch way more YouTube than television because the shows on YouTube are fantastic. But Shaquille did not do well with the hot wings. Go watch the video. It's hilarious to watch his reaction. But something I enjoyed are the stories that came out of this interview. A lot of people say, man, if I had $1 million, I'd be set for life. I wouldn't have to work. I'd be good. Well, in the latest Hot Ones episode with Shaquille O'Neal, we found out, he could go through $1 million in 45 minutes.
Yeah, that's true.
What'd you buy?
I bought a black 600 SEC Mercedes. Because one thing I forgot about is FICA. You know who FICA is?
You didn't know about the taxes.
Yeah, I didn't know. I didn't even know who FICA was. So, and then I had no negotiating skill. Like I probably could have got the car down to 120, but the guy was like, "Yeah, 138. It'll equal out to 150. I'll take it." Black one with the wheels. Had to pull out. I had to pull out Alpine deck. You remember that? The ones you pull out with the leather case. So I pull up to my dad's house. And he said, "Where's mine at?" So I'm like, in my mind, $1 million minus 150. I got 850 left. I'm still rich. So I go buy him one. My mom want one. So I got her the little one, which is about 100. So I was left with about 600. So then after, we were showing off our cars, I was like, I'll be back, go to the mall. Nice little Rolex.
Bust down.
100. Some earrings, 100. Give me a 4-finger ring, 150. Give me some shoes. Give me a couple of suits. Hit my boys off with a couple stacks, And then I got a call from the president of the bank on the Army base the next day. He's like, "You're 50,000 in the hole." I was like, "No, you're wrong." Because in my mind, I thought I had $1 million, but so when we went and looked at the paperwork, I was 50,000 in the hole.
Gosh,
that's amazing.
Someone told me a long time ago in sports radio, they're like, he's like, when you're talking about these guys' salaries and how much they have, he's like, don't ever, 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 ever assume that. Don't be sitting there saying, well, Allen Iverson made 400 quadrillion. How could he be struggling? You have no idea what people's spending habits are. You have no idea how many people they're paying for in their family. You have no idea what they know about investments and who's ripping them off and how much they know about taxes and all that. And I always remember that.
Did you see Bryce Harper, his deal? $330 million.
Yeah.
He's taking home $180 million. $180 million is what he's taking home from $330 million. Like that's his tax.
Yeah.
So when someone blows through it,
blow through that in 8 years.
No, I know, but when we think, oh, he's not a $120 million deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he only took home $70 million. It's really hard to spend $70 million, but people figure out ways to do it.
Oh yeah, you can figure out a way.
You can figure out a way.
Yeah.
Buy a yacht.
All right, when we come back, the final goodbye from the Gbag Nation in surprise for Rangers spring training. And if you missed what happened with Luka last night, we'll play it for you next.
Coming up in the next Gbag Nation, it's Friday. You know what that means. Brian Broaddus is going to join us at 1 o'clock to break down an eventful week in the NFL with your Cowboys. Where do they go from here? Broaddus at 1. Nation 10 to 3 on the Fan.
DFW Airport makes parking for air travel easy as a click with new prepaid parking online. Just click, park, and save up to 50%. Plus, use your toll tag to make parking even easier. Visit dfwairport.com/park.
There's something different about a diamond from Diamonds Direct. It sparkles more. It's more brilliant. It stands out. People notice it more. You know why? It starts with owners who are obsessed with quality and perfection. Every diamond at Diamonds Direct is handpicked for maximum brilliance. We know how to get the perfect cut that gives you that magic sparkle. In fact, we're so picky, for every 100 diamonds we look at, we will usually only choose about 5 to bring back to our showroom. Then, to give you the ultimate in confidence, our diamonds are certified by the most stringent and most reputable American gem labs. In fact, Diamonds Direct has one of the largest selections of GIA-certified diamonds in the country. Our passion for quality extends to the rings we sell too. Our engagement rings are not cookie cutter. They're handcrafted by the world's top ring designers with intricate detail and true artisan craftsmanship made right here in America. No cutting corners, no compromises. That's why you can always spot a diamond from Diamonds Direct. DFW's direct diamond importer and the official jeweler of the Cowboys, Preston Road and Cherry Lane.
And now, a quick comparison from Grasshopper. When you're always on the go, what would you prefer? An office phone system?
Hey, it's Rochelle. Sorry I missed you earlier. Had an errand to run, but I'm back in the office, so give me a call when you get this.
Or one that works on your cell phone? No hardware needed, courtesy of Grasshopper.
Oh, one sec. It's a business call. Hi, this is Rochelle with Way Forward Partners. How can I help?
There's no contest. Put your best voice forward with Grasshopper, the virtual phone system for small business. Try it free at grasshopper.com.
Texas, welcome to Save Yourself with Geico.
You say goodbye to somebody.
Okay, bye.
But then, unfortunately, you both walk in the same direction. You couldn't save yourself from the thick stew of awkward this situation delivers. But you could save yourself hundreds by switching your car insurance to Geico.
Yes.
You could save on motorcycle, boat, and RV insurance too.
Nice.
Plus, the Geico Insurance Agency could help you save on homeowners and renters insurance. While your choice of walking direction has become your biggest problem, you should know Geico is the second largest auto insurer in the country.
Okay.
Geico even offers 24/7 access to licensed agents and emergency roadside service.
So, weather.
Ah, and now you're resorting to local weather talk. Speaking of, your local Geico agent could help you save even more, like with federal and military discounts.
You couldn't save yourself from a goodbye, oh, hello situation, but you could save yourself hundreds with Geico online, over the phone, or at your local office.
It's time. Time to join the millions of people that meet happy with Zoom video conferencing. Zoom gives you flawless video, crystal clear audio, and instant sharing across any mobile, tablet, or desktop device. But the best thing about Zoom? It just works. So ditch the distractions, join the movement, and meet happy with Zoom video conferencing. Visit zoom.us to set up your free account today. That's zoom.us. Zoom video conferencing.
Even in my own home, I had my own designated space to smoke. If I think about it, it really was like I was punishing myself. A friend of mine said, why wouldn't you just try the Juul? And so I went out and I bought one. The idea of going back to smoking, I couldn't even imagine doing that. I don't think anyone, including myself, thought that I could switch.
Carolyn made the switch October 2016. Make the switch at JUUL.com. Warning, this product contains nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical.
Make your spring break destination Nebraska Furniture Mart for a spring break tax break. Save the tax on furniture, flooring, and NFM Plus appliances, TVs, and home audio. Save by an amount equal to the sales tax at the store. Get your tax break. Then use your Mart card for 24-month financing store-wide. The Spring Break Tax Break is your chance to shop our huge home furnishing selection. Most of it in stock for instant pickup or convenient delivery. Our factory-trained sales professionals are ready to help you get your best deal and save the tax too. Get your Spring Break Tax Break with 24-month financing for a limited time, only at Nebraska Furniture Mart. Purchases will be discounted by the sales tax amount off the current Mart price. Sales tax will be collected and remitted pursuant to applicable state law on the discounted amount. Some exclusions apply. Minimum monthly payments required for financing. 18% APR. See store for details.
Join the Gbag Nation at Honda Cars of McKinney this Monday, located at 601 North Central Expressway in McKinney. Come by and check out the great deals. For more info, visit 1053thefan.com.
Welcome to your hometown Whataburger. Customization is what we've always done.
You want mustard and mayo? You want ketchup? We'll make it how you like it.
When you customize your own burger, you can put your personality in it.
This is my Whataburger with mayonnaise, ketchup, all the vegetables, no cheese.
We customize orders 24 hours a day.
Everybody wants it just like they like it. When you can make it your own, that always enhances that experience for you.
However you want it, I got you. Here at Whataburger, we make it just like you like it, whenever you like it.
Two magical things come from Milwaukee: beer and power tools. Milwaukee is the beer capital of the world, and Northern Tool is the capital of Milwaukee power tools. If you need to drill, saw, hammer, grind, or screw something in right, Northern Tool has the right Milwaukee power tool for you at the lowest price. Get yours at Northern Tool and Equipment and northerntool.com. Then, after a long day's work, crack open a cold one, knowing you did it right. Cheers to you, Northern Tool.
We were at the NFL Combine, and we continue to be in spring training. We're not just talking about it. We're the only station there to bring you the latest. Turn it on, leave it up. 105.3 The Fan.
And this mix between Sean and RJ and the Gbag Nation is brought to you by Dallas Truck World. If you're looking for a pre-owned vehicle, look no further than Dallas Truck World. Not just a place for trucks. Visit DallasTruckWorld.com.
Down to 8. Who's up for the lead? Hammers it home. Dallas has got the lead. Doncic throws down a sledgehammer. Don't sleep on Luka.
Points on the explosive scoreboard for Roy White. Luka, it's either that or the Portland shot in the corner, his greatest individual highlight of the season. Probably the Rockets game was the biggest for that stretch. He went off at the AAC. But Luka dunking on 2 Denver Nuggets. Thank goodness Jokic hit the lucky last-second buzzer beater to give the Mavs the loss. Still in 6th place, the 6th place spot at tankathon.com to try to sneak into a top 5 pick. It's Sean and RJ live from AT&T Stadium, the site of Spence Jr. versus Garcia tomorrow night. Let's check in for the final time with the Gbag Nation in Surprise here on your home of the Rangers. Good morning, Gavin Dawson. How are you?
Oh, we're doing great, Sean. Thanks for asking. Yeah, it was an amazing night of sports watching last night with Zion on TV and then the Mavs game. And you know, I'm happy they lost as well, but it was really fun with Dirk playing well and Luka doing what he was doing. Just the energy that they were playing with. I thought, from just a Mavs fan perspective, it was one of the most fun games to watch of the year.
By the way, Dawson, how awesome is that time zone for sports watching compared to everyone else?
So amazing,
isn't it great?
I grew up in this time zone, and it's terrific. You know, when NBA games are starting at 5 o'clock on the East Coast, or 4:30 sometimes, and yeah, it's just for taking it all in. It's outstanding.
I mean, not fun, I guess, if you're getting home from work, but rather than the 9:30 start or how they screw us with the Major League Baseball playoffs, like you're sitting in that comfort zone. You have to stay up till 12:30.
Yep. I can only imagine 10 a.m. on a Sunday for NFL. But being
but your Sunday night isn't finished.
That's right.
After Sunday Night Football at 10 or 10:30.
That's 8. Yeah, it's good. I could do it.
And if you want to drink during it, you're not drinking until 10:30 or 11, short on sleep and hungover. You can drink during it, 7 o'clock. You can kind of wind it down and now head off a reasonable bedtime.
Yep.
What's coming up on the show?
Pure Gold, as always. Thanks for asking, gentlemen. It is a Friday, so at 1 o'clock, Brian Broaddus is going to join us. Does he agree with this Cowboys conservative approach in free agency over the last 5 years? And where's the best place to find a new safety and a backup running back? I find that of significant interest. We have good audio today as well, though. Xavier Woods addressing the disrespect. I find that to be fascinating. Who disrespected him inside that building? And the audio of Rick Carlisle talking about Porzingis is awesome. We're going to do that at 12:20. I think it's going to get Mike pretty basketball horny. Got me horny.
It sounds like someone lied to Xavier Woods. That's the way it sounds, where they were like, hey, all this Earl Thomas talk, all this free safety talk, don't pay any attention to it. So he said he was told something, and then obviously something different happened. So good. I mean, it's good that he's ticked off. They don't have to lie about it, though. If that's what happened, they can just be like, hey, we're not going to pay this guy what he wants. if he gives us a humongous, crazy discount, he's a Hall of Famer for a year or two, and we got to take a strong look at it. That all these players say continuously. I'm sure Mike knows this in baseball. Just be honest with me. Just tell me the truth. Xavier in that DallasCowboys.com piece sounds like he wasn't told that.
Well, yeah, I could totally see it where he was just told it's not going to happen. And then he sees the report. So maybe they need to communicate. Maybe it's nothing more than them explaining exactly what you just said. But, on the other hand, maybe the Cowboys are making big promises to young players like, hey, I know it's just your second year and you're a 6th round pick, but you got this job for the next 3 years, dude. Go, feel secure and all that. And, if that's the case, I don't like that at all. I at most with young players in his situation, it's like you have an opportunity, but you got to go out and earn it. What kind of things are they giving away exactly out there? That was kind of one of my takeaways because I assume Xavier Woods, got that message. Hey, this is your job, man. Don't worry about it. You're our free safety of the future.
Yeah.
And what has he done to earn that? Why are Cowboys coaches promising things like this to young players that are so unproven? I didn't understand that at all.
Kavanaugh, what terms are you okay with? I'm starting to sway towards the Eric Berry signing. What terms would you be okay with it?
Ooh, I think my dream would be 1 year.
Yep.
Prove it deal where you do like 1 year and $3 or $4 million. You say, I'll give you $500,000 for every game you play in. So that would work out to up to about 12 million, give or take. So you say, yeah, we'll pay you for 1 year, $3 or $4 million guaranteed, and then $500,000 for every game you're active for. There's a lot of motivation for your ankle not to hurt.
I like that.
Now that would require his market being almost non-existent, and I don't know how realistic that is, but that would be my dream way of doing it.
Okay. If it was 1 for 10, what would you say? 10, not all guarantee, but like not totally incentive based. Or if it was 1 for 10 guaranteed.
Yeah, if you have that sort of room, then go for it. Because I think, when he's on the field, he's one of the better safeties in football. It's just a matter of, is he going to be on the field?
Yeah, I mean, on a 1 year deal, the risk is minimal. Like, they're not going to spend the remaining $20+ million of cap room they have unless they were to sign Dak to his extension now, or Amari or Byron.
And Mike, Jeff, y'all should look at this unless we're misreading it. How much did you say they have left?
So according to Over the Cap, they got about $23 million in cap space remaining this year.
Now that's taking into account, guys, the Tank franchise. I know that the number can get lower if you redo the Amari deal. Is there a possibility that my dream can come true, that they can go to Dak and say, hey, we're going to give you the monster deal. We just can't do it right now. We have $20 million of cap space left. Is that keep my dream alive throughout the weekend? Am I totally misreading that, or can they use the cap? Can they use the cap as an excuse?
Sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry. No. I jumped on you there. I mean, I have the same dream. I don't know, because the quarterback is the most important guy, and if everybody in that building is just so sure that he's the guy, then they're going to view it as there's no reason to wait. This is their mode of operation is when you've got 1 year left, we sign you during that training camp. That's when we get the deal done. So, I think there's a lot of people that aren't 100% sold that he's a $28 to $30 million player, but the Cowboys front office, I don't know if they're one of them. We would need somebody in there to be one of those guys. And I don't know if that guy exists. I don't know, Mike. What about Steven? You think Steven exists in that space where he's like, guys, are we sure about that?
I don't think with the quarterback.
Yeah.
But I think with every other position, he takes a hard stance.
So now you're probably screwed, Sean.
Yeah. Okay. Well, sorry. Sucky weekend.
I do think, look, I mean.
Do you think this weekend they're going to give him an extension?
Dak?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they're going to give him an extension this offseason.
Oh, okay. I guess because you were saying sucky weekend. I'm like, am I missing something? Did they?
Oh no, I wanted that as a happy thought going into the weekend that they.
Oh, okay. I thought maybe there's a report I missed coming out this morning that Dak and the Cowboys are close to an extension.
Oh no, but I'm wondering why we haven't seen that report.
Well, I think they've been trying to hammer down Tank, and obviously with free agency, they've been they haven't done anything with it, but they've been kicking tires, and probably they'll start working on something as after the draft. Maybe after, I don't know how it would work after June 1. I mean, maybe they're going to want to do something in free agency then, but
it could impact how it's structured as far as how much of the signing bonus is paid off and how much of year one salary is guaranteed and all that, depending on what may or may not happen with Tank and a holdout, and a lot of different ways it could go. Ambiguous.
All right, Chop, we'll turn you loose on your March Madness preview. Local team, Zion last night, perfect from the field, 13-13. Go ahead.
Zion was amazing last night. Okay. Zion was the best player he had the best performance in basketball this year last night. But that being said, the number one thing that's going to happen this weekend is TCU and Texas are going to get destroyed by the national media if either one of them make the NCAA tournament.
Oh,
all right. Texas is 16-16. All right, 16-16, losing record in the Big 12. Yet somebody has them as a bubble team, a team that potentially could make it. They lost at home to Radford, another bubble team, which should be in over Texas, but isn't going to get in because of Radford. And TCU lost at home to Lipscomb, who finished 25-7 in the Atlantic Sun. TCU is a bubble
sounds like
team.
Cosmetic brands.
What's that?
Radford and Lipscomb sounds like cosmetic brands.
It really does. It really does. But those two teams beat TCU and Texas at home on the other team's floor, and they're going to get left out. Those two teams are going to get destroyed. Mike, your Red Raiders blew it. They had a chance at a 2 seed. Now they're going to look at a 3 seed because they lost to West Virginia.
Man, I think they might get a 4 seed, honestly.
They might get a 4 seed, too. Oklahoma had a 98% opportunity and chance to make the NCAA tournament, according to Joe Lenardi. Had they beat West Virginia, they lost. It's right around a 50-50 shot. They'll be like a 10 or 11 seed if they were to wind up getting in. Virginia, the Gonzaga Bulldogs, they are locked in with 1 seeds. Your other 2 1 seeds are going to come from the Duke-Carolina winner, maybe Michigan State, or the Kentucky-Tennessee winner.
Didn't Virginia, isn't that the team that lost as a 1 seed for the first time ever? Shouldn't
Virginia,
you be banned
they lost to UMBC, Baltimore County, Maryland.
Yeah, shouldn't you be banned from being a 1 seed forever?
They should be banned from the tournament forever. They're boring.
Yeah, you have to be a 2 seed. Sorry, you can have a perfect year, but you got to be a 2 seed. You lost to a 16 once.
Choppy, how about this? And Mike likes it. I'll give you a minute for your opinion here. I think when we get to the NBA draft, because the Mavericks have a great chance at a top 5 pick, I don't think Cam Reddish is a top 5 pick. I think by the time we get to the draft, the third player for Duke, people are going to look at him and go, what did he do this year that was so good?
I think he'll get picked in the top 5, but I'm kind of with you. That
I would rather have Texas Tech's guy for sure, Culver.
Yes,
the Mavericks. I would take Culver over Reddish every day of the week.
I agree, and that's Tech's going to make a run in the tournament because they're going to have the best player on the floor in a lot of these games. The same reason that Duke's going to nobody wants Duke to be a 2 seed. Nobody wants to be that 1 seed. You just don't. You'd rather be a 2 seed with Duke as a 2 seed, so you don't have to face them until the Final Four. Duke, when they have Zion on the floor, is dang near unbeatable. Dang near. I know Syracuse got him earlier in the year. They're dang near unbeatable with Zion.
What do you think of the strategy? I heard Bassick saying it yesterday. Just back off and let
him shoot.
Let him shoot.
Look, he made 1 3 that I saw last night. If he's able to hit, I would. That's something you would do. Like you zone them. You should zone them all the time.
There was
that's why the game was close last night.
Yep, absolutely.
Got a 4-point game.
They cannot shoot the 3-pointer. Jack White is like the worst Duke sharpshooting white dude they've ever had.
All right, boys, have a good trip home and a good show.
Thank you, man. Have a great weekend.
Back at you. It's the Gbag Nation, the final Rangers spring training show from Surprise, brought to you by Twin Peaks. Enjoy the fight tomorrow night. Errol Spence Jr. versus Mikey Garcia from right here at AT&T. Thanks to Jerry World for having us out. Let's go to Soto. Represent tomorrow night. Enjoy your weekend. Gbag is coming up next.
The boys love to travel, so take Sean and RJ with you wherever you go. It's now easier than ever to listen where you are at radio.com.
This is Boomer Science with the CBS Sports Minute. Since December 26th, 21 horses have died at Santa Anita, forcing the track to shut down 10 days ago. Fearing that Southern California's unusually cold and wet weather have adversely affected the mile-long dirt track, specialists examined the mixture of sand, silt, and clay. On Monday, the main track was reopened for limited workouts, jogging and galloping only, under the new training protocols that include having a pair of veterinarians observe the horses. Yesterday, Bob Baffert's Kentucky Derby hopeful Roadster worked out without issue, but shortly thereafter, Princess Lily B, a 3-year-old filly, broke both her front legs at the end of the half-mile jaunt, becoming victim number 22. Belinda Stronach, chairwoman of the track ownership group, announced that moving forward, all race day medications would be banned from Santa Anita. It's a long overdue move, folks. However, it doesn't necessarily solve this ongoing murder mystery. I'm Boomer Esiason.
At Farmers Insurance, we know the sound of a perfect hot air balloon landing. And a less than perfect one. Seen it, covered it. Talk to Farmers.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Underwritten by Farmers Truck Fire Insurance Exchanges and Affiliates. Products not available in every state.
Tomorrow night, don't miss the biggest pay-per-view fight of the year. Two of the best pound-for-pound fighters in the world put their perfect records on the line.
You're both risking everything.
Errol Spence Jr.
Here he comes.
Takes on Mikey Garcia.
Right hand by Garcia.
For the World Welterweight Championship. Live from AT&T Stadium. Spence Jr. versus Garcia. Tomorrow at 9 Eastern, 6 Pacific. Live on pay-per-view. Order now.
36 days. That's how long it takes the average company to find their next hire. Glassdoor only matches you with qualified job candidates, so you can find that perfect new hire in half the resumes. Go to glassdoor.com/hire. Glassdoor. Find the right fit for your business.
I'm hosting a wine and cheese party, but I know nothing about wine and my cheese comes in strings. No need to fret, my high-strung host, for Specs friendly experts can teach you the perfect pairing, no strings attached. Specs' impressive selection of world-class wines and cheeses paired with their expert knowledge has me feeling sharp as cheddar. Now you're putting the pro in provolone. You're welcome. Specs Wine, Spirits, and Finer Foods. Cheers to saving.
At Navy Federal Credit Union, we know that a new job comes with a new checklist.
Like adjusting to a 6 a.m. alarm. Check. Learning my new commute. Check. And setting up a checking account with fast access to my first paycheck. Check.
Sign up for a checking account with Navy Federal to enjoy no or low monthly fees, ATM rebates, dividends, and direct deposit for fast access to your money. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Visit NavyFederal.org. Open to the Armed Forces, DoD, veterans, and their families. Insured by NCUA.
Want to treat your car right? Thankfully, it's as easy as 1, 2, 3. Just do a Fram 3 filter job and your vehicle will be properly maintained. Oil filter, air filter, cabin air filter. 3 Fram filters and you know the job's done right. And if they don't carry Fram, maybe you're in the wrong place. So remember, if you can count to 3, you can get the job done right. Fram, filter out the nonsense.
This is Earl Spence Jr. Come to AT&T Stadium on March 16th to watch me defend my World Welterweight Championship title against current WC lightweight champion Mikey Garcia.
Be there for this highly anticipated blockbuster showdown between two of the world's best boxers. Don't miss your chance to see all the action at AT&T Stadium on March 16th. Get your tickets now before they sell out at SeatGeek.com, the official ticket provider of AT&T Stadium. Again, that's SeatGeek.com.
This is Rangers manager Chris Woodward, and you're listening to the home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan, KRLD FM, and HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth.
A radio.com sports station. Live from spring training in Surprise, Arizona, it's the Gbag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 1 of the Gbag Nation, our final show here from Surprise, Arizona, home of Rangers spring training. KNC Masterpiece will be in for you next week, and salute to those boys. It was fun joining them for their broadcast last night. But here we are rocking and rolling. Lots and lots of football news once again, but we're going to start with the Mavs last night. That's first on the Fan. General at your service. Jeff, Mike here in Surprise, Arizona's press box. Of course, Lucius Alexander back home there at Master Control, 75 in Fitzhugh. I hear it's cold and windy back there once again. Quite nasty weather conditions persisting.
When do we get to golf? We're not going to golf this year, huh?
Yeah, there was a window about a month ago.
Yeah, for about 3 days. It was a good day. It was a good
There's
few
really
days.
no difference between the weather in Texas and the weather here.
Yeah, it's
cold here too, really cold.
And we've had a lot of rain as well. The grounds crew has been getting some overtime. Mavs up double digits to start the fourth quarter, 12-point lead. And then, back come the Nuggets because they're one of the best teams in the NBA. Luka with a badass dunk with Jokic trailing and Millsap coming over to try to block. He posterized Millsap, but he missed the free throw. So up one, Jokic gets the winner, falling down 199 the final. The absolute perfect game from a Mavs perspective, other than the Luka Doncic free throw storyline.
Yeah,
was he four of his last 16, I think.
Yeah, he's a yipper right now when it comes to free throw. He's shooting without any confidence, but he had a great game. His passing last night, if he played, and I'm not trying to take shots here at the Mavericks role players, but I kind of am. If he had good role players, he probably would have had 15 to 17 assists last night. It's just he has to just get some better guys on the team to finish some of his awesome passes that he's giving guys. But he played a beautiful game last night. It was really fun to watch him last night. And then, like you said,
he was one assist short of a triple-double.
Yeah, and he had 9 assists early on in the fourth quarter, but they were 2 of 15, 2 of 16.
Wow.
Like 9, they only scored 10 points in the fourth quarter. And so nobody could make a basket.
Well executed.
And Lucas said, I'm going to be honest, I was just dead tired at the end with the mile high, the lack of oxygen, and then traveling at 5 a.m. and stuff like that. I think the team finally wore down in the fourth quarter and didn't have the energy and didn't have the lungs. But that was an awesome game to watch. And I'll mention this too, Gavin. Jalen Brunson, I know it's just the last 2 games. I think he had 20 last night. I don't have the box score pulled up in front of me. But he's really, these last 25 games or so, I think proving a lot to me. Not that he's going to be an all-star, superstar, but you drafted a really good 20 to 30-minute-a-night point guard in the NBA with that early second-round pick. And I think that's going to be huge for the Mavericks going forward, trying to figure out who can play on Luka's team and help you win basketball games.
Do you think he's good enough that they should decide, hey, let's move forward, assuming he's the point guard of the future, and look for wings to sort of build around Luka and Porzingis? Because with the defense and the court IQ on the other end, he's never going to force anything. That's like the perfect kind of role player to have. So I don't know, but he could also be an incredible bench player as well. So yeah. I don't know. I would let personnel come to me and then make the decision. But I think if you did end up moving forward with saying, hey, maybe we are going to have Jalen Brunson as a starter, it wouldn't be too big of a task for him.
No, I'm with you. Now, look, if the right point guard becomes available, then you take him. But if you're just looking like, example, Kemba Walker, since he's been in the news a lot with the Dallas Mavericks, I just don't know if I want to pay $30 million to Kemba Walker, even though he's a really good player, because I'm like, I got a guy who can fill that role for $700,000 for the next few years. And then when he becomes a free agent, I'm probably going to have to give him somewhere between $7 and $12 million a year, according to how he plays the next few years. I'm like, $30 million for a player that doesn't really fit what we need around Luka and Porzingis. Okay. I'll pass unless you get, and I know Russell Westbrook's been in there. If Russell Westbrook said, I want to play for the Dallas Mavericks, and I know that he hasn't been like a championship type of player, I'd be like, you know what? I'll take a chance. I'll give you $30 million. It might not work out, but your talent alone, I will take that talent and see if it works. And if it doesn't, I'll figure out a different way.
Okay, how about Dirk? He's now 17 points away from passing Wilt Chamberlain on the all-time scoring list. Had 15 last night. It's so cool when he's got a little, nice little pep in his step like he did last night.
Well, and he needed the big chunk of points that he got last night, because what's he averaging this year? Like, I don't know, 6 or 7 points,
maybe.
And if he got those 15, now you're going to get it at home, because you got 2 games at home before they go back on the road. And if he'd only scored like 6 points last night, I don't think he would have been able to break it at home.
So do you let him get like between 6 and 10 or whatever tomorrow night or whenever they play next, and then finish it off? What is that, next Tuesday night?
Monday. So they play tomorrow against Cleveland, and then they play Monday against the Pelicans.
When's Mark Cuban going to print up those T-shirts? Is he going to put them out there tomorrow? Boom.
No, don't put him out there tomorrow.
How much it ticked up? 17.
No, don't put him out there tomorrow.
Last time he did it, it annoyed Dirk, but he went out and scored 20 in the first quarter. It's one of the greatest moments in Mavs history that didn't involve playoff season.
What's his game high this year? We're going to need to check his game log real quick.
I think it's 15. He scored 15 twice in the last 10 games.
I wouldn't print out the T-shirts, but
It's hard to do it in back-to-back games at that age.
But I do think the next game he will get it. And I think you should print up the T-shirts because let's just say he gets 4 points. I think he'll get like 6 or 8 in the next game. But if he's 13 away, I'd say print them up. And Dirk will do it. Dirk will up his game to get the 13
make sure
points.
He gets the shots.
Yeah,
it's going to take 30 shots, but it's not. But if that's what it would take, I would feel confident doing something like that. Okay, Cole Beasley at his press conference said it was a battle between Buffalo, New England, and Dallas, and that was getting a lot of conversation going last night. He had a chance to go play for a legend and play with another legend, and he was like, "No, I'm good." He was talking a little bit last night on Twitter, and he said, "I'm not a if you can't beat him, join him type of guy." I wonder how much different the money would have to be in order to justify going to Buffalo. Because if it's close, playing with Tom Brady, a chance to win a Super Bowl.
It must not have been close.
Yeah.
Because the guaranteed money must not have been close. Like maybe they were in the same ballpark in terms of years and compensation, but 14 million guaranteed is 14 million guaranteed. So for, a guy like him and Cole's done well, he already got his second contract. This is his third. So he's done well, but this is a big payday.
Yeah.
And I don't think any player is going to pass up the opportunity. Most people, if it's weird how we hold athletes to a certain standard, but then in our lives, it's totally different. Like, really ask yourself, if you're listening right now, if a competitor of whatever company you work at offered you a 20% raise, you staying home?
No.
You loyal to what you're doing? No, you're taking care of you and your family.
Yeah, you got to be loyal to your family,
That's
man.
your loyalty. So Cole took the most money. I guarantee it. And good for him. You're supposed to.
And he's no different than 99% of all athletes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
99% of all people.
That's the game right there. And who knows what's going to develop, but if you have a chance to get significantly more money, and New England is giving Julian Edelman $4 million, that would give you an idea of, the kind of things that, what they think about when they value players. And Edelman's much more of a touchdown maker.
Well, that would have been a lot of fun, though. If they would have signed a receiver that makes more than Julian Edelman, I would have loved to see how he'd handle that. He might have roid raged on somebody.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. He may be done with the PEDs. And maybe that was a one-time thing.
Okay, just as a quick mention, Kareem Hunt suspended 8 games for the incident involving a woman that was at his hotel during the last offseason. So for the Cleveland Browns now, it's not really going to take too much wind out of their sails because they have a couple of good running backs. Does that make them, though, maybe take Duke Johnson off of their trade board because they, in essence, need 2 running backs for at least half the season? Maybe they consider trading him around the trade deadline when Kareem's about to come back. Is that how you handle that?
I don't know. I felt like they assumed when they signed Kareem Hunt that he would be gone for 6 games, and maybe even a little bit more. So if they were shopping Duke Johnson after they signed Kareem Hunt, I think that they were saying, look, Nick Chubb was a really good running back in the second half. Maybe they've spotted a guy that they feel like, hey, in the 4th, 5th round, there's some guys we really like. And financially, we'd like to get off of Duke Johnson's deal. So I would be surprised if they were like, all right, now that he's officially suspended, we need to keep Duke Johnson.
Yeah, I think I'm right in line with that because I think, what did you think was going to happen, Gavin, to Kareem Hunt when you heard that the Browns signed him?
2-game suspension.
Oh, okay. See, because I was thinking 6 or 8.
I thought 6.
I mean, because Zeke got 6 without video or even clarity of what he was guilty of. So I thought a guy who has any sort of video of doing wrong involving a female is going to get at least those 6. So
yeah, I have no idea. I'm out of touch on this one. I can't get my hands around really what to expect.
Well, because it's very random, the punishment
guess.
according to the NFL. Well, I don't know, because it is odd to me that if you're the Cleveland Browns, that the report yesterday is that they are shopping Duke Johnson when they had to know. This isn't catching them by surprise. The NFL, when they signed him, there's zero chance that they were like, hey, we're going to sign him and then see what happens. Like John Dorsey called the NFL offices like, hey, I'm going to sign Kareem Hunt. Then what? So they had to know that this was coming.
Yeah.
And they're still shopping Duke. So they must be really comfortable with Nick Chubb and think that he's incredibly durable and not going to get hurt, because that's a team right now with playoff aspirations for sure.
Yeah.
And Cleveland. So if you're shopping 70 catches a year out of your backfield, either you feel pretty good about a guy named Devontae Mays or Dontrell Hilliard, or you just really believe that Duke Chubb's going to stay healthy, or you believe that running back doesn't matter.
I mean, you're going to be able to set up your passing game so well, though, now with their 3 receivers counting. It's Callaway, right?
Yeah.
And Njoku, they're going to be able to set up so well in the passing game that Nick Chubb and a veteran are going to find plenty of room to run when they get into, I assume they're going to do a lot of 11 personnel, 3 wide receivers and stuff.
Yeah, I just wonder, and this is a lot of Cleveland Browns talk. I apologize,
Sure
Cowboy fan. I don't know.
It's
I don't know
because
about
of Baker.
Yeah,
It really
I
is.
don't know about Nick Chubb, the receiver, because every team now, or most teams now, are going to have somewhere between 50 and 80 completions to running backs over the course of the year. And I've never really seen Nick Chubb as a receiver, but maybe that's in his toolkit, and I'm just not aware of it.
Maybe they go get Isaiah Crowell, just released from the Jets.
Yeah, they'll find somebody. That's how running back works. You just find some guy.
The Stars were at Minnesota last night. They beat the Wild 4-1. They're skating really well and putting the puck in the net pretty good. 4-1 the final, but Ben Bishop was injured after setting the record for most scoreless minute stretch. He broke Ed Belfour's 219 minutes. He went over 230, but left injured in the second period. So yeah, he's injured again. I think he's been injured quite a few times. Is it 3 times already this year?
This is our fault. This is my fault. It's
Okay.
my fault and the Stars' fault because they did.
What the hell are you doing down there?
They did what I would have done. Hey Ben, until you allow a goal, you're not coming out of goal. You're going to play until you let one up. So got a record out of it. Got a little injury out of it. And I was looking at some of the numbers yesterday. There are advanced numbers in hockey, and over the course of the season, Ben Bishop is second in the league in terms of they do the expected saves kind of metric. And obviously he's way, 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 way above average. And he's second in the league in terms of making more saves than you would expect your goalie to make. So hopefully he's going to be okay.
All right.
We're going to ride Ben Bishop to Stanley Cup championship.
All right, let's give you some bonus here in the top 3 because there's much more than 3 big stories happening around your world of sports as you're getting up and around this morning or, cruising around. Zion was back last night. He was unbelievable. Duke wins. I think 84-72 was the final. They went down 12 points per game in his absence. That's how important he is for the Duke offense. And, who knows how big of a star or a superstar he's going to be in the NBA? I don't know. But right now he is so awesome to watch, and he does love to compete. He addressed a couple of different times yesterday with different media outlets the idea of people saying that maybe he should sit out the rest of the year. He said, for the people that think that, I should just stop playing. Thanks, but no thanks. I'm enjoying my college experience. I'm trying to go for that national championship. And he says, nothing else matters. It's just poetry in motion for me. It's what I love to do. So, and he said he wanted to be there for his guys as well. As winning a national championship is a top priority for him, and doing it at Duke is something very important for him. So for guys like that, it totally makes sense. If you don't have any aspirations, maybe you don't like the guys that you committed to. You're like, wow, these guys are a bunch of jerks. Or, you feel that the NCAA sports is more about exploitation. That's the first thing that comes to your mind instead of the glory of trying to win a national championship in the Final Four. But for Zion, it's clear that it's a big thing in his sports mind.
Well, I loved listening to Jesse Hawley about a month ago when he got hurt because Jesse, I think, made great points on how different football is to basketball when you're like, he should sit out because so many guys sit out of the bowl game, or, you see the Bosa guy sit out the whole season. Well, in football, if I'm a defensive end and I say, man, I've already established myself as a top 3 pick, I can't get any better, I'm going to sit out. Well, that's fine. You're going to do drills to get better, and you're going to work out in the gym, and you're not going to have contact with 300-pound guys pushing on you, so you're probably not going to get hurt. But if Zion was like, you know what, I'm going to play for Duke anymore. Well, he still has to go play 1-on-1 basketball, 5-on-5 basketball. He's literally in basketball. You have to then go play the game for real against somebody. So you're probably going to try to find former NBA guys that are just done with college that are playing in unbelievably great pickup games, because you're going to say, I have to improve my game. There's a lot for me to improve on at 18 years old. And I need to play basketball. I can do drills and shooting drills, but then I also need to get up and down the court and work on my game and try different things out. And he's like, I thought Jesse made a great point of football. It can make sense. Basketball, you'd literally then go and try to play basketball against guys to improve your game.
Yeah.
And so what's the difference between playing in a gym for 2 hours in a pickup game and then playing at Duke?
I think that's a great perspective. I think you could also add to that in college, most of the time you're going to go play in a meaningless bowl game. Here you have a chance to go on a Cinderella ride and remake some national sports news, really, and be a part of American sports history. I would say, though, that you could just go rehab, and protect your value. If you've already established you're going to be a top 3 pick, he could step aside and just be like, no, I'm taking care of my body. I'm dieting. I'm doing yoga. I'm getting flexible, you know, and I don't really have to play. I think for people that might be on the edge of the draft, like the edge of the first round, you're going to have to go compete and do all that stuff.
I just remember he doesn't have to go to school anymore. All you do is, as a freshman, when you've established, he's not going to class anymore.
Yeah.
You just have to go to class for your first semester to make sure you have enough credits, and then you stop going to school. So he's doing all those things at Duke, and he's getting great coaching at Duke to do all of these things to try to improve his game.
Well, he's going to play, and I think we win because watching him is so fun. The way that he gets off the glass, I mean, he's got like a guy 5 inches taller than him boxed out, and this tall guy's like, oh, I'm going to get this rebound. And he's like, nope, just boing. I've never seen somebody, that short, relatively short at that weight, explode like that and get rebounds like a full half second before other dudes are even planning on being there.
Yeah.
That's just incredible. And his ability to take the ball on the dribble and get down court in a hurry, it's just a force of nature. That reminds me of Charles Barkley in transition at Auburn.
Yeah, he was awesome last night. All of his points were in the paint except for one 3-point shot made, which he was 13 of 13 from the field. And then he made 2 of his 9 free throws last night. But that's why tonight, I know, like Jared Sandler, we were watching with Jared last night. He's like, I want Duke to lose because I hate Duke. I'm like, no, I don't even care if you hate Duke or not, because you know what it sets up tonight at 8:00 in the Metroplex? We're going to be flying Duke versus North Carolina tonight at 8 p.m. And the Duke North Carolina game this year, which was so hyped up that people were paying thousands of dollars to watch that game, they haven't played Duke yet, because Zion was hurt, and then Zion didn't play in the game at Chapel Hill. So I think tonight you officially get Duke versus North Carolina, the 3 freshmen, versus North Carolina's unbelievably great older team. And that's the one thing I asked Jesse about this too. I know I'm bringing up Jesse a lot, but like North Carolina isn't really getting the top guys anymore. But they're taking guys that are going to stay at their school for 2 to 4 years.
Okay, boxing tomorrow night. Errol Spence Jr., Mikey Garcia. We're going to find some time to talk about that a little bit later on with you. You can join me Sunday noon to 2 at Metro by T-Mobile in Terrell, 1442 Westmore Avenue. Terrell Tolos, come get your back window decals. We'll have those for you, and a chance to win tickets to Texas Motor Speedway's big race coming up here in a few weeks. We'll be back, and we'll guess what day it is right here in the Gbag Nation. How about a message from our friends at D&M Auto Leasing, though? With car prices going higher and higher, D&M Leasing is going to be amazing for you. They're saving their clients up to 50% every month. I'm proud to be a client. 2 D&M Leasing vehicles in my driveway every night. Well, now you can save up to 20% more by leasing a pre-owned car from D&M Leasing. They have over 400 lease returns available. D&M Leasing is going to offer you a full range of options, save you even more money than before, and you will still get D&M's amazing customer service. You'll have your car delivered to you wherever you are, and you can sign all the documents online. Sit back, let D&M get your new car, and save you money like I do. With D&M's Easy Lease, you have no down payment. You won't make a payment for 60 days. So contact the company, named Dealer of the Year by Dealer Rater 4 years in a row. See how they can save you money. Call D&M Leasing from any local area code and 35 lease. That's 35 LEASE, or visit them dmautoleasing.com. Check out that online inventory. Salute.
Never leave the nation. Listen to the Gbag Nation every day, anywhere at radio.com.
Radio.com. Listen all week long for high energy moments in tournament history, sponsored by 5 Hour Energy. Memorable college basketball games and plays from past playoffs. 5 Hour Energy. Energy on the go.
Did you know that with Spectrum Mobile, you could save up to 40% a month on your wireless bill? Get our unlimited data plan for $45 per line. Unlimited talk and text included. You can shop, stream, and chat without worrying about data overage charges. Go ahead, grab your wireless bill and compare. Spectrum Mobile, the best network, the best devices, the best value. Get Spectrum Mobile today at spectrummobile.com. Savings based on comparison of single-line unlimited data plans among major national carriers as of 12/27/18. Visit spectrummobile.com for offer restrictions and details.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system.
Want a more beautiful lawn this season? The Home Depot has a few suggestions in one bag. Scott's Turf Builder Southern Triple Action, starting at just $24.99. It feeds your lawn, it weeds your lawn, and it prevents fire ants for up to 6 months. 3 of the most common lawn problems, 1 great solution. Today is the day for doing with Scott's Turf Builder Southern Triple Action, starting at just $24.99 a bag. Now at the Home Depot. More saving, more doing. While supplies last, continental U.S. only.
Gavin Dawson here for Mark Rubin, 1-800-Lawyers. If you've hit a bump in the road financially, mounting credit card debt, facing possible foreclosure or repossession, maybe constantly stressing about finances, etc., Mark can provide you peace of mind. He'll eliminate the stress and allow you to worry about more important things. Mark Rubin, 1-800-Lawyers. He's a Tolo. He's been with us since day one here at 105.3 The Fan. And if you give him a call, you're going to be feeling a lot better about your financial situation very, very quickly. I know times can be tough. Maybe you're in between jobs or something comes up, big expenditure, and then the next thing you know, you're swimming in debt a little bit, or you've dug a hole and you're not sure how you can get out and also make your other ends meet. It's a very common issue. The great news is we have a Tolo, one of us, Mark Rubin, 1-800-Lawyers, and he's going to help you big time. Seriously, whatever it is, bump in the road, credit card debt, foreclosure, repossession, give Mark Rubin a call. He's available for you right now at 1-800-Lawyers. Mark Rubin, 1-800-Lawyers, DallasTexasLegal.com.
Listen to the Ben and Skin Show for your chance to win a pair of tickets to Texas Summer Jam, presented by Whataburger, featuring Randy Rogers Band with William Clark Green, Ray Johnston Band, Wynn Williams, Holly Tucker, and more at the Pavilion at Toyota Music Factory, Saturday, June 15th, y'all. For ticket information, visit livenation.com.
At Diamonds Direct, we tell you all the time all the great reasons to come see us. But the truth is, there are some reasons why you should not go to Diamonds Direct. Like if you want to pawn your old gold, we can't help you. If you want silverware, crystal, porcelain, or china, you won't find it at Diamonds Direct. See, at Diamonds Direct, we don't believe you can be all things to all people. If you try to be, you probably end up just being average with most of them. At Diamonds Direct, our focus is diamonds. Our DNA is diamonds and bridal jewelry, period. That's why we have up to 20 times the selection of diamonds you find at those other stores. It's why every major bridal designer in the world is found in our showcases. And it's why we can find the perfect diamond ring for you, whether your budget is $2,000 or $200,000. Diamonds are our passion. It's what we do. It's all we do. So, just letting you know, it's a big mistake if you come see us looking for a silver cake cutter. But the biggest mistake of all is not coming to us for a diamond or engagement ring. Diamonds Direct, DFW's direct diamond importer and the official jeweler of the Cowboys, Preston Road and Cherry Lane.
Welcome back, Gbag Nation. It is time to guess what day it is. And we answer a question from Dirk every day right here at this time. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels at 1-800-Lawyers. If you suffer a personal injury in an accident that's not your fault, call the office of the Frankels at 800-Lawyers, the official lawyers of the Tolo, principal office, Dallas, Texas. And here he is, 41, Dirk Nowitzki.
Oh, guess what day it is? Guess what day it is, huh? Anybody?
All right, let's see what we got today. Lucius, what do you think?
Yeah, it is a fabulous Friday, man. How about it?
Okay, you got your shirt on?
You know I do, and I am avoiding the unhappy and the unlucky, as you should.
That is well done.
Yeah.
Well done by you.
I like this kind of breakdancey beat back here.
Little Paul Hardcastle right here. Yeah.
Okay. All right. In Vietnam, he was 19. Hardcastle. I think that's my favorite Paul Hardcastle tune. Then a 19. You remember that?
What are you
Aiden's
saying?
Children?
I do. That is a song he's talking about, guys.
Oh,
Okay, all right, I believe you.
In
Mike,
Vietnam, he was 19.
Mike, what?
today is Cleveland Rocks Day.
Then a 19.
And the reason it's Cleveland Rocks Day is I want to ask you,
Cleveland.
your
Rocks.
girlfriend wants to take a trip
Cleveland
to
Rocks.
Cleveland this year
Okay.
to go see the Browns.
All
Are you
right.
in on taking a trip to Cleveland to see the Browns play live?
No, Cleveland's cold, isn't it? Isn't it cold up there?
Not in September or October. Well, October it starts getting cold, but September it's nice. October it starts getting cold. November it's cold.
No, I'm a Cowboy guy, Mike. I'm not trying to go to Cleveland. Negative. That's a big negative. Wait, who they play? Yeah, I go watch them play the Rams.
If you went and saw them play the Steelers, that's one of the still big time rivalries in NFL football where you'd be like, whoa, this is college football like.
Yeah, I just can't see myself in Ohio. I don't know. I don't know enough about Ohio. I have to do some
You go to
research.
the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame?
Okay. Okay. That was all you had.
Pretty much.
You started like you were going to do a list. I want you to know that. And then you went, you could go to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. And
the Pro Football Hall of Fame is only 45 minutes away in Canton.
Okay.
So you could go to the Pro Football Hall of Fame, you go to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and you can go to the Steelers and Cleveland Browns game, one of the greatest rivalries in the NFL.
Maybe I will go to a Browns game, Mike. Gavin, what day is it?
I'm going to go with National Remember Nam Day.
Oh.
In 1965, Vietnam seemed like just another foreign war, but it wasn't. It was different in many ways, as so were those that did the fighting. In World War II, the average age of the combat soldier was 26. In Vietnam, he was 19.
He was.
19.
You're never too young for a Vietnam flashback.
What song is
that? That's that Paul Hardcastle.
Okay.
Yeah. That wasn't on the radio? When you guys, it was on the pop station that I grew
No,
up around.
I do remember that. I do remember that.
Oh, you're in a hippie town. You guys,
I guess.
protest town.
No, it was all about the soldier, like give this guy some props, dude. He was 19 years old over there, fighting for America's causes.
I could not imagine, like, you graduate high school and a few months later, somebody's like, hey, by the way, here's your M16. You have to go.
Pardon?
I'm like, I'm sorry. I had a different plan. I don't know. Wow.
And they're partially, we're just, me and Mike are kind of here because our dad's cards didn't come up, or the things didn't fall one way or another. Because a lot of people were like, hey, imagine you're in the draft and it's like, okay, man, I'm hoping for something in the 200s. Bam, 7, bro. There you go. Get on a bus.
How long do you have to move?
I don't know. I guess it was rolling. Yeah.
Today is World Sleep Day. Man, I do love some sleep. Sleep is one of the greatest things of all time.
It's really weird. I don't sleep well in bed by myself. That's it, I guess.
I don't notice.
I was just enjoying the song. I'd never heard it before.
It's jammer.
I like to have company in bed at first, and then I like them to get away from me so that I can actually sleep. That's my deal.
It gets too toasty. Somebody's that close.
Yeah,
like body heat.
Yeah, Amanda goes big spoon for her to go to sleep, and then I have to work my way out of it so that I can go to sleep
without waking her.
Yeah, I give her about 15 to 20 minutes to go to sleep, and then I kind of massage my way out. Today is World Consumer Rights Day. You got rights.
No, yeah, rights. Ralph Nader, get after it.
Today is True Confessions Day.
Oh, sounds dirty.
National Preschool Teachers Appreciation Day. Man, you want to talk about a terrible job.
No, they got
babysitting
it great.
A bunch of 4-year-olds. Holy cow.
That's awesome.
Oh,
Sign me up.
No.
4 and 5-year-olds.
Oh, sir. No,
I don't want any more about 3 of them, but yeah.
Are they all potty trained at that age, or do you have people pooing on themselves?
No, that's the deal. Is learn how to go to the bathroom. That's what I'd be like. I'm not changing your diaper again.
You're going to be in that poo for 6 hours because I'm not touching it.
Yeah.
Today is National Shoe the World Day. Everybody doesn't have a pair. Take it on down. Take it on down somewhere.
What do you think? The best way to potty train a kid, like if they're 4 or 5 and not potty trained, is to really shame them and make fun of them in front of the other kids?
Yeah, I think it might work. I think they'd end up in therapy, but that wouldn't happen for them.
Hey, look, Bob crapped his pants again.
He's a baby. Doesn't know how to tell anybody to go to the bathroom.
I can't sit on a potty yet. You're 5 years old. Figure it out, man.
I think that's why all the preschool teachers are women. They got much more patience in those departments.
Today is International Eat an Animal.
Not that we're any different,
International Eat an Animal for PETA Day.
Okay.
Eat an animal like in a PETA like flatbread thing?
No, for PETA, the
PETA
people
sandwich.
for the ethical treatment of animals. I had some chicken this morning. I had a biscuit that Jared bought some biscuits yesterday. I heated one up, and then I had some leftover rotisserie chicken. I made my own chicken biscuit. It was outstanding.
Sounds lovely.
National Peanut Lovers Day. If you're out there and you like the peanuts.
I do. I love honey roasted peanuts.
Everything you think is wrong day. And that's what day it is.
Idiots. All right. That's what day it is. Yes, we do that daily at 10:20. Xavier Woods addressed the tweet about being disrespected and who exactly had disrespected him. He was on DallasCowboys.com with Stern.
No. He was with Lindsay Cash Draper.
Lindsay Cash
I don't remember
Draper.
which one she uses, Cash or Draper, but he was with Lindsay.
Okay, and a great job indeed. I watched the whole thing. Here is the cut where he sort of talks about what it's like to hear people from the outside, and then he kind of clarifies exactly what he was talking about. Here we go.
I mean, it doesn't really affect me. Just more of what comes from inside this building. Because I was told some things, and then seeing other things. So I mean, I just felt like that was disrespectful to me. But all in all, I just use it as motivation. I feel like this year's going to be a big year for me. I'm working hard. I mean, I'm dedicated. I mean, the guys in the locker room that's been here over these last couple of weeks and a month and a half that I've been working out here, my focus has just been on a different level.
We saw the tweet that you put out there.
Okay, so can you let that part roll there, Lucius?
You look like getting to that next step. Takeaways is obviously the name of the game, but for Xavier Woods,
my bad. No, you're right. You got exactly what we needed. No, that's exactly right. He says the fan criticism doesn't really affect him, but he felt lied to. So that's an important part. I think if you're a Cowboy fan, the way the cut ended up though leaves you like really happy, because he talks about how whatever happened, it left him locked in, maybe a giant chip on his shoulder, and it sounds like he's putting in amazing work this offseason as a result. But I don't like that he feels lied to. Like, there's got to be some follow-up coaching here, communication, or figuring out what exactly went wrong there.
Yeah, because my assumption would be that the best safety on this roster is Xavier Woods. That's the best safety on the roster, and there's zero doubt about that. But to hear him say it, it sounds like he is basically told, all right, you're our free safety and we love it. And then when they're going after Earl Thomas, he's thinking that that's going to take him off the field.
Yeah.
And if that is what would have happened, like if they had signed Earl Thomas and taken Xavier Woods off the field, they would have helped their team, because Earl Thomas is maybe the best free safety in football, but they would have been intentionally making their team worse than it could be if he were the one that was coming off the field. He may have just seen free safety talk as a free safety and thought, you're trying to replace me? Why?
Yeah, I was
really, it would just be your job description would change.
It could also be that a coach or a front office guy said, don't worry about that Earl stuff. That's not going to happen.
Right.
And he took it as they're not going after Earl, where the Cowboys were saying basically Earl's going to get way more money than we're willing to spend.
Yeah.
And then they didn't want to shoot down the rumors because they like being in the news cycle so much. So they weren't going to, clarify it in a way that could affect the attention and the brand of the Cowboys, because it's fun to be associated with the superstar player. But at the same time, it's also possible that he just felt like going to strong safety would be a significant hit to his career and the ability to take the ball into the end zone.
Yeah, and I think this is really tough I'm going to give whoever it is, the Jones family or Will McClay, or if it was a coach, a lot of leeway here, because I get where you're coming from as a player, and you'd love as a young person to be told the truth on everything. But here's where they have to lie to you. If I tell you the truth and I say, look, at the right price, we're going to get Earl Thomas, but you're going to be fine. We're going to move you. You're still going to be a starter. We are going to release Jeff Heath. Well, wait, I'm best friends with Jeff Heath. Like, we're in the meetings and all together. I literally spend 10 hours a day with him for 7 months a year. You just told me you're going to release Jeff Heath. Have you told Jeff Heath this? No, we can't tell Jeff Heath that we're going to release him if we sign the premier safety in NFL football. Like, we have to can you keep that quiet for us? Because we need Jeff Heath committed. We need him all in if we don't get Earl Thomas, because he's going to be a Dallas Cowboy and a starting player. And so I think that's really tough. I get where Xavier Woods coming from, and we'd all love to be told the truth all the time. But sometimes you get told the truth and then you resent that person, even when it didn't happen. The thing that they were like, look, it's a hypothetical. It probably won't happen, but we could be doing this. So I just think it's really tough to want the truth. But after I tell you that, can you just be 100% committed to our organization still? And you're like, F no. Not after you just told me all that.
Yeah, and I get it. I also want to say I hope the Cowboys aren't promising players, because they're falling in love with their players so much. Hopefully there wasn't a miscommunication from their part, right?
Yeah, there could have been.
I mean, if you're promising a 6th-round pick, look, you're starting free safety for multiple seasons, to the point that you would be offended at the idea of playing strong safety. I'd be like, guys, who told them that? I mean, are we serious?
Who did this?
I mean, now, maybe they just need to say, look, we were never going to sign Earl unless it was so cheap. You couldn't even imagine it, Earl. I mean, come on, you got to put yourself in, or Xavier, you got to put yourself in our shoes. If, in prime Barry Sanders walks into the room and says, I want to sign, then we got to go to Zeke and say, hey, guess what? We got a 2 running back system now. So, that's the.
How do you think Zeke would handle it? He doesn't need the ball.
Yeah, that's a good question. Probably about as well as he handled it when he was asked to block for Cardell Jones for Ohio State in the Big Ten championship game. Or whatever.
Oh yeah. He was a very
Not well.
unselfish player until you lose, and it's like, wait, I could have won.
Yeah. Okay, coming up next, Gbag Nation, the party continues live from Surprise Stadium. As we'll have what Nick Foles says is job number 1 in Jacksonville here on 105.3 The Fan, live from spring training here in the nation.
Coming up today on the Ben and Skin Show, we got rid of him and then we brought him back. We're going to talk the big fight with Dingus at 4 o'clock. Hixie will call in from Surprise, Arizona at 5. And it's a new Music Friday, baby. 3:40 will roll out the new tunes. It's the Ben and Skin Show, 105.3 The Fan.
Previous segment of The Fan was brought to you by Whataburger.
Stop by your hometown Whataburger and let him fix you a honey barbecue chicken strip sandwich. A one-of-a-kind combo of 3 all-white meat chicken strips, 2 slices of Monterey Jack cheese, their honey barbecue sauce, all between 2 pieces of Texas toast. It's the delightfully tangy all-time favorite that you'll only find at Whataburger. HendrickDFW.com is your Dallas area used car connection. Shop hundreds of pre-owned vehicles online, all makes and models, plus over 100 certified pre-owned Hondas and Volkswagens. Browse local inventory at their 2 convenient locations, Hendrick Volkswagen in Frisco or Honda Cars of McKinney.
In the next 12 weeks, 10,000 first-time homebuyers will purchase a home in the Metroplex. Some will have good jobs, good credit, and plenty of cash. Others won't. But what they will have in common is that they took the necessary steps to make sure they were mortgage ready before speaking to an agent or lender. Hey, Ben and Skin here for GetMortgageReady.com. Buying a home without expert guidance is like running a marathon without training.
Ben, GetMortgageReady.com offers first-timers a free qualification platform. Calculate your affordability, money needed. It identifies potential issues and provides tips and strategies to save you money. Thousands of folks have used Get Mortgage Ready, including me and Ben, as well as our listeners, and we highly recommend you do as well. They'll hold your hand until you get the keys to your new home. It's online. It's free. It takes less than 10 minutes and saves you money, all from the comfort of your couch. Make it happen, baby. Visit GetMortgageReady.com today or call 214-692-5300. That's 214-692-5300. Check it out. It's GetMortgageReady.com.
I'm a real person, real voice, and a real face, even though you can't see it because, radio invisibility. You know what else is super duper real? Geico Local Offices. A Geico local agent could tailor fit a policy to you, which could save you hundreds on your car insurance. All because Geico local agents keep it real, with real savings and real service. Really.
And there's more. A Geico local agent could help you with more than just auto policies, like motorcycle, boat, and RV insurance. Stop by or give them a call today.
Washing my nose, oh yeah. I'm a shower curtain, and I do one thing, keep water from leaking everywhere. So you see why I feel useless compared to Geico, who does so much more. Like, not only did Geico save you money, but they've been around for over 75 years. And they give you 24/7 access online, over the phone, or on the Geico app. And they've got a 97% customer satisfaction rating. They do all this while I have to listen to this chucklehead. Oh, good, he stopped.
Washing my toes.
Oh, great, an encore.
Geico. Expect great savings and a whole lot more.
And now, a quick comparison from Grasshopper. When a client calls, what do you want them to hear? Your personal voicemail?
Hey, you've reached Greg's cell phone. I'm away right now, obviously. Leave a message and maybe I'll get back to you.
Or something a little more buttoned up, courtesy of Grasshopper.
Thanks for calling Green Landscaping. To make an appointment, dial 1. For billing, dial 2. To speak with Greg Smith, dial
There's
3.
no contest. Put your best voice forward with Grasshopper, the virtual phone system for small business. Try it free at grasshopper.com.
Hey guys, good news. The outrageously expensive little pill that treats ED is now generic, which means you can get the prescription medication to treat ED at affordable prices. And Hims makes it extra affordable. Right now, get your first month supply for free. All you pay is just $5 for your medical consultation when you go to 4hims.com/men. After that, it's just $30 for a month's supply. Sure beats paying big bucks for just one little pill, doesn't it? Plus, you won't need an awkward in-person doctor's appointment to get the prescription. Hims has doctors online who can prescribe the medication, and a pharmacy sends it right to your door. It's affordable, private, and incredibly easy. Nobody likes dealing with ED. Now, thanks to Hims, nobody has to. And that's really good news. To get your first order for just $5, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/men. That's 4hims.com/men for your first month for just $5. forhims.com/men.
Prescription products require an online physician consultation and are only available if the physician determines a prescription is appropriate. See website for full details.
Hey, it's basketball time, and to get you ready, Ben and I are going to be broadcasting live at the Pluckers off of Greenville Avenue on Monday. So come on out, fill out your brackets with us, and the person who picks the most losers is going to win a Pluckers $1,000 gift card. It's cool. Get all the details at pluckers.com.
Mercedes-Benz is an official sponsor of Radio.com Sports. All month long, hear Radio.com Sports insider analysis around spring training, the college tournament, football free agency, and everything in between. Plus, you'll always get the latest developments from the entire sports world with Radio.com Sports breaking news. All brought to you by Mercedes-Benz and the all-new 2019 Mercedes-Benz A-Class sedan. All new thinking for an all-new class of Mercedes. Proud partner of Radio.com Sports.
100,000 fans are on their feet. A hush falls over the stadium in the waning seconds of the game. Amidst the silence, you think to yourself, there's only one play to call here. To run straight to your authorized Mercedes-Benz dealer and test drive the all-new 2019 A-Class sedan. Harnessing the first era of the Mercedes-Benz user experience, it seamlessly connects you and your car with natural voice recognition. The Mercedes-Benz A-Class sedan, where the future takes the field. Visit mbusa.com/A-Class to learn more. Mercedes-Benz, the best or nothing.
It started in the fall, and night after night, our guys are watching college tape to bring you unmatched coverage of the upcoming 2019 NFL Draft. One station doing the homework that you deserve, and that's The Fan.
Dallas Truck World has over 1,000 pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs. They're all priced below market value. You can check them out today at DallasTruckWorld.com.
Well, thank you, Lucius. I do believe congrats are in order for two Metroplex towns, one that may very well be near and dear to Lucius's heart, and one that may be very near and dear to Shippy's heart. Details on that coming up in just a minute, if you know what I'm saying. You already know where I'm going. But for the rest of you, we'll see. Maybe you should Tolo a little bit more. Maybe radio.com app is what you need right there, jumping out of your truck. You can also like our page by clicking that heart icon. We'll send you breaking news. What Nick Foles says is the number one priority for getting Jacksonville turned around. The Jags had some locker room issues last year, and Foles seems to be intent on fixing that. Quote, the most important part's the locker room, Foles told reporters at a press conference yesterday. It was press conference day. Have quite a few takeaways during today's show of what free agents are talking about. He says it's about team, it's about the locker room, it's about playing with one another. In multiple occasions, Foles mentioned the importance of players getting to know each other. He remains intent on doing that, and he emphasized the importance of being himself. This was a big story when they won the Super Bowl, but I guess he's just continued on this journey, and now it's 12 months later, and he kind of sounds like some sort of a self-help guru. By just the kinds of stuff that he's talking about. And I think it's awesome that he is, able to have the communication skills and the type of personality that's allowing him to execute it at a high level. If he goes in there and turns Jacksonville from broken morale chemistry and rallies everybody to get them back, I mean, you have to credit the talent because they have quite a bit of it there. But his whole ability to be a galvanizing force, maybe that is going to be looked at as a tremendous value if you can find those characteristics. And to me, it'll make me feel great about Dak Prescott because I think he naturally does all that stuff at an even younger age than Foles did.
Yeah, and I will be surprised if all that happens just because he's already 30, I believe. He's been in the league a long time, and he had that unbelievable successful season with Chip Kelly in the first year in the NFL for Chip Kelly. And then he had the playoff run where he came out of nowhere after the divisional game against Atlanta where they barely won like 14-13 or some score like that. And then had a great NFC championship game, a great Super Bowl, and had a couple of nice games at the end of last season. But there's never been literally in his career of, I think it's like a 7 to 9 year career of any type of consistency that he can actually put together, a good 16 game season. I don't know.
What I'd like to know is, did this personal development happen as a result of that crisis with the Chiefs and the Rams, right? So now working on your leadership, working on your self-confidence, maybe trying to become a little bit more mentally tough. You accomplish that. You not only lead a team and win the Super Bowl as a very average to mediocre quarterback, but then the next year you come back when the MVP candidate gets hurt again and you charge them into the playoffs and win a game and damn near beat the Saints. So now it's put to the test. Does this travel, or was it just a unique set of circumstances? And I think the smart money has to be it's a unique set of circumstances with the Eagles that allowed his best traits to be on display at this point.
I'll take the terrible personality with the talent over the great personality and the great leader without it. And I think he has some talent. Nick Foles he's okay. But I don't know, watching them in Philadelphia, to Mike's point, like with Chip Kelly, they kind of caught the world off guard, and there was that one great year. And just outside of that, it's been such a roller coaster with that dude. So, I buy into that. There is an added bonus. There is a value to having a guy that's a natural leader that people want to fight for and people want to play for. But there's a bigger bonus from a guy who can make better throws and move in the pocket better and all of those things. Like the guy that avoids sacks and throws dimes brings more value than the guy that people really like.
Yeah. I mean, and it's such a big locker room.
Is Tom Brady a galvanizing force?
Differently.
Okay, because I guess we don't know. I don't know enough about that locker room, but watching him on TV, I'd feel like if I were somebody else, I'd be like, oh, he's friends with Kraft and Belichick, and he constantly bitches at refs. Like, wow, what a beating this guy is. But then he goes and plays, and you go, man, that's a lot of fun being on his team.
I think he does enough stuff to be just one of the guys, he
is the best beer chugger.
The beer chugging thing.
Chugger. I forgot about that.
And I hear there's quite a bit of ways that players might admire him. How about Dante Moncrief, Marquise Lee, D.D. Westbrook, though? What kind of
I want to go backwards. Was that reference to his male anatomy?
I've heard that.
Okay, all right.
I've heard that him and Nick Foles might have something in common.
Okay, blessed. All right, good for them.
But Nick Foles' weapons. I mean, could you imagine him? They got to do something and there's nobody in the draft. D.D. Westbrook has the best best touchdown dance in the NFL.
That's a bad core of receivers to throw the ball to.
I mean, if he pulls that out, I think every team in a copycat league is going to be like, okay, what did Nick Foles do to become this kind of leader? Because we got to copy that and send our quarterback, through it, or get our own version of this going. And I think if you have a super talented guy like Josh Rosen, teams should be really aggressive. Like, dude, if we draft you, we're going to send you to these leadership type of things. We need you reading these books. We need you connecting with God or whatever it is in your life. Are you open to any of this stuff, or do you want to be meathead, just I'm going to wake up and live my life, and whatever I've gone through so far is going to pretty much dictate the way that I behave in your society or your culture inside your locker room? Or do you really want to consciously try to mold what kind of a person and teammate you are? Because watching this Nick Foles thing happen and how it brought the Eagles together so much. And then if it happens again in Jacksonville, I guess I'm moving ahead 12 months now into the future. Yeah. I think it might become a big deal for teams.
I think that what you're hoping, Gavin, is that he's the next Jeff Hostetler of the NFL. I'm trying to think of other examples where you're like, that's a career backup. Maybe Steve Berline when he was here in Dallas. He had the nice run in the playoffs, and they're like, well, yeah, but we've drafted Troy Aikman, and he's really the guy. And so Berline went on and had a pretty good career with the Carolina Panthers, if I have his years right, and where he went after the Dallas Cowboys. So, I mean, there's been examples, but man, I have a hard time believing that he could do. I even have a hard time believing he's going to be Jeff Hostetler or Steve Berline, but I'm guessing that's what Jacksonville's hoping they're getting, is a guy that's just had to sit behind guys, hasn't had a lot of success, and that somehow he's going to end up turning out to be a nice 5-year starter for us after having about a 7 or 8 year career where it really hasn't shown that he could be a starter in the NFL.
All right. It is the Gbag Nation, Terrell. The address again, 1442 Westmore Avenue. Mike Minor's going to jump on with us right now.
All right,
down in the clubhouse. Very cool. All right. Now in his second season with the Texas Rangers, I believe 12 wins last year in his first season. And congrats to him on that. It's Rangers starting pitcher Mike Minor joining us on 105.3 The Fan. And a good morning to you, sir. How you doing?
I'm good. Guys. Good morning.
Good. So, let's start with how spring's going for you and what your goals are for this year and taking the next step for this ball team.
Spring's going well. Everybody's gelling together. Good energy in the clubhouse. Good energy on the field. Everybody's getting their work in. Everybody's excited about the season. And the goals is pretty much the main goal is making the playoffs. Everybody has their individual goals, but as a team, think we're very underrated. Obviously, everybody's looking at us to be last in the division again, but I don't think so. I think we're going to surprise a lot of teams.
Mike, I was reading early on in spring training an interview that you did, I believe it was in The Athletic, and you were just talking about last year how you really wanted to kind of push yourself a little bit more, but the Rangers made sure they were saying, hey, I know this is your first time starting in a while, and kind of held you back a little bit. And how excited are you this year to feel like I'm going to be a guy that can go out there every fifth day and push myself a little bit deeper into games, and the Rangers are going to maybe possibly take the reins off of that?
Yeah, it's definitely exciting because last year I just felt like I was kind of held back a little bit. Even when I was out there for the games, I'd kind of be in my head a little bit, counting pitches and counting at bats, and I knew they were going to pull me a little early, so I was always watching the pitch count up in the scoreboard, and like I said, counting long at bats and stuff. So this year I feel like they're going to take the reins off and kind of let me work through it, work through some rough innings maybe, and work deep into games.
Mike, what are the differences you're noticing so far in spring training between being here with Jeff Bannister as the manager and now Chris Woodward?
I think both are great, but they have different styles. Woody's very open and he's very team oriented, where we have a lot of meetings and we just kind of talk about things. I think there's no separation between the coaches and the players, as in just talking about things, no secrets, I guess. A lot of times with teams, you have the certain meetings behind closed doors with the coaches, and I think this year it's more open, where the coaches are kind of just expressing what they think and what they're feeling with the season and how they look at you, and they're just being honest. So everybody's loving that. Everybody's loving the honesty, the transparency with all the players. So it just works well that way.
Mike, you mentioned that you feel like you're going to surprise a lot of the people that write about baseball with the Texas Rangers this year. Will the surprise come from the starting pitching, as last year just the numbers weren't great as an overall staff? The offensive numbers were pretty good. Do you feel like that's where the major improvement is going to come from this team?
Yeah, I think overall everybody really, the young guys, are all excited. I think they're going to step up even more. But like you said, the offensive numbers were always there. The pitching is where it struggled, so we had to. We obviously brought some new guys in, some guys that have been very accomplished in their careers. Obviously, been derailed a little bit with injuries, but now they feel healthy. So I think a lot of teams and a lot of guys, a lot of fans, a lot of writers, they don't really know what they're going to get out of these guys. So right now I'm in the clubhouse with them. They all feel great. They're all throwing well. Velocities are up, so it kind of shows the arm strength and how much work they put in. So, yeah, I mean, it probably is the pitching, and we need to step up in that regard.
Do you feel like your group of pitchers is more settled and it's more clear going into the year what roles are going to be than at this time last year?
Yeah, for sure. Last year we had the 6-man rotation. We had, I don't even know how many guys really pitched. It was 6, 7, 8, 9 guys, and at the end of the year, and then by the end of it, I was the only guy there, and then some guys were in the bullpen. And I think this year it's more settled. We have our 5 guys. We have maybe some long guys or some multi-inning guys in the pen, and then we have a lot of guys that can do the job in AAA maybe. So I think we have quite a few guys that can handle it.
And then, Mike, last thing, and it comes from the other interview I read, which was really interesting. I'd like for you to kind of tell our audience about how you used to be more of a weightlifting guy in your career than maybe concentrating so much on the pitching aspect of it.
Yeah. So, early in my career, I just would, I thought the harder I worked in the weight room and the harder I worked on my body, that I would maybe throw harder, I would maybe be more conditioned on the mound and all that, and it really wasn't true. I needed to work more mobility, work on my flexibility, work on pitch development, work on attacking hitters in certain ways, looking at video and all that stuff. And so over the years, I've gotten better in that part, but it took some time. It took me getting injured to know my body. It took me the injury to talk to trainers and talk to doctors and all that. And every year it's gotten better and better.
All right, Mike, thanks so much for joining us. Best of luck to you here in 2019.
Oh, thank you, guys.
There he is, Mike Miner, with us on 105 Through the Fan. That would be awesome if you could actually get some, positives out of not having to do all that weightlifting work. You know what I'm saying? Like, because, you might not look as good with your shirt off anymore, but you're like, man, this is great. I can actually come back off the weightlifting. That would be, I think.
Yeah. There's a lot of people that believe a lot of the injuries that are happening, especially in baseball, and I think possibly in football, but I just know the baseball side of it a lot better, is because of the overlifting.
Yeah.
It's because we're getting too big for our bodies. And it's like, well, that's why we're breaking so much now. It's like, why were guys breaking more in the 70s and 80s? It's like, well, they weren't as strong, but they were just doing more things, kind of their sport. They were playing their sport more than they were getting in the weight room and trying to bulk up their bodies.
It's allowing the smaller, quick guys to put on the bulk and play with the big guys, where maybe some of these are just meant for the guys that can do it with their natural bodies. Okay, coming up next here on 105 Through the Fan, it's time to go around the NFL. We'll give you all the top storylines from pro football here in the nation.
The one place to grab the fan wherever you go. Radio.com. Download it today and listen to us anytime, anywhere.
This is John Feinstein with the CBS Sports Minute. Major League Baseball yesterday announced a package of rules changes, some for this year, some for next. They all make sense, although being honest, they are hardly huge impact changes. To try to shorten games, MLB announced the time between innings will be shortened, although taking 5 seconds off local telecasts isn't really going to matter. 25 seconds per break for national telecasts will help, although postseason games will still take forever. MLB chickened out on the much-needed pitch clock, saying it won't implement one before the end of the current CBA. That means 3 more years of pitchers dawdling. The trade deadline will now actually be July 31st. No trades through waivers through the month of August. That's a good thing. A deadline should be, a deadline. Next year, rosters will go up to 26 players, and most important, pitchers will have to face at least 3 batters, except to end an inning. This won't end one-hitter appearances, but should cut down on them. That's good. I'm John Feinstein.
CBS Sports Radio.
The Home Depot is rethinking tile, and we're starting at square one with all the top styles at the lowest prices, guaranteed. On top of that, right now you'll save an extra 10% at our tile clearance event while supplies last. So retile a kitchen, reimagine a bath, indoor, outdoor, any room of the home. Rethink tile and save. Everything you need for your next tile job is here for less. Nobody beats our prices, guaranteed. The Home Depot. More saving, more doing. U.S. only.
O'Reilly.
When you purchase your parts at O'ReillyAuto.com, you can pick it up in-store when it's convenient for you. Your parts, tools, or accessories will be waiting at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store. No shipping costs, easy returns, and convenient pickup. Shop O'ReillyAuto.com. O'Reilly Auto Parts. Better prices every day.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
You get the most for your lease with an Autoflex lease.
The most perfect vehicle in the world is the one that's right for you and has a payment that's right for your budget. Autoflex Leasing has been finding those perfect cars, trucks, and SUVs for our clients for over 30 years. To put that in perspective, when we started, you could lease a new Chevrolet El Camino or get a 5-year lease on a brand new Datsun 280ZX. A lot has changed over time, but the one thing that remains the same is the excellent service you get when you call Autoflex Leasing for your next car. We lease all makes and models. If you're considering a pre-owned vehicle, we have hundreds for your consideration, and many start below $350 a month. If you've located a vehicle and just want the best financing or lease program, Autoflex will be your best choice there too. Call Autoflex Leasing today at any local area code, then 234-1234, or reach us online at Autoflex.com. Remember, most dealers want to sell you the car they have. Autoflex wants to help you get the car you want.
Autoflex, please, so yeah.
Dad, thanks for taking me bowling. This is fun.
I just wanted to talk to you about protecting yourself.
Yeah.
At some point, maybe you're posting dance vids at a party.
Dance vids?
Yeah, the dance vids. And people around you are using cable internet. You can always call me or your mom, and we'll come get you. No questions asked.
Dad, I know to use internet with AT&T Fiber.
It's just the people with cable internet. They could have the upload speeds of internet with AT&T Fiber, and they choose not to. They're not thinking, son.
Dad, I'll be okay.
Hey, good talk, right? All right, you're up, big guy.
Don't get mixed up with cable internet. Get AT&T Fiber with fast
faster upload speeds. Switch to AT&T Fiber and DirecTV and save when you bundle for $75 per month for 1 year after discounts with 24-month TV and 12-month internet agreements. Limited availability may not be in your area. Check eligibility at att.com/fiber300. Ends 4/13/19. New residential customers in select markets only. Price for Internet 300 and select TV package. Requires combined billing, auto pay, and paperless bill. This is higher in second year. Pay $80 per month and discount starts within 3 bills. Equipment lease activation, early termination, equipment non-return, taxes, other charges, and restrictions apply. Compares upload speeds for Internet 300 of up to 300 megabits per second to up to 35 for Comcast, Cox, and Spectrum. Speeds vary, not guaranteed.
Hey, Bennett Skin here from Mark Rubin, Rubin and Associates, and 1-800-Lawyers. Look, if you're struggling financially, that type of stress can eat you alive. You need your house. You need a port in the storm when things aren't going your way. But if things have spiraled out of control so badly that now you're worried about foreclosure, that is unbelievably scary. Don't go through this alone. Pick up the phone right now and call Mark Rubin at 1-800-Lawyers.
You know, when wifey and I were looking for houses, and I remember seeing some of these houses that were available due to foreclosure, I just felt so much sadness for those families, because that really is part of the whole family American dream, right? You get your home, you get your foundation, you're good to go. Imagine that being taken away from you. Don't lose your foundation for your family. Keep it. Keep it with the help of Mark Rubin, Rubin and Associates. We're not concerned with how you got in this situation. We're concerned with getting you out of it. And that all begins by calling Mark at 1-800-Lawyers. Let's save that home, or if you think foreclosure's around the corner, let's stop it from happening. 1-800-Lawyers for Mark Rubin and Associates, or check him out online at DallasTexasLegal.com.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
A radio.com sports station. Live from spring training in Surprise, Arizona.
Let's do this.
It's the Gbag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour number 2 of the Gbag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and time to go around the NFL. Maybe still time to shop for some future Cowboys right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Let's go around the NFL, Gbag style, on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, here we go. We got the top 15 remaining free agents. This is from Kevin Seifert, ESPN.com, and their NFL Nation. You guys stop me at any point in time.
I'll take them all.
Where you think, wait, I would like to have that guy. We can have a conversation. Number 1 and number 2, both to me seem interesting because of what may or may not happen with Randy Gregory, but I think the price is just going to be too high.
Justin Houston.
Yes, number 2 is Justin Houston. And number 1, he says, actually, is Ziggy Ansah. He's got Ziggy Ansah as the top free agent remaining right here. He had 48 sacks in 6 seasons with the Lions. And he's had a couple of shoulder injuries that cost him 9 games in 2018. But when healthy, he still says at age 30, phenomenal value with Ziggy Ansah. And then, Justin Houston's 30 as well. But you guys are with me, right, as far as the money?
Both of those are a lot of fun. Unless the Cowboys are about to move on from DeMarcus Lawrence, I don't see it happening. But I'll say every day, hey, Cowboys, if you're not close to getting something done with DeMarcus Lawrence, move on.
Yeah, trade him and
either get it done,
sign Ziggy for quite a bit less.
Yeah, either get it done or move on and replace most of his production for less money and get some compensation. Either that or give the man close to what he wants and stop playing games so he can have surgery and get ready to play football.
How tough is it, Mike, when veterans don't get rewarded? Is that tough blow to repair for the young guys, or does that even hit their radar? Like, what? I could be amazing for this team, and they're not going to give me my money? They did tank like that?
I think the defensive players are probably looking at it a little bit that way. And if they do move tank for draft picks, or if they're like, too bad, you're going to play on a second franchise tag, I think most defensive players will look at it that way. If you're an offensive player, you have to look at it like you're Lyle Collins, right? Last year of his contract. You're like, man, they've already paid me. They pay Zach Martin. They pay Travis Frederick. They pay Tyron Smith. You're feeling great. Like, man, this team pays offensive linemen. I think it just matters the side of the ball, because right now it looks like the Cowboys aren't going to pay defensive players. If you're a defensive player, like, dude, they don't pay defense. They'll pay you for a year. They'll franchise you. They'll draft you high, but they're not going to pay you your market value on defense.
Yeah, they have to get a top 5 offensive efficiency team if that's how they're going to build it, right? I mean, and I could totally see it. We got to surround Dak just like the Eagles surround Carson Wentz with great weapons and a great offensive line on the running game. Number 3 on the list, top 15 remaining free agents, Bryce Callahan, a corner. Cowboys are fine at corner. And Ndamukong Suh at defensive tackle. The right price, I'd love it, but there's multiple obstacles with him: age, position. RKG factors. Eric Berry doesn't come here till number 5. And, they just talk about the injuries with him now at age 30, but he has a largely clean bill of health. I think Jeff's got, what I'd love to see the Cowboys do. And that is, $3 or $4 million guaranteed with a $500,000 bonus for every game you play. So it could be $12 million.
That's why I'm your GM and you are my required pessimistic about injury guy to have in the room while everybody else is like, oh man, look at that talent. That's why Gavin gets to hang out in the room and be like, hey guys, what about all the injuries, guys?
Yeah.
Except Gavin on this one would be like, yes, do it.
Yeah, except on this one, Gavin would be like, wait, we're holding cancer against the guy. Cry out loud. He beat it.
I mean, I got to talk to a medical professional at that point. Once
Right.
you beat it, obviously can do remission and everything, but it can come back. What's the probability of that? We have to include that. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a pretty robust market lurking out there for him with one team.
I will say weirdly, I just feel like free agency is over for the Cowboys. I don't know why, but I feel like they're totally done. It is fun to do. I just like in my mind for some reason, I just can't get hyped up right now. As you're naming these names, I'm like, yeah, but I'm like, I don't know. The Cowboys just kind of, I don't know. It's
So
weirdly.
we got to shop for the guy whose value is going to plummet to below
Yes.
$5 million, right? Let me
Yes.
check the other end of this list here.
No, it's okay. It's just
there-
I enjoy that what we're doing. It's just my mind can't get around that the Cowboys are done spending money, even though they didn't really spend money.
Is there a next button you can hit a couple of times? Like, who are free agents 30 through 45?
Okay, let's get under $10 million here. We got to buzz through Tim Jernigan and
don't buzz
Shaq
through that.
Barrett and Clay Matthews might be under $10 million. There we
Yeah,
go
he's
at number
kinda
8
fallen
on the
off
list.
We don't really need him though, right? We have 3 linebackers.
Jared Cook's number 10. I believe Mark Barron at 11 is just signing. Ronald Darby at 12, the corner.
I think he's about to sign a 1-year deal with the Eagles, or maybe he's not, and it was just some random guy I saw this morning. But he was
Number
like,
14, if we can get him for a league minimum.
There we go. TJ Yeldon. We find a pretty complete running back, right? He's not a gadget guy or a can't catch the ball guy or
No,
anything.
Yeldon's an all right player. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with TJ Yeldon, but if that's the best thing you can say about somebody, you might want to look somewhere else. But no, he's all right.
So
Heck, he might be better than Fournette.
15's Bashad Breeland. There they are, your top 15 remaining free agents right here. And the next guy the Cowboys sign is probably not on this list.
Right, most
looking down
likely.
into the 20s. Okay.
If they don't sign I'm not going to say if they don't sign, but if they don't sign or draft a safety with a somewhat high pick, I'll probably go on a little bit of a rampage.
Nice.
Because this is one of those things where I know that, or I think we all know that Jeff Heath is a player the Cowboys like. He's been there a while. He plays special teams. I think they really like him.
Yeah.
But after you've seen, like you have the numbers in front of you, that your guy who is your tackling safety, your strong safety, was one of the worst tacklers in the league. You have that evidence in front of you. If you're not actively working to replace that player on the field, you're failing everyone else on the team.
And by the way, I love the rampages when you go on them.
We can rampage.
A couple a year.
Yeah.
I was listening the other night to a podcast with George Carlin. My buddy James sent it to me.
Yeah.
And he was saying, a lot of people on stage, they thought I was angry, but it's not that I was angry. You just need a certain volume and tone of voice to communicate certain messages for the audience to receive it and be enthusiastic about listening.
I wanted you to know that I really believe this. This is not normal words. These are excited words.
Around the NFL, brought to you by WinStar World Casino and Resort. Mike?
Yeah, I'll take it because a guy that is off of that top 15 list because of yesterday is Golden Tate. He signs with the New York Giants. I believe it was 4 years and 30-something million with 20-something million guaranteed. And I was like, what the crap are you doing? I mean, it's fine because we're competing against them in the same division, but
and what is
I get like Golden Tate, fine. Sign him to a 2-year deal where the 1 year is guaranteed if you're the Giants and you just are like, let's just go get a wide receiver because we're stupid. And no, tank. Like, it's fine. It's great, right? I mean, I want to make sure this is clear. That's great. Like the dumb Giants are actually signing players to long-term contracts where they have no future for the next 2 to 3 years as a quality team. They get a D on the grade here by CBS on this deal. He's 30 years old. That's not the kind of free agent you sign when you are rebuilding is what they're saying.
Yeah.
I'm totally confused on the Giants and building an organization because their general manager came out and was pretty much like, yeah, we can still make a playoff run after trading Odell Beckham. This is the part where, look, I get you have to be a professional liar, but you don't have to go so far in making stupid statements where everybody's like, oh, great, we got a moron running our organization.
Well, and stupid moves.
Yeah.
Because that, like, Golden Tate actually does make your football team a little bit better, but he's also a guy in his 30s. So when you get to the point where you're actually ready to contend again, it's going to be 2 or 3 years down the road where this contract won't matter. Having that player on your roster will have never mattered. And it's a contradiction to trading Odell Beckham. What you're saying is we're going to get rid of our best player and recoup draft picks and some cap space a year or two down the road, and we're going to get ready to go after this thing with our next quarterback. That's what we're going for. And then you added a win-now wide receiver at big guaranteed money.
Is this a sign they're going to trade for Rosen?
They should.
There's word out that they're just not going to draft a quarterback.
Well, that would be
they're
okay.
They're just going to stick with Eli for another year. Now, if you're
that would be a Tua move, or a
right, but then why would you sign Golden Tate?
Right, you're not helping yourself lose games by signing Golden Tate.
That's where I think this is now after I think being well run, and Tom Coughlin was the head coach while it was being well run, and I know he wasn't the general manager, and I have to look at their history of front office people. But, man, what they are doing now in New York for the Giants the last 3 or so years, and now it looks like it's going to be a continuation of pathetic. It's good news for the Cowboys because it looks like the Washington Redskins are always going to be run badly. And now it looks like the Giants are consistently being run badly now for about a 3 to 4 year stretch. And I don't know if they're going to get out of it. Obviously, if they get Trevor Lawrence or somebody like that, you can run an organization badly and still win 10 games. But if they don't get the right quarterback, I think the Giants are going to be one of those bad teams in the NFL for a good decade.
Well, I think there is a bunch of NFL owners that aren't going to tank, and I think what we're finding out about the Giants is no matter how grim it looks, they're not going to tank. They're trying to build their best possible team for Eli or whoever plays quarterback for them, and I think that's awesome. You know, the worst thing that can happen inside your division is for a tank to be for a team to be really, really committed to tanking, right?
Yeah.
You just have to avoid teams like that because eventually they're coming, and when they do, if they get the right quarterback, it might be 12 years before you get a real good chance to get traction in the division. And the best case scenario when it comes together is for 3 or 4 years they're going to have an overloaded roster with talent. So have fun with that one way or the other. And I'm taking this as a sign that the Giants aren't one of the teams that are willing to tank. And that's great
true.
news. Okay, we saw what happened in the AL West with the damn Astros tanking for 4 years.
Yeah,
built one of the greatest rosters in modern baseball. Here's Jeff with third down.
Okay, third down is a hearty salute to Teddy Bridgewater. I'm becoming a really big Teddy Bridgewater fan. I already was, but so he's going back to the New Orleans Saints. He was on the first day of free agency, or maybe in the tampering period, we heard he was going to stay with the Saints. Then we heard, whoa, wait a minute. And he went on a visit with the Miami Dolphins, who may have a starting job available. And then he did a double wait a minute, and he came on back. And he said, all right, New Orleans, let's do this thing. So he got a deal for $7.25 million, which is fully guaranteed for a 1-year deal. And I believe it's up to $12 million if he reaches incentives. So if Drew Brees were to get hurt and he were to step in and be the starter, he said, quote, you play the game to compete and you want to be a starter, but at the same time, you don't want to rush yourself to be in any situation that could possibly lead you back to where you are today. And I don't know if he means like back to getting hurt like he did before, or back to being a backup quarterback for somebody else because you struggle in a bad situation. But Gavin, you said at the break when I brought this up, and it's exactly what I was thinking. This is Chris Richard. When we had heard that he was a finalist for the Miami Dolphins job, selfishly, I want Chris Richard to be here to help the Cowboys defense.
Yeah.
But even for him, without knowing the guy, I was like, man, I don't know if I would want to take the Dolphins job. If you think that you're going to have more opportunities later, that job's as bad as it gets in the league right now. Right now, Ryan Tannehill is the starter, who I actually think he can kind of play, but he just stays hurt, and they're probably going to cut him if they can figure out who else they can get on that team. They don't have a returning receiver with more than 553 yards. Their leading rusher returning is about 500 yards rushing. They don't block well. They don't play really good defense. There's just not a lot of positive going on in Miami. So for Teddy Bridgewater, it's obviously better if you got assurances from Sean Payton and Drew Brees that, hey, this is it for me. Like, get ready because it's your show next year. But if you didn't get that, hell, it still might be a better idea just to hang out in New Orleans, just in case. Wow. Part of the things that Teddy Bridgewater, was it cold out there?
Oh, it's like 40 degrees with the wind chill.
I was trying to let this fly out, and I cracked the window 4 inches, and it sounded like a dang winter storm out there.
Yeah.
So Teddy, tell me if this sounds like a guy.
I'll
who's
tell
in
you
a
what,
really
man,
good place.
he's turning down playing for his hometown team. This
Yeah.
would be like a guy who played at DeSoto
and probably more money.
and then and you're getting offered more money to come back to your hometown team, and he said no.
He's got to look at it like he's got one more shot at starting. I would be worried
and Miami
about
might hurt your chances of keeping that.
You're going to end up hanging on to the ball a lot. I don't want to get broken again.
Yeah.
Bad line, no receivers. You're going to be running for your life.
Well, I like this quote, though, because obviously everybody's really competitive. Not everybody, I guess, but especially your pro athletes are very competitive. But he said, I was able to be a part of last year for 18 weeks. It was nothing but a positive thing. I told my agent every time that I've talked to him, I haven't stopped smiling since I got here. There's so many positives in New Orleans, and I'm looking forward to many days ahead.
Awesome.
It just sounds like a dude that's in a really good place. He's like, man, I love this place. And if I end up being the starter, it'll be incredible. But I'm going to get my millions of dollars. And I like this place. And I don't know if I would like it if I went to Miami. So I'm going to stick with what I know is fun. Good for you, Teddy. Go get them.
All right, there it is around the NFL, brought to you by WinStar World Casino and Resort. We're coming back. Mike Fisher, he has stuff with Xavier Woods on the safeties, Cole Beasley on front office and play calling, and then some Luka talk coming up next for you all on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, let's talk my computer career, though. As we're now well into March, we're well into 2019. If you're still there at a job that you don't enjoy, or that you're not paid well enough, you work too many hours, and maybe you're just not on a career path. You're just working at a job. MyComputerCareer.edu has the answer for you. Take that free career evaluation today. You can start your new life as an IT pro in as little as 4 months. You don't have to have any experience coming in. A bunch of graduates of My Computer Career couldn't do much more than turn the computer on and off before they started, which, by the way, that's more and more complicated by the day. I don't know with the laptop. Am I supposed to use the power button? Do I just mash the top down? Do I actually hit the button? I don't know. Helping people start an IT career. That's what they do at My Computer Career. They're flexible with your schedule. You go just twice a week, either on campus or live online, whatever works for you. They also work with hundreds of employers that hire their students, so they're going to get you started in the industry. They're nationally accredited. Financial aid's available for those who qualify, including the GI Bill. Classes start soon, so take the free career evaluation today at mycomputercareer.edu. It's not rocket science. It's My Computer Career. mycomputercareer.edu.
Never miss a second of The Fan. Tolo all day and all night, thanks to radio.com.
HendrickDFW.com is your Dallas area used car connection. Shop hundreds of pre-owned vehicles online, all makes and models, plus over 100 certified pre-owned Hondas and Volkswagens. Browse local inventory at their 2 convenient locations, Hendrick Volkswagen in Frisco or Honda Cars of McKinney.
On Saturday, March 16th, Texas Live is celebrating St. Patrick's Day the live way. Come for the Kegs and Eggs breakfast and stick around for the festivities. Live music throughout the day, drink specials, special appearances, and a gold coin giveaway. Grab your green and come party at Texas Live, across from Globe Life Field, with free parking on Saturday, March 16th. More info at texas-live.com.
Make your spring break destination Nebraska Furniture Mart for a spring break tax break. Save the tax on furniture, flooring, and NFM Plus appliances, TVs, and home audio. Save by an amount equal to the sales tax at the store. Get your tax break. Then use your Mart card for 24-month financing store-wide. The spring break tax break is your chance to shop our huge home furnishing selection. Most of it in stock for instant pickup or convenient delivery. Our factory-trained sales professionals are ready to help you get your best deal and save the tax too. Get your spring break tax break with 24-month financing for a limited time, only at Nebraska Furniture Mart. Purchases will be discounted by the sales tax amount off the current Mart price. Sales tax will be collected and remitted pursuant to applicable state law on the discounted amount. Some exclusions apply. Minimum monthly payments required for financing. 18% APR. See store for details.
Hey neighbor, time to weed and feed?
Yep, I'm using BioAdvanced 3-in-1 Weed and Feed for southern lawns. It weeds and feeds, plus it prevents new broadleaf and grassy weeds up to 6 months.
Even crabgrass?
Yep, even crabgrass.
But you have a Bermuda grass lawn.
Yep, 3-in-1 Weed and Feed is specially formulated for southern lawns, including Bermuda grass.
Wow.
Yep,
So, could I borrow?
Nope. BioAdvanced 3-in-1 weed and feed for southern lawns. Get more from the blue bag. Always read and follow label instructions.
Join the Dallas Observer on March 23rd from 4 to 7 at Dallas Farmers Market for the second annual Between the Buns, a Dallas Observer slider event. Check out some of the best sliders Dallas has to offer along with music, beer, and cocktails. Use promo code THEFAN for discounted general admission tickets and get more information at 1053thefan.com.
What if you could get oil changes and tire rotations for free? Well, you can. At Certified Autoplex, we're giving every individual that comes in a 2-year maintenance package for free, whether you buy a car from us or not. Just say, I heard you on the radio. Why? Because we hope one day you will come to us for your next vehicle purchase. So take advantage of free oil changes while you can. We carry late model, low mileage lease returns of almost any brand for the best price with a lifetime powertrain warranty. Visit us online at certifiedautoplex.com. That's certifiedautoplex.com.
Spring into action with Steel Power Tools from Richardson Saw and Lawnmower. Whether you're a pro or just getting started, we have the equipment you need and expertise you want. After all, we've been at this since 1968. Mowers and blowers, edgers and trimmers. Anything for outside is available inside Richardson Saw and Lawnmower, including all of your favorites from Steel. So stop by our store today or visit richardsonsaw.com to experience the cutting edge of outdoor power tools only at Richardson Saw and Lawnmower.
Welcome back. Thank you very much, Lucius. It's time for Mike Fisher here. He's got a bunch of stuff on the Cowboys and the Mavericks right here every day at this time, and especially today. I was just checking out his topics there at the break. Segment's brought to you by the Frankel's 800 Lawyers. If you're hurt in an accident, not your fault, call the office of Frankel & Frankel at 1-800-Lawyers, the official lawyers of the Tolo, principal office, Dallas, Texas. And good morning to you, Fish. How you doing?
Morning, boys. How we doing?
We're doing great. The Mavs game was last night, and it was awesome because it was on TNT. We got to watch it here in Arizona, and
perfect.
Yeah, a great way to end up with a loss. What are your thoughts?
Well, this is what organic tanking, trademark, copyright, is. They played their butts off, did they not?
Yeah.
They didn't try to lose. They didn't
entertained the heck out of me.
Yeah. And then they do as many things as they can right, to the point where they have a 10-point lead in the fourth quarter against a team that was favored by 11 to beat them, and then make a spectacular play with Luka at the end of the game with the athletic, explosive dunk. Sorry, Sean Sharif. And then
it was kind of explosive.
Well, let's get into that in a minute. But then
I don't care.
Hurt his wrist or his hand, which probably affected the free throw, which he missed. And then the Nuggets, as loaded as they are with talent, they go on down the other end in the last 4 seconds and make an even more spectacular shot. And in the end, you didn't poison your locker room. You weren't playing bad players on purpose ahead of good players. You weren't sitting guys who were healthy. And you certainly weren't telling guys, hey, go ahead and throw the ball out of bounds so we can lose this game. And in the end, you maintained 14th place in the West, which is sad and it sucks. But you maintained 6th place in the Tankathon with your 37% chance of a top 4 pick and your 9% chance of a first overall pick. And you're only 3.5 games behind Atlanta, the Hawks, who have been tanking from the very start of the year. They went into the year with this plan. The Mavericks instead started 15-10. They accomplished some things, then made their gigantic trade, and now are right there 3 whiskers behind Atlanta to try to jump to the 5 spot. But even the 6 spot obviously will be very satisfying if Dallas can maintain that.
I think the Mavericks are fortunate right now that they're playing some much better basketball than they have been, but their schedule is just against really tough teams, so they have been unable to get wins. If they were playing mediocre or bad teams, like the way they played against Houston and Denver, they win. So we'll see how this tank is going, but I really need them to start playing poorly again, Mike, so we can clinch these losses the rest of the way.
Well, now here's a problem. Here comes the Cavaliers into the AAC on Saturday, and they're bad. And then here comes the Pelicans.
Luka's wrist, though, I wouldn't play him with that wrist.
Good point,
well,
Mike.
And there you go.
And the knee.
So is that tanking? Is that organic tanking? Is that asking Luka to pretend he's more hurt than he is? Because obviously he wants to play, and I want to find a way to harness that want to as best I can. and still lose to the Cavaliers at home, blick, and then lose to the Pelicans at home, blick. But the payoff for doing so, obviously, is so great.
You just pass it to Dirk every possession.
Yes, let's
Okay,
honor
and then,
him.
of course, Dirk, at the pace he's on, I think he's 17 points away from being the 6th all-time scorer, leapfrogging over Wilt Chamberlain. And this is another thing you can manipulate. That's got to happen at home. So that's got to happen here in the next 2 games. And I guarantee you that Rick Carlisle, although he won't say it this way, Rick Carlisle is highly aware of making sure that Dirk Nowitzki gets enough touches in the next 2 games to have the 17 points come at the AAC and not out there in the hinterland somewhere.
Should we have any anxiety about Luka's free throws at this point? He made 4 of his last 16 attempts?
Yeah, and the 1 of 9 really screwed him up the other night. But remember what he did for at least the second time this year after he was dissatisfied with his shooting night. He goes down into the basement of the AAC, goes and works on free throws. So
didn't fix it.
Yeah, didn't
it's not
help.
like he follows up the 1 and 9 by saying, "Ah, to hell with it. Let's go to the club." After the 1 and 9, he goes down to the basement and tries to fix it.
He has to wait another year to go to the club. He's only 20 years old.
Yeah, right.
Although
Okay,
I
is
told
that
you
it?
the great Nick and Sam. Did I tell you my Nick and Sam story?
I don't think so.
Okay, so now this is when Luka was 19. So Luka's at
Vietnam.
Nick and Sam's, hanging out with a couple of the other kids, obviously drinking a sody pop. Nick and Sam's, as Tolos know, one of the finest dining experiences in the world, and also a celebrity spotting sort of a place. So there's young Luka at age 19 with all the other kids, and they're sitting around Nick and Sam's having a big dinner. And there's some old gray-haired, white-beard man in the corner, and he's eyeing him. He's thinking of coming over. And he finally does come over.
Yeah.
And he finally pulls up a chair, and he sits there for quite a while, and his name is Greg Popovich. So the idea that Popovich sought out Luka just to bow to his greatness.
Tampering.
I think
What?
is-
Yo, my God. Are you kidding me? Jeff.
Hey, here's another
Do you
point.
see
It's
this
funny you say
synchronicity
that.
happening
Yeah, you
over
guys
here?
are good. Yeah, I'm going to leave.
What's the line? Are we about to go to our celestial bodies in the universe?
I don't know.
Okay.
We're actually not trying to do this either.
Back to you, Fish.
Okay. Now, if you're a scared Mavs fan, you're going, hey, wait a minute, isn't that tanking? I mean, isn't that tampering? Can Popovich go and have dinner with Luka Doncic? But Luka's going to be a Maverick for a long, long time, and I think all these wounds that he's enduring now, all this scar tissue, will actually pay off for the positive.
Okay, is that it for the Mavs? We're going to move along to the Cowboys here. What's your take
Let's
on
move along to
Xavier
the
Woods?
Cowboys. And speaking of Sean Sharif, who, by the way, is the finest morning show in America, that Sean Sharif show with that RJ Choppy.
Top 30.
Been streaming it all week on my radio.com app.
Yeah. For one thing, it's funny and everything, but it's also really smart. And they work so hard, except for Choppy, they work so hard to know what they're talking about. And so Sean comes up with this
Except
great
for
question.
mid-segment sometimes with Roy.
Is there any way that the Cowboys roster today is better than it was 3 months ago?
I think so.
Okay, and that's certainly the surface answer. But
I would.
Unless you're talking about just improvement internally, which will happen.
okay, Dak Prescott should be a better player. Amari
theory.
Cooper is going to be here for the whole year, stuff like that. But the knee jerk, or maybe it's the right answer, is no. And part of it's because this week has been a downer. But if you do look at what they've gained and what they've lost, and if you do count the guys who they've retained, who they didn't necessarily have to retain, it wasn't automatic that Cameron Fleming, for instance, was going to stay here or whatever. I think it all pivots on Tank Lawrence. If Tank Lawrence is playing for this team today, then the roster looks pretty good. If Tank Lawrence counts to somebody that's not on this team today, then this idea that you're a top 10 or a top 12 NFL roster, if you strip Tank Lawrence off this roster, I don't think you are that. So
I keep assuming that he's in the fold, and I kind of count Travis. I guess I was thinking of more of your game day actives are better than your roster because Trav was still on there, but
I
get you.
Travis Frederick is one to count. A healthy Tavon Austin is one to count. David Irving, it doesn't count either way. Some people count that as a loss, but it's really not. And then Tank Lawrence, that's a gigantic loss if for some reason he's not there, even at training camp. And as far as I'm concerned, and this is the way I look at free agency and the rest, it's a gigantic get if you sign Tank Lawrence. It counts as a signing. And so I think with all this, the hand-wringing and the teeth gnashing about how this week hasn't been extremely dynamic, I think they have done some little things that keep them in contention in comparison to where they were 3 months ago.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they're going to be in great position to be in double-digit win territory going into training camp. That's the kind of prediction that I'm assuming I'm going to come to. And if they can get their offensive line to remain healthy and Connor Williams is better in year 2, you can start to get Dak Prescott the type of time that allows him to put up, Pro Bowl type of efficiency stats on a consistent basis.
Connor Williams is going to be bigger and better. I need Tyron Smith to be as healthy as he said he was a year ago. Remember, he pronounced himself more healthy than he'd been in years after going to California and doing all the yoga stuff. And then, again, this doesn't make headlines, but my point here is don't discount the retention of Cam Fleming and Joe Looney.
Yeah,
because
I love those.
Injuries are going to happen. And then Xavier Su'a-Filo also. So there's your 3 backup offensive linemen, Su'a-Filo, Joe Looney, and Cam Fleming. That's better than most. And you're going to need them.
Okay. Now, what's your read on Xavier Woods' situation? Did somebody lie to him? Was there a miscommunication? Are they out here telling 6th-round picks you're our starting free safety for multiple seasons? What's going on up there at the Star in the secondary room, Fish?
I can imagine that Chris Richard or somebody said, listen, we love you. You got nothing to worry about. Keep working hard. And that's the truth. And then he wakes up the next morning and sees Twitter and sees the Cowboys are interested in Earl Thomas. Well, that's the truth, too. They can both be true. And in the end, Earl Thomas didn't come in here, and nobody of that ilk probably is. And so Xavier Woods, his role is intact, and Jeff Heath's role is intact, and Kayvon Frazier probably as well. Here's what I like about it. I like a chip on your shoulder. I like a guy that us against the world works. Mm-hmm. I saw it every week with Jimmy Johnson when he would make it up here. Nobody thinks we can do it. Everybody hates us. Everybody's us against the world, and it was all made up. Jimmy, you just won a Super Bowl. How are you the underdog? So if Xavier Woods wants to put in his mind that I'm the underdog that nobody respects, and I'm going to show you, then good on Xavier Woods.
Yeah, and hopefully no lying's going on up there, right? Do we need some lie detector test to figure out who the liar is or what happened? But I guess it's pro sports. Got to tell a lot of lies. Mike broke that down for us earlier.
Yeah.
So anyway, I think maybe just a phone call to Xavier in a meeting and hopefully they can put it behind him. Or maybe they don't want to. Maybe they just want to let that inferno burn, that internal inferno of passion.
Yeah, and of course, Woods is young enough to maybe not fully understand what people that run teams always say, which is 365 days a year, we're in the business of talent evaluation and asset management. And listen, no offense, Xavier Woods, no offense, Jeff Heath, but if Earl Thomas walked in here, he's the best safety on the team. There's nothing wrong with looking for that. They're looking for improvement almost everywhere. What if they draft a tight end? What do you tell? And what if they draft one high? What do you tell all these guys presently on the roster who are all under the impression that they're important here? And then maybe
we're always trying to make the roster better.
So,
well, Witten will tell that rookie to get his ass off the field and watch.
and if Witten does that to the detriment of the team, Witten's buddy, the head coach, is going to get fired.
We're going to be taking delay of game penalties as Witten stands in the huddle like, hell no, get him off.
Garrett might get fired after he says yes, sir, to Witten.
Let's do one more thing, Gavin, on lying. Remember when Cole Beasley went on Twitter and went on one of his infamous Twitter rants where he talked about how the front office calls the shots here in terms of playing time?
And who gets the targets?
Okay, it's not, he's not wrong, but what he's about to find out, because I can testify for a fact that this front office likes Rico Gathers in a whole different level than the coaching staff does, right, Jeffrey?
Sure.
This front office kept wanting to see David Irving. And the coaching staff and scouting department kept telling the front office, guys, don't bother. Believe us. Well, the same thing with Cole Beasley. This front office wanted Ari Cooper to get targets, and therefore that would be less for Cole Beasley. Well, here's what Bees is going to find out. He's going to find out that it's true in Buffalo, too. The Buffalo Bills just signed Cole Beasley to a contract that guarantees him $14.5 million. Do you think their front office isn't going to tell their coaching staff, hey, make sure you make us look good and Beasley get his touches?
Yeah, that's why the best setup, I think, is for the coach to be the GM, but there's so few qualified candidates to do that job.
Yeah, Belichick does it in football, and Popovich does it in basketball. And otherwise, Gavin, and I don't disagree with you if you find that guy. In fact, Popovich said the other night that Rick Carlisle is one of the few guys in the NBA that has a full grasp on that, and Popovich, obviously, the number one guy. When it doesn't work, our first and fair criticism is, I thought coaching was a 20-hour-a-day job, and I thought being a GM was a 20-hour-a-day job. So how are you squeezing 40 work hours into a day? I think it works best when you get Bill. You know what really works? When you hire Bill Belichick. That's what works.
There he is, Mike Fisher. He's at Fish Sports on Twitter. Have a great weekend, man.
Solo.
Baseball Nuggets coming up next. Where are we going?
Who's the Rangers prospect that has impressed the most in spring training next?
All right, always looking forward to those Nuggets. Let's talk a little bit about Premier Grilling because grilling season is officially here. There is no better place in DFW than Premier Grilling to get your grill game on. 3 locations, Plano, Frisco, and McKinney. All of them have the best stuff: ceramic grills, gas grills, pellet grills, smokers, the largest selections of seasonings and rubs and sauces, woods and pellets and accessories, the high-tech gadgets. They have it all at Premier Grilling, all the stuff that the best guys are using to win their barbecue competitions and the stuff making the most delicious barbecue in backyards. You'll find it all at Premier Grilling. They've also got Wagyu meats, cut above prime. You'll love it. You know, they have tri-tip, they have New York, they have ribeye, they have Wagyu briskets. And these things are amazing. If you're having a party, you want to impress somebody, get a Wagyu brisket, put that thing on, and it'll be one of the best briskets you ever made, guaranteed. Not to mention the most knowledgeable staff in the business to help you perfect your grilling game, whatever the recipe, whatever the cut you're working on. All the customer service agents at Premier Grilling are pit masters. They'll help you figure it out. Right now, get a free pass to any of their nationwide pit master and celebrity taught grilling classes with any purchase of a new grill. I took many of those, and I still do from time to time. It's a major part of cooking education. They're getting into a DFW Premier Grilling location. They have this state-of-the-art classroom in Frisco. They bring in people to break it all down, all their secrets, all the techniques to make delicious barbecue grilled like the pros do. Visit premiergrilling.com or text grill to 41411 for more information.
Coming up today on the Ben and Skin Show. We got rid of him, and then we brought him back. We're going to talk the big fight with Dingus at 4 o'clock. Hicksy will call in from Surprise, Arizona at 5. And it's a new Music Friday, baby. At 3:40, we'll roll out the new tunes. It's the Ben and Skin Show, 105.3 The Fan.
The Fort Worth Boat Expo is back. Don't miss the chance to compare vendors for affordable prices and receive on-the-spot financing. Admission is free for the entire show. March 14th to 17th at Amon G. Carter, Will Rogers Exhibit Hall. For more information, go to FortWorthBoatExpo.com.
Shop Specs! 50 years in the Lone Star State. A one-stop shop so you're never late. Price is so low that you want to know
which way to Specs.
Come on, let's go.
Specs wine, spirits, and fine foods. World-class service, that's all about you.
Shop Specs, it's how we do. A huge selection since 62. Shop Specs, low price, amazing. Here's to you.
Shop.
Cheers to savings.
At Navy Federal Credit Union, we help our members execute missions every day, like Operation...
We really want this house, but we also want a new sofa, a bigger grill, and maybe a hammock in the backyard for a little well-earned R&R.
Or Operation...
We need a new house, but we don't need a down payment.
Apply now for a VA loan with Navy Federal and get the peace of mind that comes with a top VA loan lender. And fast approval, too. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Open to the armed forces, the DoD, veterans, and their families. Insured by NCUA Equal Housing Lender. Certain terms and conditions apply.
Tomorrow night, don't miss the biggest pay-per-view fight of the year.
They're both risking everything.
Errol Spence Jr.
Here he comes.
Takes on Mikey Garcia.
Right hand by Garcia.
For the World Welterweight Championship.
Oh, my goodness. What an end.
Spence Jr. versus Garcia tomorrow at 8 Central, only on pay-per-view, or see it live at AT&T Stadium.
He learned to pitch in your backyard. Now his team's coming over to celebrate their high school championship. So you need to patch those bare spots fast. Pennington One Step Complete has a revolutionary formula that repairs bare spots in only 2 weeks or less. Pennington's been trusted since 1945, and now it works even faster. One Step Complete from Pennington. Honest green. Get your lawn ready for any occasion. Head to your local retailer to pick up One Step Complete.
Indeed knows finding the right hire takes time away from your business.
Hiring a qualified data engineer felt like a second job.
More job seekers use Indeed than any other site, so there's no better place to find someone with the skills you're looking for.
I needed someone with a master's in computer science and database experience.
Plus, Indeed screener questions help you find your shortlist fast.
Now I'm back to having just one job.
Get a $50 credit to give your first job posting premium placement at Indeed.com/credit. Terms, conditions, quality standards, and usage limits apply. Additional terms online.
I'm hosting a wine and cheese party, but I know nothing about wine and my cheese comes in strings. No need to fret, my high-strung host, for Specs-friendly experts can teach you the perfect pairing. No strings attached. Specs' impressive selection of world-class wines and cheeses paired with their expert knowledge has me feeling sharp as cheddar. Now you're putting the pro in provolone. You're welcome. Specs Wine, Spirits, and Finer Foods. Cheers to saving.
The KNC Masterpiece. Hey, that's us. We're going to be broadcasting from Texas Live in Arlington tomorrow from 10 to 3. So come on out to Texas Live and enjoy your St. Patty's Day. And maybe even win a pot of gold. Get more details at 1053thefan.com.
You know that sound. That's the sound of Walmart's new grocery delivery. The sound of watching 6 uninterrupted seasons of anything you want. That's the sound of you not lugging your groceries up 3 flights of apartment stairs. Of finding time to do absolutely nothing for a change. That's the sound of your entire grocery list showing up at your door. Introducing Walmart Grocery Delivery. Shop online for the same low prices in store, delivered fresh to your door. There are more ways to Walmart. $30 minimum fee applies.
And now, a quick comparison from Grasshopper. When picking a phone number for business, what sounds more professional? Your personal number?
Oh, hold on, let me give you my cell. And actually, let me get yours too, just so I don't ignore your call, you know?
Or a dedicated business number, courtesy of Grasshopper?
It was a pleasure meeting you. Our number is 1-833-IT-TROOP. Give us a call anytime.
There's no contest. Put your best voice forward with Grasshopper, the virtual phone system for small business. Try it free at grasshopper.com.
When you turn it on, leave it on. You hear things like this.
Joining us now in studio, the great Jason Hatcher.
Think about right now how freaking hard that defense play. You know why? Because they respect their leader. That's why. It's a difference.
The place to be all day, every day is right here with The Fan.
Dallas Truck World has over 160 pre-owned trucks, Chevy, Ford, GMC, and Toyotas, y'all. Most priced below market value. You can check them all out today at DallasTruckWorld.com.
Well, thank you, Lucius. It's time for some baseball nuggets. We got Mike Bassick here ready for you. He's on deck. Jeff Swaim signed with the Jaguars. Here's Mikey B.
Okay, well, interesting Cowboys news there. All right, so I go to MLB.com, and here's our last day of spring training for us. As KNC Masterpieces is coming up here Monday to surprise Arizona. And I guess I'll start this off by just saying that the Rangers have made some roster moves today. They've optioned C.D. Pelham, Patrick Wisdom, and Carlos Tocci down to the AAA roster. The one with Tocci. Yeah, is that he really had a good September last year. He's having a great spring training. Delino's having an okay spring training, so they're going to give Delino the job in center field. But I will say this, after a month of the season, if Carlos has gone down to the minor leagues and is continuing his spring training and Delino gets off to a slow start, I could see them making a change and giving Carlos a chance to be an everyday center fielder, because last year I was really impressed with what he did in September, and he's continued it in spring training. That was a guy that the Rangers Rule 5 last year shouldn't have been in the major leagues. I mean, he should have been in the minor leagues, but you couldn't send him down or you would have lost him right back to, I believe he was White Sox or Phillies property. I'm not exactly sure, but I go to this year and I go to MLB.com, and who are the prospects that are impressing the most in each organization? And they have here for the Texas Rangers, Brock Burke. It says the key to December's Jurickson Profar trade, which I'm going to get to Profar in a second, from a Texas perspective, was Brock Burke. He dominated in Double-A at the end of last season for the Rays and built on that momentum. This spring, he's allowed 1 infield single and struck out 6 in 3 otherwise perfect innings before getting optioned to Double-A on Tuesday, showcasing an impressive 3-pitch mix fronted by a riding 90 to 96 mile an hour fastball. He will most likely be your opening night starter in Double-A Frisco. So if you want to see him, you can go see him pitch to start the season in Double-A. And as I pull up his stats last year, this is probably a guy, if he can continue his success this year, you will see in the big leagues at some point starting for the Texas Rangers. He was 6-1 last year with a 1.95 ERA and 55 innings pitched in Double-A last year in the Southern League. So he's had a good spring training. This is a guy the Rangers really like. I believe that yesterday, John Daniels, if you didn't get to hear our interview, he brought up Brock Burke as a guy that they're really excited about that could at some point this year be brought up to the major leagues and have an impact. He's a left-handed starting pitcher. So,
well, it really feels like they're starting to get a collection of guys that have a pretty good chance to come up and be solid, right?
Yeah.
They just need quite a few of those guys to hit. And then as your payroll comes down, if you need to spend money to get your star power, that'd be great. But in the meantime, if they could just draft a couple of real star players, it could be a real exciting bunch. But I see 2 clear ways that, this collection of guys could become a pretty impressive big league team, either by spending money or a couple of big hits on draft picks here over the next couple of years.
So Brock Burke's a guy to hopefully look for in, I would say, after the All-Star break. I would be surprised if he comes up before the All-Star break. It'd either be he is doing unbelievably great or the Rangers have run into a whole bunch of injuries, because I do think in the situation where Nomar Mazara, I'll take you back in time, they still thought they were competing for something when they brought up Nomar Mazara in 2016. They were. They just won the division, and they're like, hey, you know what? And I hope I'm getting my years right. But they're like, no, we're not going to hold him back. We might lose a year of service time on him, but we're going to bring him up quickly, and this is going to count as a full year, but we're trying to win. Well, the Rangers are looking at this as a developmental year. So with Brock Burke, they might want to hold back a little bit just with the service time.
But teams in general are bringing up players pretty early, aren't they?
Yes.
That's the league-wide trend.
Yeah, and so I think we'll see Brock Burke probably after the All-Star break.
Who else?
For the Texas Rangers. I think possibly before the All-Star break, you'll see Taylor Hearn. He's going to be kind of, I'll say, the stud starting pitcher in AAA. But, he's a guy that just has more experience in the minor league so far than Brock Burke does.
He's DFW guy?
Yeah, he's from the Dallas area. I forget exactly
Roy City, I think.
There you go. And so he will most likely be your first young starting pitcher up that we haven't seen yet, because it might be Gerardo. So it could be somebody like that who you saw pitch last year. Now, moving on, I will move towards Vladimir Guerrero Jr., and I don't think I've gotten to this, even though I've had it written down for a whole week, so I got to get to it here. He got hurt in spring training over the weekend. So this is now an injury. It was like an abdominal strain or an abdominal snowman pull. And so he is having to miss like 3 weeks. So he's going to miss the end of spring training and the first week of the minor league season. Remember, they said, well, he's not major league ready. Well, that was a bunch of BS. I talked about this about a couple weeks ago. It was just that they were trying to hold back his service time. Well, Toronto gets a big break here in that he gets an injury. So there's not going to be a grievance filed or anything like that. He literally couldn't start on the big league team because he's not going to be healthy at the end of spring training. But look for Vladimir Guerrero Jr., honestly, to be up at the start of May and have a great chance to make the All-Star team. That's how great most people think he is that he has a great chance to be an All-Star this year in the major leagues, even after missing the first month of the season.
Can he challenge Trout and Harper at the top of that superstar pyramid?
Yes. I don't know how quick, but yes, he's only 20 years old, 21 years old, but Ronald Acuna Jr. is having another good spring, and people are like, hey, he won the NL Rookie of the Year. Ronald Acuna Jr. is looking like a guy who we could say 5 years from now, who's the best player in baseball? It could be Ronald Acuna Jr. It could be Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Maybe Mike Trout is still in that conversation because he's still only, I believe, 25 or 26 years old. Now, I said I was going to get to Jurickson Profar, and here's where I'm going to get to it if I can find it, because I have 73 things open.
You only have 9.
Yeah. Well, they listed the possible people that could win the MVP this year.
Oh, what?
In the American League.
What?
Okay,
these are who's going to be the next Christian Yelich. Okay, I don't have it pulled up. It was on CBS Sports.
There you go. I got it for you.
But on the list was Jurickson Profar. So can you imagine if we got to the All-Star break and Profar is an All-Star second baseman for the Oakland Athletics, and then he's in the MVP conversation in the American League, which obviously has Mookie Betts and Alex Bregman and Mike Trout and a whole bunch of great players in the American League, Aaron Judge, and we get to it and we're saying,
this guy had
could Jurickson Profar be a MVP? I don't see it happening.
This guy hadn't watched him play, Mike. It said he's a solid bet for a high on base percentage with a ton of doubles and triples. How does Profar get triples?
He actually last year he was getting some triples.
And
so
Oakland's big, so maybe
and it says in the article, it says, look, his power might go down a little bit. Last year he had 20 home runs, and because Texas is a better place to hit for power than Oakland is, especially at nighttime. But they have Jurickson Profar as a sleeper to be an MVP in the American League.
Well, then Brock Burke better win the Cy Young, okay?
This is the importance of branding, right? You get branded as a superstar talent. You get branded as a head case. If for 5-6 years you could go on. I mean, when we first got together in the Gbag Nation in 2013, we were talking about Profar, right? And here we are 6 years later.
Yeah.
And we're talking about him. So I think it's, he's finally healthy. He was behind Elvis, and now he's finally free. He's going to break out. We see it. He doesn't have the tools to be a superstar.
Yeah.
You know, he does have the tools to be a very, very good player and maybe make an all-star team or two by the time it's over. That's my read on it, Mike. Am I off?
No, I was super surprised, but I had to bring it up. Here's CBS Sports, and I don't know the writer, but he put Andrew Benintendi, who is an all-star already. He almost made the all-star team last year. He was like in the final 5 where you get to re-vote. You have Gary Sanchez, who had an unbelievable season in 2017 as a catcher with 30-plus home runs. Last year he was hurt and had an off year, so he was on the list. Just to give you an idea of who they were putting on this list of 5 guys who could surprise and be an MVP in the American League, and put Profar there. I'm with you. I would be super surprised. In fact, I'll be disappointed if Profar has a better year than Odor. That's who I'm kind of comparing it to. And I know Profar had better trade status because he's not under a long-term contract at approximately $10 million a year. And that's why he was more tradable than Odor. But boy, if Oakland ends up having the better second baseman over our second baseman, I'll be like, son of a gun. You know?
And I
don't think that'll happen.
I would be disappointed as well, but I would not be totally surprised.
Okay.
I do think it's a nice job by the Rangers, at least rebuilding his value into something, you know, and getting back an asset that maybe can really still help this team, because it looked like it was completely lost, both in the injury department and then production department. But last year was great.
And then I go to the Milwaukee Brewers, who got Mike Moustakas back. And this is going to be interesting. And I saw this through Twitter, is he's been a third baseman his whole career, and a pretty solid third baseman. They're going to move him to second base. It makes sense for their team offensively to move him to second base, because I'm drawing a blank, but they have a third baseman who really can only play third base. But Mike Moustakas has only really played third base too. So he is over 30 years old, and they're moving him to the middle infield. Think of Michael Young. This is going to be really interesting if this ends up working out and it doesn't crush them defensively. Michael Young, super athletic guy, went from second base, the second most athletic position you need to be in the infield, to shortstop, the most athletic position you need to be in the infield. And then as his career progressed, they got Elvis Andrus, and obviously he moves to third base. And then the least athletic position you need to have good hands, but the least athletic position is first base. And so by the end of his career with the Texas Rangers, they'd moved him to first base. They're actually taking a guy as he's losing athleticism and losing that quick twitch type of deal that you need. They're moving a guy from third base to second base. And a lot of people around Major League Baseball are like, man, this doesn't make a lot of sense. We get it offensively. It puts your best offensive team out there, but you're asking a guy to do something that literally he's never done in his major league career. And you're moving him to a more difficult position than third base. Third base is quick reaction. Your hands have to react quick to hard ground balls. Hard balls hit at you. But boy, now turning double plays, which is easier in baseball now because you can't really take out the guys anymore. You have to slide directly into the base. But it'll be interesting to see if Mike Moustakas can go to second base and be good at it without really ever playing the position.
Okay, there they are, your baseball nuggets daily at 11:40. We have 3 more hours to go here live in Surprise, Arizona for our spring training coverage. We'll jump into some NFL roster news coming up, and we have news involving teams that represent nearly half of the Cowboy games on the 2019 schedule. It's next on The Fan.
The one place to grab the fan wherever you go. Radio.com. Download it today and listen to us anytime, anywhere.
This is John Feinstein with the CBS Sports Minute, sponsored by Spence Jr. versus Garcia, tomorrow at 9 Eastern, 6 Pacific, live on pay-per-view. Order now. Every March, college basketball coaches get fired. Doesn't matter what level you are at. If you aren't winning enough, you get fired. But there are firings and there are firings. The firing of William and Mary coach Tony Shaver is absolutely outrageous. It isn't just that Shaver took over a program in complete shambles 16 years ago and built a solid, competitive winning program. It's that he did it at a place where it's always difficult to win, and he did it with class kids while being a class act himself. Like most new young athletic directors, Samantha Hughes is ambitious. That's fine. She cited William and Mary's ambition to get to the NCAA tournament, it never has, as a reason for Shaver's removal. Shaver got W&M to the CAA final 4 times. So if he'd won one of those games, he'd still be coaching? Seriously? I'm John Feinstein.
All right, Tolos, it's spring break time, and whether you're leaving town, running around town, you want to be aware of what's going on at your home. And DFW Security can help with a super sale. Now, this is their smart home security system with cameras is their super sale here. So super sale, not just any cameras, but smart cameras with video analytics. Video analytics uses artificial intelligence to distinguish between vehicles, people, and animals. That means DFW Security can notify you and record when a car parks in your driveway or a person lingers on the porch, but not when a squirrel's running across. This incredible package includes a smart home hub with smart security, 2 outdoor cameras with outdoor HD cameras, with the analytics, an HD doorbell camera, and the award-winning mobile app. Not only that, but this month, the state-of-the-art equipment and professional installation are included. All you pay to get started is the first month of monitoring. That's less than $2 a day. This is an unbelievable deal. I used to be with the 3-letter company until I got with DFW Security and realized I can save a whole bunch of money and have a better security system. Right now, if you're one of the first 10 callers, we're gonna save you more money here. Mention my name, Mike. You'll get 2 months free. That's right, 2 months free at 888-507-2344. That's 888-507-2344, or go to dfwsecurity.com.
Tomorrow night, don't miss the biggest pay-per-view fight of the year. 2 of the best pound-for-pound fighters in the world put their perfect records on the line.
They're both risking everything.
Errol Spence Jr.
Here he comes.
Takes on Mikey Garcia.
Right hand by Garcia.
For the World Welterweight Championship. Live from AT&T Stadium. Spence Jr. versus Garcia. Tomorrow at 9 Eastern, 6 Pacific. Live on pay-per-view or now.
Napa know-how.
This month, at your local Napa Auto Care Center, when you get a premium oil change with cabin air filter, you also get a $15 mail-in rebate, which means the pros do the job and you get paid. Wait, what? Get your premium oil change and a cabin air filter and save $15 at Napa Auto Care. Quality parts installed by the pros. That's Napa know-how.
Napa know-how.
At participating Napa Auto Care Centers. Offer ends 4/30/19.
And now, a quick comparison from Grasshopper. When you're always on the go, what would you prefer? An office phone system?
Hey, it's Rochelle. Sorry I missed you earlier. Had an errand to run, but I'm back in the office, so give me a call when you get this.
Or one that works on your cell phone? No hardware needed, courtesy of Grasshopper.
Oh, one sec. It's a business call. Hi, this is Rochelle with Way Forward Partners. How can I help?
There's no contest. Put your best voice forward with Grasshopper, the virtual phone system for small business. Try it free at grasshopper.com.
You and me, we take care of our cars. But do you follow Fram's rule of 3s? 3 filters to do the job right. Oil and air filters for improved engine performance. Cabin air filter for the air inside your car. Some rules are made to be broken, but this one is golden. So if you don't see Fram, don't expect to get the job done right. One easy rule, 3 great filters. Fram, filter out the nonsense.
Hey, you with the rhinestone dog collar. Between us dogs, I just convinced my human to upgrade to a new home with a 1,200 square foot bathroom. I think she called it a yard. With Wells Fargo's 3% down payment on a fixed rate loan, my human realized a new home was within reach. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/woof.
Wells Fargo Home Mortgage. Down payments as low as 3% on a fixed-rate loan require mortgage insurance. Ask a home mortgage consultant about loan requirements. Wells Fargo Home Mortgage is a division of Wells Fargo Bank N.A., Equal Housing Lender. NMLSR ID 399801.
What's going on, fans and Tolos? It is Troy Houston. Of course, you know I want to talk to you about Platinum Ford in Terrell. It's a short drive east of the Metroplex in Terrell off of Highway 80. They've been doing remarkable things, and now they're going to do more remarkable things in 2019. Isn't that right, General Manager Adam Vinci?
Without question, Troy, here at Platinum Ford, we want to do anything and everything we can for the fans and Tolos. And don't forget about our website, PlatinumFord.com. Come see us and drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
For all of our fan contest rules, go to 1053thefan.com/rules.
This is Rangers manager Chris Woodward, and you're listening to the home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan, KRLD FM, and HD1 Dallas Fort Worth.
A radio.com sports station.
Live from spring training in Surprise, Arizona. It's the Gbag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Hour 3 of the Gbag Nation. We're live Surprise Stadium. We have roster news here involving teams that represent nearly half the schedule. 7 games the Cowboys have involving these teams we're about to talk about right here. As the big story of the morning so far, Browns running back Kareem Hunt suspended 8 games by the league for, I don't think that's necessarily domestic violence, but everybody's seen the video by now, so you know what that is in reference to. And, you know, the choice of the league to give that exact suspension is getting a lot of different reaction. I feel like with some of these, maybe they're in a place where they're like, oh, okay, this isn't man abusing wife over a period of time. This is an unfortunate and ugly incident. And maybe they could, or maybe they would think, hey, can we be a little bit easier? It looks like this guy was being pretty wild and she wouldn't leave his place. And he kind of just did nudge her. And I don't think no, you can't even do that. What's that? He kicked her? Boom, 8 games. You know, so I think the public wants consistency, that any violence towards women in any setting is the 6 to 8 games. But the unfortunate part is that's not the track record that the NFL has done. It's, you know, and it hasn't always required. So there is an element of, to me, the league still being a little bit heavy-handed with this deal. But, you know, I think that's a road well-traveled here in the Gbag Nation, so we don't need to spend much time on it.
I guess the only thing that I don't know is I just heard they have other stuff, too, other incidents.
Okay, all right.
That happened with Kareem Hunt.
So maybe we have a pattern. I think the cool thing for him, the important thing for him in the league is I don't think you're going to have to worry about anything else with Kareem Hunt. Like everything that I've read, the level of seriousness and appropriateness that he's approaching resolving it and ensuring it doesn't happen again would put a lot of confidence in a front office. Anyway, we do have some really interesting things on teams the Cowboys will face. We've talked about the Giants signing Golden Tate. To me, it's good because they aren't going to super tank. You know, they have Zeitler at guard. They drafted Will Hernandez last year in his second year. They're going to be able to run the ball. And even if it is Eli, him with their other receivers, even with Odell Beckham Jr. out, that's an offense that, it's not going to be good, but it's not going to be complete trash. And complete trash is what you're going to have to be to get to a T. So
they're going to accidentally win 6 games.
Yeah, that's
going to be tough.
I thought 6 or 7 games for sure. So that's kind of the good news. Really, when you're in this situation, if you're going to tank, you get 1 year out of every 5 that you don't have to spend a ton, right? So
in every 4-year period, you have to spend, I believe, 90% of the salary cap. So you could short it for a couple of years and then go over for a couple of years. But every 4-year window, it has to balance out to where you're spending almost all of your money.
Now, maybe it's a real sneaky, sly one, and they're like, he's old, and we see a downfall coming. He's not going to work well with Eli.
But he's a sweet man, so we're going to guarantee him $20 million.
That's how you brilliantly tank. Find talented players, overpay them a little bit to win the bidding war, knowing they're going to be horrible fits in your scheme. But I think the Giants think kind of like Jerry, that, you know, we're a premier franchise. We're playing in media market number 1. And no, we're not going to tank. We're going to help uphold it. And if you're Jerry Jones and you say, guys, I don't tank because when you guys screw up or when we have some sort of an unmanageable crisis that the league has screwed up, you put us on national TV and we save your ass with huge ratings. So if you could please not tank in the division and take advantage of that, I would really appreciate it. And I'd have some strong conversations if I'm Jerry with John Mara, and the other dude.
Well, John, I don't know. Are they best friends? I'm sure they all get along to some extent because they make.
He doesn't seem to get along with Dan Snyder.
Yeah,
I mean, Jerry's kind of talked trash about Dan, so I bet that they don't have a great relationship.
Well, and Mara's the guy that went after Zeke. Like, it was basically because John Mara wanted him suspended that Zeke got suspended, despite the investigator saying no.
Really?
Yeah.
What a D word. Okay, Landon Collins did a press conference to be introduced with Washington. He said he grew up looking up to Sean Taylor, and a bunch of his buddies had ended up with Washington, apparently. So he had already liked the team. He idolized Sean Taylor, and he had actually talked to those guys. He kind of pulled an Earl Thomas. He actually talked to the Redskins friends that he knew and was like, hey, put a word in. I want to come here. So when he was cleaning out his locker, not only did he really clean out his locker, contrary to reports, they were like, oh, slow down. That doesn't mean anything. Everybody cleans their locker. No, he cleaned that bad boy up and said, peace out, guys. He was thinking Washington. And then it comes together for him, Landon Collins there with the $42 million deal. I just don't know how you could see all those things like, I love Sean Taylor and my friends are there, and ignore all of the other details about the dumpster fire of an organization that's become. Like, how is that your goal, to join that chaos?
Because they drafted Alabama people recently.
Yeah, okay. That is cool, right?
Yeah. But they also did give him, there can't be another deal on the table that beat the Redskins. And he's like, I just want to play for Sean Taylor's team. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, I get what he's saying, and it's all the whole thing of like, I get it. The players and sometimes sell, like, you all go for the most money. And Jeff put it, look, we all do. We all go for the most money. If somebody offers you more money and it seems like a good situation, you go to that situation. But I get where Landon Collins is coming from. They have both their defensive tackles are Alabama guys, so he probably knows them. And maybe I'm drawing a blank. They probably have a couple other Alabama guys they've drafted over the last few years that he's good buddies with. But
it's the money.
It's the money. I mean, that was I didn't think he's going to get that contract. And Jeff had convinced me, Landon Collins is okay, but you just don't want to pay big money for that. And then here comes the Washington Redskins just blowing, I assume, a lot of people out of the water with that deal.
Yeah, I don't think somebody else was going to guarantee him multiple years at over 14 per guaranteed. That was pretty big money.
Yeah, it is funny, though. Those press conferences, it's all about how much we love each other and it's a great fit and the sky's the limit and all this. But it could really be summed up with just the most money. But they want to assign it this narrative that's going to generate season tickets.
Right. Like, our guy loves Sean Taylor and he wanted to be a Redskin back in November. It's like, well, yeah, whatever. I mean, I get it. He does like Sean. Don't get me wrong about the Sean Taylor thing. I'm sure, like, as a safety, you probably idolized him, and but I just can't imagine he's like, oh yeah, I got offered $100 million from another team, but I had to play for Sean Taylor's team that he played for.
It was the Antonio Brown press conference. He said, and I imagine he'd been educated on it in the last 24 hours, but maybe he's an NFL historian. He's like, you kidding me? This is Oakland. This is where it all began. This is AFL NFL merger. This is where champions play. And I'm like, is that directly from the PR guy?
Maybe he knew it.
Yeah, maybe he knew
it.
Maybe he's watching NFL films growing up. And
I think if you do have a good agent or / PR person, and usually it's the same person for a player, is that they kind of almost feed you these things as you're getting ready for your press conference of, hey, make sure you talk about Sean Taylor.
Yes.
Make sure you talk about Oakland's history, and just how the Raiders in the 70s and 80s were just an unbelievable franchise. I think they get fed that stuff because, honestly, I bet if you went to Antonio Brown right now and you played a quiz with him and you started saying, who is the head coach of the Oakland Raiders when they won their first Super Bowl? He'd be like, I don't know. What year did they win their first Super Bowl? I have no. He might know John.
Tom Flores.
It might have been Flores or Madden. I thought it was Madden, but
maybe hell.
Right. I don't know. And guess what? If we don't know, he don't know.
I mean, he's 15 years younger than me.
Yeah.
Okay. Defensive tackle Malcolm Brown signed with the Saints, and yes, the Cowboys play them. And the Rams, of course, with the first place schedule there.
I want to see what happens to the Saints when Drew Brees is gone, because like they signed Malcolm Brown, they're bringing back Teddy Bridgewater. Do you know where they got some of that money? Did you guys see this? They restructured Drew Brees.
Ooh.
So his cap hit, which is becoming sort of a a joke in NFL circles. Next year is like 43 million.
Yikes.
Like
2020 is 43?
Yes. They just keep moving his money back. They just keep moving Bree's money back.
And that's a great tank move if you want to go tank mode. And maybe Bridgewater's thinking, I'm going to get a great opportunity, but they're going to have to blow up their roster.
Yeah.
The most interesting Bridgewater thing to me is that he's waiting to go somewhere else with Sean Payton. But, they wouldn't. I don't see how that works. That's just a fun little theory. It's 3-15 with the Saints and defensive tackle Malcolm Brown, and they're going to be really, really good. The Saints really have done a nice job of addressing their defense. Pass rusher Everson Griffin. Yes, the Cowboys, they face the NFC North. So get ready for the Packers, the Bears, and the Vikings. He struck a deal to stay with Minnesota, taking a small pay cut to stay on board there, actually, as they were scrambling to get under the cap. They spent a lot of money, and I think it's kind of a cautionary tale for the Cowboys, because the Vikings in 17 and 18, they're like, we're so close. Let's spend the money. Let's go for it. And going into last year, when I looked at the rosters, I thought, man, the Rams and Vikings just have an absurd amount of talent. Did not come together for the Vikings because their offensive line let them down, and the quarterback play was less than what they thought was going to be. But now they're having to ask guys to take pay cuts and cutting guys. So if you want the Cowboys to go get Earl Thomas, that's fine. But immediately on the other side of it, 24 months later for Minnesota, it is a bunch of really, really difficult decisions. And they damn near lost Anthony Barr, who just had a change of heart and said, fine, let's do whatever Minnesota, wants so we can make it work to stay here.
Life's hard when you got good players and you start having some team success. All of a sudden, everybody else comes and tries to steal all your guys, and they get more money than they're worth. And if you want to keep them, you got to pay them more money than they're worth. Unless, of course, you got out in front of it by 2 or 3 years because you knew they were going to be good and they didn't, and you snuck in a good contract. But then when you try to do that, sometimes it backfires, and you end up with Tyrone Crawford having a $10 million cap hit and not being the player you thought he would be. Life's hard.
Yeah.
It's hard to build a team.
No doubt. Yeah. Winning this thing is very, very difficult unless you're Bill Belichick, apparently. And then the other cool thing about him, he was the guy that had the mental health crisis around week 4 last year. He was at a hotel meeting with his agent and totally flipped out, and they had to come with an ambulance and take him to a hospital for a couple of days. He eventually made it back and played in 11 games, had 5.5 sacks, but he is on much more solid ground now. And then the other storyline, the Cowboys are going to play the AFC West. So get ready for Patrick Mahomes and Phillip Rivers. That's going to be a lot of fun. But the Raiders released Jordy Nelson, and he did not have a bad year. 63 catches for 739 and 73 catches. And that was for a Raiders team that really struggled to hang on to the ball. So I think he can play for somebody if he wants. And I don't know, maybe he's going to head back to Green Bay or something
like that. Go back for league minimum, go see your friend.
I bet that'd make Aaron Rodgers really happy. He loves that guy.
I bet Aaron misses him.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, you don't have to be open, Jordy. You're my guy.
I bet they will not give Aaron that player just to spite him. It's weird what's going on in Green Bay. Like, they don't ask their superstar players at all. Like, oh, you want that guy? Too bad. This is our show, bro.
Maybe whoever's running that team is friends with his mom and dad and his brother.
Okay,
so they don't like him.
I teased about an hour and a half ago that I believe congrats are in order for a couple of DFW cities. I'm going to pay off on that here.
Thank you.
A report was released on this week. The personal finance site Wallet Hub has ranked the happiest cities in America based across 3 key dimensions: emotional and physical well-being, income and employment, community environment. Looking at 31 key indicators ranging from depression rate to income growth.
Damn, sorry, Lake Highlands, I pulled you down.
31 indicators. Plano, about a half-hour drive north of Dallas, had solid scores in all 3 dimensions, with a 7th place ranking in emotional and physical well-being, 6th place ranking in income and employment, and 8th place ranking in community and environment. They are named the number 1 happiest city in America. Congratulations, Plano.
Wow, that's interesting.
Ask the people on the east side of Plano about that. But the west side of Plano, very happy.
Maybe somebody wants to text in from Plano or tweet in from Plano and give us an acceptance speech for the great accomplishment of getting that job done. There is more waiting on this list lurking, if you will. Just exactly how happy are we here in North Texas?
Great question.
It appears happier than South Texas. That's for sure. Number 2 on the list, Irvine, California. Solid area south of Los Angeles.
I'm going to be out there here in a couple months.
A little bit more suburban. 3rd happiest, Madison, Wisconsin.
Cold.
Salute to those people up there in Badgerland.
Eating curds.
Number 4, Fremont, California. Not sure where that is. Maybe in the San Francisco area. Number 5, Huntington Beach, California. Salute to home of Pat Doney.
A lot of California going on here.
Number 6. This one comes out of nowhere. Fargo, North Dakota. 6th happiest city in America.
Because of the movie?
To you.
Or the TV show? Didn't it have both?
Well, I didn't take a look at all 31 factors. I don't know if having a TV show filmed there or movie filmed there or both was a factor, but maybe it kind of made people more proud and less depressed about living there.
But it was about murder.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Apparently they don't have a lot of murder in real life.
Okay.
But number 7 on the list, the 7th happiest city.
You sound like you're getting ready for a DFW
Let's
play.
go.
In America. If you heard the tease, you heard I said not only should Shippy be very proud, but also Lucius Alexander. It's Grand Prairie, Texas, coming in at number 7, happiest cities in America. Congrats to GP. Lucius, would you like to make an acceptance?
I mean, we have a huge park called Friendship Park. So, of course, this place is going to be a great place to live. This is Grand Prairie, man. We're growing up out here. Grand Prairie, stand up.
That's not
Except for you, GP. Sit down.
That's not the part where all the
GP
old guys are making love to each other, is it? That's not that park.
No. This is the park that we go to.
Park in Dallas.
Yeah, it's the park we go to after school to fight each other.
Oh, friendship. Yeah.
Very friendly.
I'll meet you at friendship.
Yeah, meet you at friendship. What's up, bro?
It's a fight club. We all hug afterwards. Number 8, San Jose. Number 9, right down the street, Scottsdale, Arizona. And number 10, San Francisco, California. Okay, coming up.
Moving to Grand Prairie.
Interesting list.
Yeah, and they do have a lot of things. Some of those are kind of cheesy and corny with how they come to it, but I thought they'd done enough work to deserve a mention.
Check out the home prices GP here.
The audio of Rick Carlisle talking about possible Porzingis return. We haven't got to that this week. I'll tell you what makes me think there's a better chance of admitting that he plays. It's next on the Fan.
All right, let's talk about Men's T Clinic, guys. It's Friday. Now, if you can't get to Men's T Clinic during the week, Men's T Clinic totally understands. That's why they're open on Saturdays from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. But I'm going to tell you, there's a lot of busy guys out there that go on Saturday to get their testosterone therapy through Men's T Clinic. The number to call to get your appointment, 1-800-246-LOW-T. You can also go to their website and get the appointment there at menstclinic.com. You can check out the information that they have on their website for testosterone therapy. But you want to go get your numbers checked at Men's T Clinic because they're different, because they're going to treat you like an individual. That is why Bobby and Derek started Men's T Clinic. They didn't like how they were getting their testosterone from another place, and they were buddies, and they said, hey, what if we start a testosterone therapy place, but we make sure that the patient is treated like an individual, because all our bodies are not the same on the same dosage of testosterone. And that's what makes Men's T Clinic different. It's covered by most medical insurance. Get to Men's T Clinic, get your numbers checked, get back to being you. They have 3 locations in the DFW Metroplex. They're in North Dallas off the Tollway Arapahoe Beltline exit. They're in the Colony and Castle Hills next to Topgolf, and they're in Frisco off of 121, and that Frisco location is really close to Allen, Plano, and McKinney. Guys, the number to get your appointment again, 1-800-246-LOW-T. Guys, let's get back to being you through Men's T Clinic.
Never leave the nation. Listen to the Gbag Nation every day, anywhere at radio.com.
Radio.com. HendrickDFW.com is your Dallas area used car connection. Shop hundreds of pre-owned vehicles online, all makes and models, plus over 100 certified pre-owned Hondas and Volkswagens. Browse local inventory at their 2 convenient locations, Hendrick Volkswagen in Frisco or Honda Cars of McKinney.
Tomorrow night, don't miss the biggest pay-per-view fight of the year.
They're both risking everything.
Errol Spence Jr.
Here he comes.
Takes on Mikey Garcia.
Right hand by Garcia.
For the World Welterweight Championship.
Oh, my goodness. What an end.
Spence Jr. versus Garcia tomorrow at 8 Central, only on pay-per-view, or see it live at AT&T Stadium.
Hey neighbor, time to weed and feed?
Yep, I'm using BioAdvanced 3-in-1 Weed and Feed for southern lawns. It weeds and feeds, plus it prevents new broadleaf and grassy weeds up to 6 months.
Even crabgrass?
Yep, even crabgrass.
But you have a Bermuda grass lawn.
Yep, 3-in-1 Weed and Feed is specially formulated for southern lawns, including Bermuda grass.
Wow.
Yep,
So, could I borrow?
Nope. Bio Advanced 3-in-1 weed and feed for southern lawns. Get more from the Blue Bag. Always read and follow label instructions.
You can turn left. You can turn right. Or if you're behind the wheel of the all-new BMW X5, you can decide not to turn at all. With an available mighty 456 horsepower engine, you can take on any road. With an enhanced suspension for absolute comfort or a sportier driving style, the toughest obstacles are simply part of the journey. And with a fully redesigned interior featuring the largest touchscreen in the BMW lineup, you can truly enjoy the drive. Any drive. That's the all-new BMW X5, a car engineered for confidence and built to live up to the legacy of the ultimate driving machine. Hurry in and test drive the all-new BMW X5 at your local BMW dealer today.
Test drive today and take advantage of exceptional offers. Visit DFWBMWdealers.com for more details.
Gavin Dawson here. Come hang out with me this Sunday from noon to 2 at Metro by T-Mobile, located on 1442 Westmore Avenue in Terrell. We'll be giving away tickets to the O'Reilly Auto Parts 500 NASCAR Cup Series at the Texas Motor Speedway. Come and register for these hot tickets. We'll have multiple to give away. Details at 1053thefan.com.
Hello, Jeff Kavanaugh here. Hey, small business owners, no matter what business you're in, there's one thing you need to keep it all running, a reliable network. That's where Spectrum Business comes in. They provide a network you can depend on with over 99.9% reliability and the fastest internet starting speeds available. With Spectrum Business Internet, you get blazing fast speeds of 200 megabits per second for only $44.99 a month. And when you add Spectrum Business Voice, you can stay totally connected for only $29.99 a month. And when they tell you those are the prices, they actually mean it. With Spectrum Business, there are no added phone taxes, no hidden fees, and no contracts. Spectrum Business will even buy you out of your old contract up to $500. It's a no-brainer. So if you want your small business to stay on track, get Spectrum Business because they help keep small business running. Call Spectrum Business now to find out how they can help your business at 855-245-8879 or visit business.spectrum.com.
Spring into action with Steel Power Tools from Richardson Saw and Lawnmower. Whether you're a pro or just getting started, we have the tools you need. Anything for outside is available inside Richardson Saw and Lawnmower. Stop by our store today or visit us online at richardsonsaw.com.
Welcome back, Gbag Nation. Hope you're having a great day. This segment is brought to you by Mark Rubin, 1-800-Lawyers. If credit card companies are blowing up your phone, do it more family listeners do. Make the free call to Mark Rubin at 1-800-Lawyers. Mark can fix it. It'll stop all the harassing collection calls and stress. 1-800-Lawyers, official lawyers of the Tolo. 1-800-Lawyers and Rubin and Associates there for our guy Mark. Okay, here we go. Our guy Rick Carlisle talking about Porzingis, the 5-on-5 practice. Audio of him answering this. Now, you tell me what you think. He does not convince me with his words that there's no way Porzingis is going to play. And the energy that he puts into it, now he does say a couple of things for sure in here, but is this too much wishful thinking? Because, having him play for me would, and I think the organization would answer so many questions. But here's Rick talking cut 2 about him playing 5-on-5, which is great. And the answer is in there. Will he play? Here we go.
We went 15 or 20 minutes of live 5-on-5 and did a lot of stuff leading up to it where there's full courts, there's movement, there's, many encouraging signs here.
And the plan is still he's not going to play this year.
That's my understanding. Yeah. But, days like today are extremely important. And so, and the impact that he had in practice was high. Just his length, and not only does he score the ball, but he moves and passes and can make plays. So he was involved in a lot of things going on out there.
So he answered it kind of weird. He said, "That's my understanding, but days like today are very important." Were those ideas connected, or was he moving on just saying, yeah, that's my understanding, we're not worried about that? But, just on a completely unrelated note, days like today are very important. So the media, as they're listening to that, obviously their journalistic instincts are firing. They circle back 5 minutes later, and Rick attempts to silence the chatter about the team. What do you think? Here we go with cut number 6 from Rick Carlisle.
I don't have the authority to comment on that. My understanding is that he's not playing. Okay, and I'm operating under the assumption that he's not playing. Now, if somebody told me something different, then that'd be different. But that has not happened. Okay. And I don't think there should be any talk about him playing. This is 6 weeks of unbelievably hard work that he's put in, and 1 day of a full 5-on-5 practice. So there's certainly reason for excitement and optimism. We still got to wake up tomorrow morning, and we got to see what's going on with all that. But generally, he's recovered very well from all this stuff. So it's all very encouraging. But to my knowledge, there's nothing out there about playing, and there should not be.
Okay, so he clearly says there should not be any conversation about it.
Let's conversation about it.
Yeah,
let's talk about it, though.
Right?
Forget you, Rick.
So to me, it's interesting. He clearly says there shouldn't be conversation, but he never says he definitely won't play. He just says, not to my knowledge, there shouldn't be conversation about it. Some people are just very uncomfortable lying. And when they're aware of something, but they try to be tactful. But if you read into it, you're like, this is evasiveness. This isn't. So I don't know. Maybe Rick is not thinking anything's up, and he's really not thinking that it could turn into a story. So he's just kind of letting it hang out there, like whatever. I don't care. There's only 15 games left. We're horrible. Can we get to summer vacation? But so the way he answered those questions made me, and I think made the media think, hold on here, are they actually talking about it? Because just 10 days earlier they'd say no way he's practicing, and now he's practicing. So is this an evolving story, or was this just the peak of Porzingis's activity here for the rest of the spring? And I don't know, Mike. It's hard to say for sure where they're sitting with it.
Well, I think that as soon as that was over, your feeling was the same as I believe Brad Townsend, I think I saw on Twitter, because then they were like, well, let's go find Mark Cuban if he's like, because he kind of answered it like, well, I don't know. I don't think so. And I said, like, I'm not part of these meetings. Are you guys hearing something I'm not hearing? So they went to Cuban, and Cuban immediately said no. But I do think this. I think if Porzingis's brother says he's ready to play, he wants to play, I think he'll play. And so I think that, remember, we were kind of critical of like, wait a second, you're just kind of letting Porzingis's agent / brother handle the whole situation. I think they're like, yes. And so we know I'm hoping this. We know he's healthy, and now he's to 5-on-5 practice. If all of a sudden Porzingis says, hey, I know I said I didn't want to play this year, but there's 5 games left. I want to play a little bit. Yeah. I think the Mavericks will be like, all right, you're playing. All right. What minute restriction do you want? We think Casey Smith believes that you should do this. Do you think that you can handle this, or would you like to only play 12 minutes instead of 15 minutes on the first night? Stuff like that. So I think there's something here.
Yeah.
Where they're like, hey, if Porzingis says he wants to play, he's going to play. But right now, all indications are, and we're going with what he wanted his rehab program to be for 2018-19, is he was not going to play basketball. So we'll stick with that for now. But he's looking great to us.
Yeah, and that's a great point. Maybe he's in control, so they want to be non-committal on it. Yeah. Because it really is, what do you want? And I would hope, as much as fun as it is to play basketball, that if you're that age and you can get out there playing 5-on-5, that you're driven. You're like, if I don't play basketball right now, I might not play another game of basketball for 5 months. I want to get out there. I want to play with Luka. I want. Here's my last chance to play with Dirk, a guy that he idolized. Doesn't this make sense? Like, it's Porzingis, you have a chance to play with a guy you idolized. Do you want to come back for one game? Let's have a practice and see how it goes.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think we're still maybe a week or two away.
Yeah.
Obviously doing more 5-on-5, but it does make it, Rick, kind of made it sound like, I'm not part of these meetings. It's kind of like Rick, I think, is kind of saying, I'm not part of these meetings. I don't know what Porzingis is, and I say brother, but it's his agent. So whichever one I say is the same. I don't know what his agent and Mark Cuban are having discussions about. As far as I know, I've been told he's not playing. This is his schedule for rehab, and I'm going with that. But if it changes, if Mark Cuban and Porzingis and his agent decide like, hey, he's ready to go, he wants to play. Well, to me, I'm watching practice. He looks like he can play in the NBA, but I can't say that because I'm not part of these meetings going on between agent, player, and owner.
I don't have the authority to answer that question.
Right.
Wow. I thought that was quite an answer. Where are you at down with it?
I think it would be a really unfortunate state of affairs if the honest answer turned out to be something along the lines of, well, we'd really like to see him play because we are planning to max this guy out, and we have no idea how he is physically. But it is up to him. Yeah, it's up to him when he plays and if he plays. And if he opts not to play the rest of the year, we're going to max him out anyway and just assume that he's going to be an incredible player for us because that's where we were as an organization, that we had to take that risk.
Yeah.
Like just as Mark Cuban or Rick Carlisle or me or you, I want to see him because I want to see that there is something that looks like the player that he was before. Hey, here's all the money, because he is getting all the money from the Mavericks. And he's not going to turn it down. Yeah. So he's going to get maxed out. I'd like to see him play some basketball if he's physically capable.
And he can only hurt himself by playing his value. Right. Like, not only physically, but if they see something like, oh, you're limping there, and then it turns into a deal. But, if you're confident and you're young, you want to play. Are you insecure about your ability to come back and be healthy? That's a question that I would have. Do you not love the game enough to really, really want to play? And you're just okay with, I don't have to compete. I'm good, guys. No, I'm rehabbing. Yeah, I compete against myself every day. I'm trying to do more reps. I'm trying to stand on one leg for 4 minutes today instead of 3 minutes and 45 seconds. No, you want to compete. So whatever the case, it's awesome that he practiced and we're getting back to it. And there's actual proof that it's not going to take him 20 months to recover from this injury. He's actually totally recovered. It's 13 months post-injury, and now it's time to ball.
I will say this real quick. When watching Duke last night, I just think if you can get either Barrett or Zion, and I'll put them in the same category, like whoever you like more, you have a dynasty.
Yeah.
You have the making of a dynasty of what Oklahoma City had. They let it go away. I can't imagine Cuban would let it go away because of budget concerns. But if you can get one of those top 2 picks, I almost don't care about free agency. I know it'd be great. Like you'd still have $30 million to spend. But if you get one of those 2 guys, you're looking at a dynasty.
I agree, man. Okay, Chuck Cooperstein had a great call last night.
Did you see him behind the bench?
Yeah, on the highlight, they cut back to it, and there's the Mavs bench, and then offset back into the left is Cooperstein standing, and you can just see all the intensity on his face, and both hands are moving, and he tweets early this morning, appreciate everyone's thoughts concerning the Luka dunk call. Suffice it to say, if it were you in that chair or standing up, you would have reacted the same way. A truly awesome, amazing, and spectacular play. And I think it adds something, to his position as your announcer. You just, as a fan, you love to see the guy getting as excited, the top end of excitement as you might have in your own living room.
Boy, just the other day against the Houston Rockets, he was ticked, right? Because he's like, we should have called a timeout because I want the ball. I want to be the last one to take the shot, at least make the big time play. And because time was running out and they double teamed me, I wasn't able to really make the play. I just had to give the ball up. And here's this next opportunity in an NBA basketball game with the game on the line. And he was like, F you guys. As soon as Denver messed up their defense a little bit and he got Plumlee on him, bam, right by him. And he sees Millsap there. And he's like, I'm hammering this home. We're taking the lead. And you're just like, that's a superstar, man. That dude just turned 20 years old, and he can beat you with the step back. We've seen him do it against the Houston Rockets early in the year with the game on the line, the crazy shot in Portland. And now he's like, if I need to, if you're going to sit on my step back, I am going to go by you, and I am going to try to hammer it on you.
Yeah, he's a natural born scorer. He's got the confidence, but more importantly, the know-how and the skill. And that's something that players sometimes don't even get amongst the best players in the game. DeMarcus Cousins.
I wonder if they're just going to foul him, though, from now on.
That'd be a good idea until he learns how to make his free throws. He was an 80% shooter in Europe, though, from the stripe. So I don't think this is a long-term thing to be worried about. Okay, you just mentioned dynasty. is Dynasty open now? Are we going to be looking for the next one? Do you think this Golden State drama is going to crush them, or free agency is going to break them apart to a point that they're not going to be able to contend with the teams that have been building to try to beat them? 4 years ago, it was great. Fine. Yeah, we don't have KD, but we have the most talent. Hey, Draymond Green and Klay Thompson. And this is just unbelievable. We're so much better. And look at this. We got Iguodala. Holy cow. We got so much talent. Well, now teams have been building to beat that plus KD. And I think when they lose KD or Klay Thompson, or they're just the chaos, because yesterday DeMarcus Cousins says it's a soap opera every day. You wouldn't believe what's going on here. So is the West going to be open, or even maybe a better question, is the West already open?
I think the West is already open. I think they're going to really struggle to be a family to win a championship in those 6 to 8 weeks or so. You need to go through everything to win. I think that they'd still be the favorite. If you made me bet my house on it, I would bet Golden State would win the championship this year, but I think they're very vulnerable. I think that they're going to go back to their old team, as in they're going to try to keep Kevin Durant, but he's going to leave, and then they're going to have Steph Curry and Klay Thompson and Draymond Green, and but Iguodala is getting older. I think they'll be a good team next year, win 50-plus games, be a top 4 seed in the Western Conference, but I do think it's coming to an end. And I just listened to Kenny Smith last night. I stayed up all night for the post-game show, and I thought he made a good point on DeMarcus Cousins. He has no clue what this is about. Because he's played in cities and on teams that nobody cared about. Nobody cared about Sacramento. They never made the playoffs last year. He was okay in New Orleans, but nobody cared about New Orleans. And when he got hurt, they kind of made a little bit of a playoff run and won a series. But he has no clue what it's actually like to play on a good NBA basketball team.
Yeah. But, I mean, he's been in some toxic losing situations, and that's a good point by Kenny Smith. But it's even notable for him how much more drama there is here on a championship team than what he encountered where there was significant, losing going on in Sacramento.
How disappointing is it going to be to you guys when KD leaves and they just go back to the happy-go-lucky squad that they were and just win 60-something games and keep winning championships till they get old?
I mean, I'll enjoy watching them. That playing style is amazing. But I hope they're not so good that the Mavs won't have a chance to break them down.
And I think they also said on last night on TNT that the tough thing about their having drama is they're like, every championship team has drama. Obviously, Shaq was there. He had tons of drama when he was with the LA Lakers. But he's like, the tough thing is Draymond is a volatile personality. There's always going to be drama around Draymond Green his whole career. There's usually going to be drama around DeMarcus Cousins, especially if he's on a good team that's competing. And then he said that for some reason, Kevin Durant has really created drama around himself. Like, you didn't think he was a drama player, but Kevin Durant has created the drama around him, whether he wanted to or not. So 3 of your 5 guys create drama when it's just Steph Curry and Klay Thompson as your 2 best players. Those guys don't want any drama. Yeah. They're happy-go-lucky basketball players, and then you have 3 of your 5 main guys wanting to create major drama.
Very interesting indeed. As we move on now to Jeffrey time, LT and Poco and Heffrey, where are we going?
GPS is not always your friend. It's next.
Coming up today on the Ben and Skin Show, we got rid of him and then we brought him back. We're going to talk the big fight with Dingus at 4 o'clock. Hixie will call in from Surprise, Arizona at 5. And it's a new Music Friday, baby. 3:40 will roll out the new tunes. It's the Ben and Skin Show, 105.3 The Fan.
Don't miss St. Patrick's Day's weekend at Bar Louie. Green beer, Irish whiskey, and smoking deals all weekend long. Bar Louie. Join the Gastro Bar Revolution.
Make your spring break destination Nebraska Furniture Mart for a spring break tax break. Save the tax on furniture, flooring, and NFM Plus appliances, TVs, and home audio. Save by an amount equal to the sales tax at the store. Get your tax break. Then use your Mart card for 24-month financing store-wide. The Spring Break Tax Break is your chance to shop our huge home furnishing selection. Most of it in stock for instant pickup or convenient delivery. Our factory-trained sales professionals are ready to help you get your best deal and save the tax too. Get your Spring Break Tax Break with 24-month financing for a limited time, only at Nebraska Furniture Mart. Purchases will be discounted by the sales tax amount off the current Mart price. Sales tax will be collected and remitted pursuant to applicable state law on the discounted amount. Some exclusions apply. Minimum monthly payments required for financing. 18% APR. See store for details.
Kevin Dawson back here with you for the Frankels. 1-800-Lawyers. These guys are great. The official lawyers of the Tolo. If you're in an accident with the bad weather or some reckless driving, these are the guys to call. Scott and Mark Frankel, 800-Lawyers. You know, when you suffer a personal injury due to somebody's negligence, it's unfortunate because you're hurt and you might not be doing the things that you want to do and you need to do. It shouldn't cost you money because the accident was not your fault. So contact the guys that can make sure the person who was at fault is responsible for helping you put your life back together. You know, you're talking about the vehicle repairs, maybe lost wages, and then the hospital stays, medical bills, stuff like that. The Frankels help you get the best medical care available, even if you don't have health insurance. So be careful out there. Drive with extra precaution. Hopefully you don't get hurt at work. But if you do, call Scott and Mark Frankel, and they'll put their team on the case for you, like we did in my family back in 2015. There was a late snowstorm in 2015. We called them. They were great the entire way through the process. The official lawyers of the Tolo, Scott and Mark Frankel at 1-800-Lawyers.
They became household names as skilled magicians, bringing their humor-infused illusions to stages and televisions around the world. Now, Penn and Teller are bringing their magic and comedy genius to WinStar World Casino and Resort on Friday, December 6th. With the longest-running headlining show in Vegas history, these living legends will be tickling your funny bone and brain with their hilarious illusions. Penn and Teller live at WinStar World Casino and Resort, Friday, December 6th for one night only. Tickets at Ticketmaster.com.
My neighbors always ask me, "Hey, Pete, how do you keep your yard so nice?"
Pete makes it simple with a Scott's Turf Builder feeding program. It's the best way to get a greener, stronger lawn, guaranteed. All it takes is 4 easy feedings. Just once in early spring, late spring, summer, and fall. Providing your lawn the nutrition and weed control it needs to stay lush and green.
So, now you know my secret.
This is a Scott's Yard. Pick up a Scott's Turf Builder program today.
It's time to join the millions of people using Zoom video conferencing. Turn any size conference room, huddle room, or executive office into a Zoom room with flawless HD video, crystal clear audio, and instant wireless sharing. It'll even work with your existing hardware. Start your meetings with a single touch or use Zoom's new voice command feature. Hey Zoom, start meeting. Huddle happy. Visit zoom.us to set up your free Zoom room trial today. That's zoom.us. Zoom video conferencing.
Join the Gbag Nation at Honda Cars of McKinney this Monday, located at 601 North Central Expressway in McKinney. Come by and check out the great deals. For more info, visit 1053thefan.com.
RJ Chopper here. Listen up, man. This is a tough conversation to have. You hit a line drive single into the gap in right center. You see the outfielder bobble that ball. You make a turn towards second. You automatically go to third. You pick up the third base coach, and he is waving you home, and you get thrown out at the plate. The catcher's name, E.D. That's right. You're stopped. You're stopped from going all the way because you've got that problem, that ED problem that hits over 50% of men. You can fix it. You don't have to go around with soft serve ice cream the rest of your life. You can go get BlueChew.com, promo code RJ. Same active ingredient as what's in those other pills, like the Blue Pill. And since it's the first ever chewable, it works faster than a pill. It's a better value than the others. It's a no-brainer. You don't have to go to the doctor. Awkward. You don't have to wait in the pharmacy line. Just go to BlueChew.com, promo code RJ, $5 shipping, first order's free. BlueChew.com, promo code RJ, $5 shipping, first order's free. BlueChew.com, get your confidence back. Get your little fella feeling big again.
NFL free agency is here, and we are wired in. When it comes to player movement, trust your home of the Cowboys and NFL 105.3 The Fan.
Dallas Truck World is just not a place for trucks, y'all. You'll find Audis, Mercedes, and BMWs, and a whole lot more. Visit DallasTruckWorld.com.
Okay, welcome back, Gbag Nation. Coming up at 1 o'clock, Brian Broaddus is going to join us. We're live and surprise, and here's Jeff with Jeff Your Time.
All right, I'm sure we've all been there before. You think that GPS is going to do you right, treat you right, send you to the right place, and get you there quickly. Sometimes it gets you arrested after this song.
Y'all need to take a hit of this Jeffrey. I'm on the Jeffrey too. Why the is it called a Jeffrey? That's the joy of the Jeffrey, you see. It goes away, but then it comes back.
I'll tell you a story about a man named Constantine. His last name is spelled like this. You tell me how you'd say it. Xethalis.
Zethalis.
Constantine Zethalis. He's on his way from Montreal to Calgary.
The X-Man.
He's got to go from Montreal to Calgary. You got to make a delivery.
Quite a journey.
And his GPS was like, hey, Constantine, hang a left here. He was like, all right, cool. Well, that left took him from the road he was on into America. Took him to a border checkpoint. Port Huron's Blue Water Bridge takes you to Michigan.
Oh, no. Uh-oh.
So he's rolling across there, and he's like, this is not how I get from Montreal to Calgary. I'm not supposed to go through the United States, but hell, I ran into a checkpoint. This is tough.
You turn your brain off sometimes. We're just so used to GPS. It's like, yes, okay, I'll do it. Your internal compass is gone.
Yeah, and in this case, it was tough because as he pulled up, they were like, hey, where's your proof of citizenship? He's like, well, I don't have that. And they're like, all right, let's take a peek at your car. And then they found the 10 pounds of meth that he was transporting.
Oh, I thought he was transporting legal weed up there is where this story was going.
No, he had 10 pounds of meth.
Okay.
But going through a checkpoint makes that quite a challenge. So he hit the American checkpoint, and they were like, well, this is a problem.
I feel significantly less sympathy for him at this point.
Yeah, I feel like you should have mapped this out before.
The tough part is when it tells you to take a left, you're like, all right, I'm taking a left. And then you realize, oh my God, I'm headed towards a checkpoint and I'm on a bridge.
You can't slam on the brakes and turn around. No.
There's nothing I can do about this except drive with my meth or get out of this thing and just walk away.
I mean, if you panic, they're going to be like, oh, there's somebody breaking the law. Go get them.
Now, Constantine says he's got a $2,000 gambling debt. And he said, yeah, so to pay off the debt, I agreed to transport whatever's in this van. Like, I didn't know what was in it. I just knew it was something. He said he was also asked to drive 2 others from Toronto to Calgary. So he made his pickups. They then used their navigation to get to Calgary. And the navigation took him to that bridge, which took him to the checkpoint. Officers believe there's probable cause that he did knowingly and unlawfully possess with the intent to distribute approximately 4.4 kilos of a mixture or substance containing a detectable amount of meth. He's going to face charges, so be careful with that GPS, Go ahead and rely on yourself. Don't be afraid to have an atlas. Don't be afraid to have a map, especially if you got a bunch of meth.
Wow.
Or anything else super illegal.
He's going to jail for a long time now.
Yeah, you got to be careful. GPS is not always your friend. You ever had a disaster with the GPS? My favorite is the people who drive into lakes. That's my favorite. I feel like I see that about twice a year. There'll be a story about somebody who's driving along. It's like, make a right. And they make a right. And it's like, yeah, and then they were in the lake.
Why would I go into the water here? Okay, well, I guess I got to go into the water now. This must not be that deep. Is there some standing? This is a puddle?
No, it's Lake Michigan. What are we thinking?
So I've been trying to think what the hell was going on with this dude. Here's my theory, guys. Check it out.
Okay, you got a theory.
He's paranoid like a mofo. He's not an experienced trafficker of methamphetamine across Canadian interstate highways. So he's paranoid looking for cops. And he's just like on autopilot listening to GPS, but his normal brain's not working at all because he's just so worried. He's not living in the moment. He's paranoid about going to jail. So he's just kind of going through the motions. He's kind of listening, but just then, the next thing you know, without even thinking, he's made a bunch of turns. Yes. But his eyes are scanning for cops constantly. He's just assuming GPS has his back. And he's like, what the hell?
Oh, they're all right in front of me.
Oh, geez.
How about that?
Toast now. Any better theories than that? I don't think so.
No, I think I posited
the best one.
Probably got it. I don't think you would knowingly make the turn to an international checkpoint with 10 pounds of meth. In other news, this one's from the boss. Gavin Spittle alerted me to this, and I think it's a PSA for the Gbag Nation and the rest of the world. We have to go to Great Britain for this. A guy's got a potentially life-threatening bacterial infection in the lining of his skull.
Quite unfortunate, mate.
After he used a cotton swab to clean his ear.
Oh, geez.
So I don't know if you guys ever do that. If you break out the cotton swabs, try to go in there and get some wax out. That's not the apparently that's not the recommended way to do things. If you just infect your skull, I feel like you went too far. If you're you're really down in there.
People use Q-tips to clean their ears a zillion times a day. I think this is the one case.
You just went a little deep with it.
Yeah,
just a little too much. See, I'm a deep rocks guy. You guys ever heard of that stuff? You drop it in your ear and it'll break up the earwax. And then you go into the sink and you rinse your ear out with the little dropper deal and you hit it with the water. And when you get it just right, you can get some really cool looking chunks of stuff out of your ear. It's
is
absolutely
gross what's in there.
Yeah, it's disgusting if it's not yours. But when it's yours, it is super.
This
cool.
giving you the heebie-jeebies, Mike, because it's doing it.
Not
on
bad.
Yeah.
Ears aren't as bad. I can do eardrops. I can't do anything with eyes. And obviously eating boogers.
What's up with the eating boogers thing? Why is it so creepy?
I just think that's disgusting. I just can't imagine.
What if I ate one right now?
Putting mucus.
I can feel
Fine,
one in
do
my
it.
left
Go
nostril.
ahead and eat it, but show the people on camera that you are an adult male who eats boogers.
No,
for
I
a
would want to
living.
show you. I want to see if I can make you vomit on the air. Piece of the cotton got stuck in this guy's ear canal, and then somehow it traveled. It made its way up into his skull, reached the lining of his brain, started causing seizures. Had to go to the emergency room. Bacterial infection causing toxins or brain pressure. So if you're out there and you're using the cotton swabs to clean your ears out, cut it out. It's not the preferred method. I don't know what the preferred method is, but this is clearly.
My wife has a deal where she looks inside of you and she picks all of it out. She loves doing it. It kind of hurts.
What does she use to pick it out?
A professional scooper thing she has.
Not a cotton swab?
No.
Not the swab. Does your wife like to pop your pimples?
No.
Okay.
Just professionally scoop?
Yeah, just scoop stuff out of ears. She won't shave like the hairs that I have on my back either. That irritates me. She's like, no, I'm not doing that. I'm like, that's part of marriage.
Yeah.
I'm like, I get random hairs on my, shoulder or upper back area. And I'm like, can you pick them off for me or shave them? I literally can't do it myself. And she won't do it.
So do you think that it would be invasive to ask just like a work colleague to do anything with any of your hairs? Because Sandler yesterday was shaving something and he just walks into the room and he goes, hey, can you get my neck? And
He's done that to me before in spring training.
Yeah. And I was like, sure. He's like, where do you want to do it? I said, well, outside the room. Like he was just going to stand there in the living room of my room and yeah, go ahead, tear it up. So I was like, well, why don't we head outside? But yeah, he just walked in half naked and was like, hey, shave my neck. I did it.
I do that by myself. You just take your finger and you put it where the hair ends, and then you go up there with the razor a little bit. And sometimes you mess up, but it's better than having a fur neck.
I didn't want to go too close because, you could barber style, all right, let me get you really lined up here. But I was like, well, your little sections I'm going to keep there. But
he's a hairy guy too.
He is a hairy guy. He's got them down the neck, the shoulders. And I asked him, I was like, where do you want me to stop? Because this goes all the way down to your butt. And he was like, well, just the neck. So I cleaned up the neck for him. But then when you get to his shoulders, you're back to the Sasquatch. Other news in Jeffrey time. What's the worst parenting you've ever done? Text in at 877-881-1053 on the Autoflex Leasing fan text. Because a mother in Saudi Arabia who was traveling to Malaysia, she had the scare of a lifetime. She got onto the airplane with everybody else that was getting onto the airplane.
Had she been talking to Magutu?
What's a Magutu?
It's a Zoolander reference.
Oh, not sure. But she got on. They get the plane in the sky. They're on their way to Malaysia. She calls over the flight attendant. She says, excuse me, flight attendant. The flight attendant says, yes, how can I help you? What would you like? A beverage, Dr. Pepper, whatever it is that we have over here in Saudi Arabia for you to drink? And she said, no, I'm fine with drinks. But I did leave my child at the airport.
Oh, no.
Oops.
And the flight attendant's like,
how do you do that?
What? And she's like, yeah, left my kid. And so the
anti-anxiety medication before going to the airport.
So the
makes
pilot,
you very forgetful.
The pilot's got to hit up the tower at the airport and be like, hey, I know this is going to sound strange. Can we come back? And they're kicking it around in the little tower, and in the background you can hear a guy telling another guy, he's like, no, somebody left their kid.
I just want my baby.
so the tower's like, yeah, just come park back at the gate. And they let him turn around and they come on back. And she said, my baby's back at the boarding area of a terminal at the airport.
How old?
It just says baby. It doesn't say
baby
age.
To me is 2 years or younger.
But
absolutely.
But
yeah,
it's
I'm
a
thinking
baby.
15 months or younger.
Take my baby.
Yeah, so I don't even have a story that it ended well and the baby was still there. I have no details other than that they turned around, the flight was allowed to land and go back to the gate. The news outlet that I'm reading this from tried to reach out to the airlines to see if the mother and the child eventually made it to Malaysia. No response at this time. Maybe they did, maybe they didn't. But what's the worst you've ever done?
A couple of years ago, Abby's like, can I take a bath? I'm like, sure. I'm laying there watching and I'm listening to it all. She's moving around and everything. And And I get up about 10 minutes into her bath, and I realized that on top of a bar stool, she had put a space heater that was plugged into a wall, and it was about 6 inches from where she was bathing. So it was blowing hot air onto her and could have easily fallen over and electrocuted her. And I still think about that on a regular, so now whenever she's taking a bath, I always go in there. I like, you better not have anything plugged in here in this damn room ever for the rest of your life. And eventually I'm going to explain to her how much that terrified me and traumatized me as a parent.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mike, what's the worst parenting you've ever done?
Shoot.
He's debating on if he should tell us something.
No, I'm trying to think of. I mean, the things that come to my mind is when I'm like, I was too harsh on them. I was too hard on them for their mistake, type of deal. Where I kind of
never left them anywhere.
I can't remember ever leaving my kids anywhere and forgetting them.
Sue ever done anything terrible?
I can't remember her ever leaving our kids anywhere. I mean, we all do things where, guess what? We talk about our parents to our friends in therapy and like, this kind of did this or did that to me. And I mean, I'm sure that my kids when they get to be 20 something, 30 something, they're going to be like, my parents did this and they thought it was right, but it was really wrong. And it kind of did this to me. And I've had to work on this to get over it or something like that. So yeah, I'm probably doing plenty of things to get them to think, why were you doing that?
You know what they say about childhood? Nobody escapes unharmed. Right?
Yeah.
Something in there.
From the 214, we left my youngest at Six Flags 3 years ago. We thought he'd left with my brother. 4 hours later, the cops called us.
Oh, wow. Holy cow.
I put several of my kids into a small. Okay. What? No, that's a lie. All right. We're moving on. Jeffrey time.
There it is. El Tiempo con Jeffrey daily at 11:40 right here in the Gbag Nation. Brian Broaddus is coming up next, and we always talk with him Fridays at 1 o'clock. He was asked if he thought the Cowboys would be interested in Isaiah Crowell, who was just released by the Jets. And Brian's response was, whispers say they want a real running back and not a scat guy. So we'll talk to Broaddus about backup running back, about safety, about the Cowboys' approach in free agency, and more coming up next on The Fan. Let's talk Mark Rubin in the meantime, though. 1-800-Lawyers, official lawyers of the Tolo. If credit card companies are blowing up your phone, he's the guy to call because he can get you back to enjoying life instead of being stressed out about money. We've all been there at one time or another. Mark's been there for our listeners for over 10 years, and he'll keep on being there for you for years to come. So before you make bad choices like contacting out-of-state debt negotiators or debt consolidation companies or attempting to refinance your home to pay off debt, do not do that. That home equity is a big part of your financial future. Just call an experienced attorney who's been helping people control and manage debt for over 27 years. He'll eliminate stress. He'll provide you with peace of mind. So if you left 2018 with overwhelming credit card debt and you're thinking of calling out-of-towners or finding an internet company to help you, you don't have to. Just call our guy Mark Rubin. He's a Tolo, and he's available for you at 1-800-Lawyers. I've called Mark Rubin for financial advice plenty of times in my life. Probably have to call him again before it's over. Whether you ran up the credit cards because you were in between jobs or medical issues, Mark Rubin can help. He's going to help you relieve the stress that comes with credit card debt and stop the wondering how you're going to get out from underneath it. So he'll help you put you on the path to being debt-free and stress-free here in 2019. Call the official lawyers of the Tolo, Mark Rubin, 1-800-Lawyers, and DallasTexasLegal.com.
Never miss a second of The Fan. Tolo all day and all night. Thanks to radio.com.
Radio.com.
This is John Feinstein with the CBS Sports Minute. LSU basketball coach Will Wade wants to have it both ways. On the one hand, he wants to coach his team this weekend in the SEC tournament and next week in the NCAAs, even though he was caught on an FBI tape talking to convicted sleazebag Christian Dawkins about what sounded like a deal to bring a player to LSU. Wade has proclaimed that when all the facts are in, he will be exonerated. And that's fine. But he's refused to meet with his bosses at LSU and NCAA investigators who, needless to say, would like to hear what those facts are. Here's the deal. When you are accused of wrongdoing of any kind and your bosses say they want you to meet with them, you meet with them, period. Wade's lawyer yesterday cited his constitutional rights. That's a bad sign, if only because this has nothing to do with the Constitution. Wade's freedom isn't at stake. His job is. Saying, I'm innocent isn't enough. I'm John Feinstein.
CBS Sports Radio.
At Farmers Insurance, we know every windshield collision has a unique sound. Beetle. Bird poop. Drone. Seen it, covered it. Talk to farmers.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Underwritten by Farmers Truck Fire Insurance Exchanges and Affiliates. Products not available in every state.
Hi, I'm Jay Farner, CEO of Quicken Loans. 30% of Americans who are planning home improvements of $5,000 or more will pay for those renovations with a high-interest credit card. That may not be a great idea. A better idea may be to take cash out of your home with a Quicken Loans 30-year fixed-rate mortgage. The rate today on our 30-year fixed-rate mortgage is 4.5%, APR 4.78%. Call us today at 800-QUICKEN or go to rocketmortgage.com.
Rate subject to change. 8% fee to receive this discounted rate. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. License in all 50 states. NMLS number 3030.
At Farmers Insurance, we know a roof can withstand a lot. One exception being an airborne car. Seen it, covered it. Talk to farmers.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Underwritten by Farmers Truck Fire Insurance Exchanges and Affiliates. Products not available in every state.
When it comes to getting a pre-owned car, everyone would like to find a great lease return. And where better to look than the nation's leasing leader, Autoflex Leasing. We have a plan that will change the way you save money on your cars forever. It's the Flex Buy, and the only place you can get it is Autoflex Leasing. The Flex Buy gives you the security and benefits of ownership with the low payments and guarantees that you have when you lease. No down payment, payments up to 50% less than a traditional purchase, and a guaranteed trade-in value. Yep, all that, and you own the car. It's not a lease. It's our exclusive Flex Buy. The title's in your name, so if you want to buy it at the end, you don't have to pay taxes again. Like I said, all the benefits of ownership and all the things that save you money with a lease. When you Flex Buy your next car from Autoflex Leasing. Call Autoflex today at any local area code, then 234-1234, or reach us online at autoflex.com. Don't just buy your next car, Flex Buy it from Autoflex Leasing.
Autoflex Leasing, yeah.
Want a more beautiful lawn this season? The Home Depot has a few suggestions in one bag. Scott's Turf Builder Southern Triple Action, starting at just $24.99. It feeds your lawn, it weeds your lawn, and it prevents fire ants for up to 6 months. 3 of the most common lawn problems, 1 great solution. Today is the day for doing with Scott's Turf Builder Southern Triple Action, starting at just $24.99 a bag. Now at the Home Depot. More saving, more doing. While supplies last, continental U.S. only.
RJ Choppy here, and I am stoked to be joined by Turn It On, Leave It On listener Justin Hood from Dallas. He is the winner of the Gaylord Golf Getaway. He's going to be joining me on a nonstop flight to Traverse City this June. Going to be playing some golf in Gaylord, Michigan.
Oh, man, I can't wait. I'm very appreciative to win something like that. All expenses paid. I mean, you can't ask for more than that.
Plan your summer getaway now. GaylordGolfMecca.com or GaylordMichigan.net.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
A radio.com sports station.
Live from spring training in Surprise, Arizona, it's the Gbag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour number 4 of the Gbag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a good one. You know what that means. Get the 4 fingers up as it's time for Brian Broaddus here every Friday at 1
You know
o'clock.
what time it is.
From DallasCowboys.com. That's where you're going to go to get all of his content, the podcast, the articles. He's a former scout. He's a former front office member. He's at Brian Broaddus on Twitter, a must follow. Good afternoon, sir. How you doing?
Doing well, boys. How about yourselves?
Oh, we've had a great time out
Good.
here in Surprise watching this ball team.
Good.
So is free agency week fun for you like it is for us, though, to track all this stuff?
Not at all. This is not fun. No, this is not fun. This is not fun at all because you get to a point in time, but I think it's fun when you try and, okay, I do my best. My motto has always been, Jeff knows this because of the draft show, investigate and educate. And you try and educate the best you can of the fan. And this fan base is, very particular. They understand, they've got a lot of people that cover this team. They know the players. They see the games. They study the games. And when you're trying to convince them about, okay, this is the plan of attack that they're using, and then they see other teams doing things, they get antsy. They get frustrated. And, and I get it. I do. But if you're in the mode of, I would much rather, because I was part of a disaster here for 3 years, okay, where we couldn't draft a player. We couldn't sign a player. We couldn't do anything right to get out of our own way. And so give me the theory of, let me draft,
let me develop, and let me sign. Now, again, the key is let me sign my guys. That's going to be, and I understand fans. I think if the Lawrence deal had been done, I think that fans would be a little bit better about, okay, they're picking and choosing on some guys. They're going to hit some bottom. They're going to kind of hit some guys that maybe were backups, some swing guys, whatever they can use to maybe supplement their roster. But this is the hard thing about it, because people see other teams just continually throwing money at these players, and they don't feel like that their team's doing anything. So that's the hard part about it for me.
It is, and I think you make some great observations there.
I really did in general, but I appreciate you saying that.
The whole educate and investigate thing has to be fun for you, though, because you have a massive fan base that's depending on you.
Yeah.
And I think it's challenging every day to find new ways to get that message.
Well, no,
home.
and you do. And you guys do, 5 hours of radio a day to try and do the same thing. You don't want to do bad radio. You don't want to do things that, turn the fan base into another direction. I mean, you want to have conversations. I mean, we've on this, at least the Dallas Cowboys with Jerry Jones in here, we've had conversations on air here about, trading players, trading Tank, trading Dak, trading, at least we get to have those conversations. So, I feel like that you have to kind of look at all angles here, but it could be a very, very frustrating time when you explain to people that, hey, this is the way this team operates and this is how they do things. And, I think it's the good way to go. I am a huge fan of drafting players, especially when you're good at drafting players. Now they need Taco to play better. They absolutely need Taco to play better. So we'll see what happens this year. But for most part, everybody that they have a contract next year or this year are guys that are all pro players or Pro Bowl players. And I challenge a lot of teams to have that many players to sign that are that quality of players.
So what level of concern do you have with Tank? Is this just your ordinary, average, everyday franchise tag situation? Or are you thinking this could deep 6-19?
No, you know what? I think it's one of those things. I can say I wish that it was done more sooner than later. I know both sides are working really hard, to try and get something done. I think it was very encouraging that they had the captain's workouts were here yesterday, and Tank Lawrence was part of the captain's workouts. He was here with his teammates and stuff like that, being around the guys. I think that's an encouraging thing for me to look at. Now, is it mean you're going to sign tomorrow or the next day? I don't know that. But I think the fact that he cares enough about his teammates, he cares enough about the organization, we'll see. We'll see. This is not easy for both sides. But you know what? You would have hoped that knowing going into it that, listen, this is probably what it's going to take, and let's start there, and maybe that gap between the two. Now, again, Jeff, I appreciate you tweeting out last week about, maybe they're looking at him as a true defensive end where these outside linebackers are getting all the money, and so, where do you slot this guy? What is he? All those things I think have to factor in with what they're trying to do right now.
Do you think that there is anything left for them to do in free agency to be ready to draft after adding a little bit of depth at defensive tackle?
Well, I think, Jeff, there's some 1-year deals. I mean, again, I've been wrong on these 1 year. I thought, go get Golden Tate. I said this on the station yesterday. Go get Golden Tate 1 year. And Golden Tate signed he was a top receiver in this league. Yeah. And so my 1 year players, I like what they did, with Covington. My report will be up on DallasCowboys.com. Christian Covington, they got from the Houston Texans. That'll be up on DallasCowboys.com. Maybe as we're speaking right now, that thing is up. So you can check that out. But yeah, I think that they, I was talking with Alex Loomis, the pro guy, this morning. Actually at lunch just a little bit ago, and they're still hunting guys. They're still, but you're not going to get the top flight guy. But what you're going to do is you're going to get a guy or two that might be a good rotational player. This team leads all, and when they get those rotational guys that actually step up and play pretty well. So I think they're probably in the market to continue to try and add those types of guys.
Can we get a little spoiler alert on that Covington scouting report?
DallasCowboys.com, Jeffrey. No, I'll tell you. I'll tell you all about it. No, with Christian Covington, Houston Texans listed as a defensive end, 6'2", 310 pounds. Kind of a square built body of a player, of a guy, get a little bit what you would think with the human log with Antoine Woods. He's going to have to play. He's going to have to play the one technique. I think he played for the Texans. He played nose. He played over the guard. I don't think he's a 3. I think he's going to be a rotational guy with Woods. But if you watch him play, I mean, he tore up Tennessee in a game, 2.5 sacks in the game, pushed in the middle of the pocket. Where I really liked him, guys, was when as playing the one or playing the nose, he was able when they run twist stunts. And I think this is maybe where the Cowboys kind of thought about him going out and getting him, because as many twist stunts in games that they play with their defensive line and the way they move their line, here's a guy that's an outstanding penetrator when it comes to taking guys. He's got power, so he takes guys with him. He gets those 2 blocks, and then you get somebody home. The Texans have got a great rushers with Watt and Clowney and those kinds of guys, Merciless. I mean, they've got guys that can rush. So, but he was very helpful, very instrumental in getting those guys home. And I think that's when you look at one of those traits. Give me a guy that plays square. Give me a guy that plays with power. Give me a guy that if you have to get if the pocket breaks down in the middle, he playing with violence in there, that the quarterback tries to step up, he's right there to make the capture sack. So a lot of positive things about him. I don't quite know why Houston moved on. They probably got their reasons, but this guy's not a bad get. Again, when you compare it, when you put him with potential with the human log and let those two work the way they do.
You comfortable with Antoine Woods, Christian Covington, Malik Collins, Daniel Ross?
No, I'm still drafting. I'm finding ways. I might hit this thing back to back, Jeff. I might go at 58 and 9. I might go D tackle, D end, maybe, one or the other. I'm going to try and get 2 defensive linemen out of this draft, because I think that overall the depth, I think, is really, really important for this team, and especially at that position. So, yeah, I think I know you've studied the draft too. I think it's deep in those 2 areas. So adding 1 or 2 pieces, either at end or at tackle, would give me great joy.
And so if you're going that direction, or you're thinking that direction early in the draft, I've seen you talking a little bit today about running back and trying to add one, and talking about how this is a good and deep group. When you start getting into rounds, and now you're talking 4 and 5, how many names and which guys are you talking about there?
I think that, it'd be real interesting. Now, again, I talked about hitting back to back at 2 and 3. You might hit a defensive lineman at 2, and then maybe at 3, maybe at 90, you do hit that running back. Maybe, because to me, I'm looking at guys, I'm looking for complete backs. I watched this kid, Elijah Holyfield, the champ's son from Georgia.
Bad combine, Brian. Bad combine.
No. Really good tape. Watch really good tape. That's what, again, I
trust the tape.
I don't feel like, and Jeff, when we sit down and watch Elijah Holyfield, I think you're going to be okay with him. I think you'll be okay with Justice Hill from Oklahoma State. I kind of got Bryce Love in the back pocket of mine from Stanford, maybe as a kind of a complete guy. So yeah, there's going to be some guys that, this Travion Williams from Texas A&M is kind of like my favorite guy. And, I think he might go in the second, but there's always been a good run. History will show you there'll be a good run on these running backs in that 3rd round. So maybe Dallas will have an opportunity to grab one at their spot if that's what they want to do.
Do you get the feeling they do want to do?
They want a real back. Yeah, they want a real back. They don't want a toy back. They want a real back. And that's they're everybody's saying, well, why don't they resign Rod Smith or something like that? No, I think they've moved on from Rod Smith. But from the whispers and stuff that I'm hearing is they don't want just a gadget guy. And again, they got Tavon Austin. If they want to, if Kellen Moore wants to play with some trick him a little bit, like they did the Rams, they used Tavon Austin as a running back for some select plays, toss sweeps, things like that. But I think and talking to some folks, I think they want a real complete back. And again, there's plenty of names of guys. This David Montgomery from Iowa State's another guy that people are kind of falling in love with. So give me that guy that can kind of can complement what you're doing with Zeke, keep the offense going, and then also make some solid plays and some gains out of that.
Brian, here in the Phoenix area, we listen to Sports Talk Radio on our way to and from the stadium, and it's pretty much 24/7 coverage of what Arizona is going to do with the first pick and what they are going to do with Josh Rosen.
Yeah.
And they feel like they didn't think they were going to take Kyler Murray locally, but nationally it's just built up as Kyler Murray has to be the pick that they're saying. At this point, most fans will be really disappointed if they take a good defensive end with the first pick.
Yeah, that's, Mike, that's the buzz for Kyler Murray really started at the combine. When we were in that area of the convention center where all the, the Good Morning Football shows and all the Sirius satellite shows and, and all the shows were going on. So you had a lot of people kind of connecting the dots with Kyler Murray and then the new head coach there. So, yeah, I was talking to some teams that were willing to trade for Josh Rosen. I mean, willing to give up a pick this year and then another pick next year if that were to be the case. So I think it's real. I think they need to figure out, what they really want to do. I think Cliff was probably hired to help Josh Rosen, but I don't think Josh Rosen necessarily is the best fit for what he wants to do scheme wise. So the Cardinals are going to have a decision to make, and can they get somebody to give up enough to satisfy what they want to do?
So we keep trying to upgrade the strong safety spot on this show. Do the Cowboys view that as a priority? Because I feel like maybe they like him.
Down safety, Jeff, or
we do.
You want a down safety? You want to? What do you want?
I want a down safety. I want to get Jeff Heath off the field, and I want to put somebody else out there. I wonder if the Cowboys feel like that's important.
No, I think you're absolutely right. I think that Jeff, the special teams suffer. Jeff Heath plays. He plays 60 plays during a game on defense, and he plays another 20 plays on special teams. I'd like Jeff Heath just focusing full time on special teams. I think the special teams struggled with at times last year, and I think that you need Jeff Heath. We're over there and doing that again. There's some safeties in this draft. Again, they're interchangeable. Don't think about it as strong and free, but you don't want Xavier Woods playing down a whole lot unless he's playing in some coverage packages and stuff. But there's some guys that I would definitely look at here. When with last night I watched the kid KT and I watched the kid Jaquan Johnson from Miami was a guy that we watched. Really liked him. Really liked this Darnell Savage from Maryland was another guy. They've talked about Jason Garrett is people have kind of connected him for some reason with Jonathan Abram, the safety from Mississippi State. Tyler Rapp is a guy from Washington that I really, really like. This guy tackles very, very well. I think that this thing could stretch a little bit for them, and they could get a guy that could be an interchangeable type of a piece, and it'll allow you. I'm not interested in taking Xavier Woods off the field. I'm interested in keeping him on the field. I'm going to try and get him some help underneath if they play more of the single high stuff, which they do.
Just to build, and this might be unfair, Brian, if you want to just flip me the bird and head off into your weekend, you go right ahead. But how about Jason Hatcher's quote? The question is, you can start their career with Dak or Tony. Who wins you a Super Bowl first?
Oh, that's, you know what? It's funny that you say, because I think that Jason Hatcher was speaking the truth. I just didn't like Jason Hatcher's delivery of the truth. Okay. So I think with some media training and maybe some thoughtfulness of words that maybe Jason Hatcher could have got, because again, I said this before, Jason Hatcher confronted me one time in my office at Valley Ranch about something I said about him of being a selfish player, which several of his teammates told me he was. So I feel like though that, with Dak, Tony, to me, they were trying to do the right thing with Tony. They were too late coming with the offensive line. They were too late. I mean, DeMarco Murray gave them an idea about playing with the running back. I think if you talk about the ability to throw the football, the ability to hit people on the move, to be accurate and all that, I think Tony would give you that chance. It's a shame that the front office was too late in helping him. And I think they realized.
Well, then he started getting hurt.
His
career
exactly.
ended prematurely.
He took. There's no question about both their toughness but one clearly throws the ball better. One clearly has a better understanding of where he wants to go with the football. And that's not to say that in 3-4 years Dak will not be a smarter quarterback. I just felt like that if they would have helped Tony earlier in his career with the offensive line, with the running game, with some of the maybe adding some pieces at receiver as well, that would have probably been the guy that would have put him over the top. But it sure didn't work out that way. And now again, Dak and them are getting compared to him and stuff like that. And I think that's unfortunate. I think they're both outstanding quarterbacks. I just think that Tony would have probably, if they would have just done it quicker, you might have had better results quicker.
Now, Brian, do you think that it's a bad idea to boil your crawfish and then just dump the seasoning on there?
Jeff, it's absolutely a terrible idea to do that because the crawfish, as you know, Jeff, you eat my crawfish, you and Amanda, I appreciate you guys doing that. The crawfish, if you want the seasoning to get into, you want it to penetrate the shell. So the idea, I'm one of these guys nowadays, and I've studied this, like general studies grilling meat and stuff like that. I study crawfish. And so you want to make everything as liquid as you can. You want to make your onions, you want to make your celery, you want to make your garlic, that's all kind of we throw it out there on the plate. Oh, it looks great. But if you could get all that liquid and juice into the crawfish, into shell, that's the idea. You want the season, you want those crawfish to suck up all that juice. That's why you got to get that pot to 147 degrees, get the crawfish to sink. And then once they've sank, then you take them out, put them on the table. And now when you suck the head on them or you peel that tail, you get that juice. That outside part of it, when you put that out there, that doesn't work at all. That's a terrible way of seasoning. Absolutely terrible seasoning.
Did you know this growing up, or did you get it when you went to LSU?
I tell you what, I love crawfish. What music we playing? This is fascinating music. What did we do? Oh, we got the Cajun music. All right, Lou. Yeah. I appreciate you, brother. I couldn't figure out what that was. I thought I was listening to some I can Pink Floyd or something like that. I know it, but yeah, thank you, Lou. I think this is something when I judge cooking. I know you how you do it too, General. When you like to cook for people and you like to see their reaction when they bite into one of your wings or they bite into some of your brisket, and you see their facial expression. That's what I do with crawfish. If I see your nose running I know that I've made a good batch of crawfish. So that's kind of where I look at it. This is something that I think over the years, you cannot have, if you don't have spicy crawfish, it's not worth having crawfish. You got to have the juice. It's got to get that flavor's got to get in there. And again, you got to make the people around you love what you're doing. You got to make the nose run, got to make them happy, got to make them reaching for that beer as they're going at it too.
Love it, man. Have a great weekend. We'll catch up with you soon.
Sounds great, boys. Thank you, guys.
There he is. I love the passion in his voice when he starts talking crawfish. There he is, Brian Broaddus at DallasCowboys.com and at Brian Broaddus on Twitter. If you have a crawfish question, fire away. Coming up next, it's time for the birthday power rankings. Then we have an NFL draft big board report. Not before a message from our friends at D&M Auto Leasing, though, because car prices are going so much higher and higher every year. I don't want to see you get on the hook for something like that because D&M Leasing has been saving its clients and me up to 50% every month for a long time. They're still doing it. Now you can save up to 20% more by leasing a pre-owned car from D&M Leasing. With over 400 lease returns available, they're able to offer you a full range of options that can save you even more money than before. And yes, you will still get D&M's amazing customer service. You'll have your car delivered to you wherever you are, and you can sign all the documents online. Just sit back, let D&M get your new car, and save you money. With D&M's Easy Lease, you have no down payment. You won't make a payment for 60 days. They still have amazing budgetary relief for you. Go ahead and hit the reset button. Save yourself a bunch of money on your car budget every month. Contact the company that's been named Dealer of the Year by Dealer Rater 4 years in a row. They'll tell you all about it. Tell them I sent you if you don't mind. Call D&M Leasing from any local area code and 35 lease. That's 35 LEASE, or visit them online at dmautoleasing.com. Check out their online inventory.
The only way you can take the fan with you is the radio.com app. Download it today and listen to us anytime, anywhere.
Central Kia is offering worry-free driving for 100,000 miles or till the year 2029. That's 10 years of warranty. Visit Central Kia now.
Dial 1-866-CENTRAL today. CentralKia.com.
On Saturday, March 16th, Texas Live is celebrating St. Patrick's Day the live way. Come for the Kegs and Eggs breakfast and stick around for the festivities. Live music throughout the day, drink specials, special appearances, and a gold coin giveaway. Grab your green and come party at Texas Live, across from Globe Life Field, with free parking on Saturday, March 16th. More info at texas-live.com.
At Walmart, we give you more than just low prices. We give you low prices on the stuff you actually want. Low prices on the oh-so-tasty, farm-fresh, packed lunches with perfection groceries on your shopping list. Boom. All day, every day. Get more than low prices. Get low prices on what you love. That's what Walmart's all about. Check out our green bell peppers, which are 48 cents each. Our yellow onions are $1.94 for a 3-pound bag. And our great value whole kernel corn, 15.25 ounces, is only 44 cents per can. Prices may vary. Check your local store.
Hello, everybody out there. Some of you are missing my birthday party for Car Toys.
That's Car Toys CEO Dan Bretler's mom.
You know, Car Toys birthday bash deals are so good. I've been souping up my Buick.
Really?
I added a remote start system. Now my car's always toasty warm when I get in.
Save up to $300 on Clifford remote start systems. Alpine and JL speakers, buy one, get one.
Half price.
Pioneer CD receiver, just $49. Free installation on our best-selling Kenwood, Alpine, and Pioneer Apple Apple CarPlay receivers, free backup camera with all multimedia receivers.
Can I tell you a secret?
Sure.
I got a subwoofer.
Sweet. All subwoofers, amps, and marine products are on sale.
I put on Beyonce and crank it.
Car Toys can upgrade any vehicle with the technology new cars have. Their expert installers are a good reason to buy at Car Toys.
The savings are amazing. Let's party.
Car Toys 32nd birthday bash.
Car Toys, a better way to go.
Hear filmmaker Dr. Delaney Rustin of the award-winning documentary Screenagers as she shares lessons on how to create positive change in people's lives. Support teen mental health March 19th at the Westin Gallery Dallas Hotel. Tickets and more information at granthalliburton.org.
Texas. Welcome to Save Yourself with Geico.
You send a congratulatory text to your newly promoted boss, but autocorrect changes it to something unintended.
Oh, no.
You couldn't save yourself from autocorrect gone horribly wrong, but you could save yourself hundreds by switching your car insurance to Geico.
Yes.
You could save on motorcycle, boat, and RV insurance too.
Nice.
Plus, the Geico Insurance Agency could help you save on homeowners and renters insurance.
Oh.
While your smartphone's word choice is becoming your biggest problem, you should know Geico is the second largest auto insurer in the country.
Okay.
Geico even has a 97% customer satisfaction rating
Oh.
and has been helping people save money for over 75 years.
Huh.
And now, all you can do is watch the ... response bubble and wait. But you don't have to wait on savings. Your local Geico agent could help you save even more with federal and military discounts.
You couldn't save yourself from autocorrect, but you could save yourself hundreds with Geico online, over the phone, or at your local office.
Welcome back, Gbag Nation. Hope you're having a great day. We're live in Surprise Stadium here, our final day of spring training coverage. Let's get some birthday power rankings in here. The battle for birthday dominance. It's brought to you by Mark Rubin at 1-800-Lawyers. If credit card companies are blowing up your phone, do what more fan listeners do. Make the free call to Mark Rubin at 1-800-Lawyers. Mark can fix it. Official lawyers of the Tolo. They're Rubin and Associates. Here is Jeff with the battle for birthday dominance.
Thank you, Gavin. We have many Gbag National birthdays today, including from the 972. Happy 16th birthday to my niece, Monet. Happy birthday, Monet.
Pretty name.
From the 254, what up, Jeff? Getting in a birthday shout out for my wife, Tori, who turns 23 tomorrow. She's not a Tolo, but I knew y'all way before I knew her, so she doesn't really have a choice when I'm in the car.
Man, I had this buddy named Chad Bliss, and his brother Tori was such a bad kid. You know, he was like a total butt rocker, and, you know, he had the mullet and
What's
the
a
leather
butt
jacket.
rocker?
You know, just listening to the really like Slayer and stuff in the late 80s. And that not necessarily not bad music, but when you combine it with the total butt rocker persona and the long hair and the leather jacket, and boy, his mom would always be yelling, "Tori Bliss, get your butt in the house right now." It'd come booming down the neighborhood. So whenever
I've been rocking some butts, Mom.
Yeah.
From
I never heard of butt rocker before.
Yeah, butt rocker. That's the type of music fan.
From the 214, please send me a happy birthday shout out. Kelly in Arlington. Happy birthday, Kelly. From the 682, it's my birthday. Turned 36. Tolo, y'all are on at my shop from open to close every day. That's Cody. Happy birthday, Cody.
Thanks, Cody.
Turn it on, leave it on.
My name is Candace Bird from Waco, Texas. I'm turning 25 today. Shout me out, Gbag Nation.
I bet she's cute.
Isn't there a famous like Candace Burke?
Yeah. Hey, Jeff, can I get a birthday shout out to my son, Raul Aragon? His birthday is Saturday. He turns 18. Congrats on committing to Temple College. That's also from Raul. Double Raul there. So I guess that's junior.
Cool last name, Aragon. Sounds like you could be in the Lord of the Rings or something, doesn't it? Is that a famous character?
Aragon. I think it's Aragorn in Lord of the Rings. I think they're just short an R. Yeah.
Okay.
And how did that kid get into Temple? How much did you pay?
Text it in. Let us know. From the 817, hey, Jeff, it's my brother Robert's birthday. Give him a shout out. Take it easy on Mike. All right.
So Shaq told the story last night. Some listener, like they asked that, since I watched all that show, is funny. They said, so Shaq, how did you get into LSU? And his answer was this. He said, I took the SAT twice and I didn't make enough score on it to get into college. And so he took the ACT, and he said he wasn't kidding. And he said it twice. He wasn't kidding. He said all he did was rhyme the letters. And he said, this part will take 3 hours. He said it took him 5 minutes. He goes, B to the B, A to the C. C needs another to the like he was just doing that, and he said he literally just took 5 minutes. He didn't read one question, nothing. He just filled out the bubble sheet of A, B, C's, and D's while rhyming it. Took him 4 hours, or it took him 5 minutes. It's supposed to take 3 hours. He said he threw down the pencil like he knew what he was doing, like done, and it actually passed. He got a high enough score on the ACT to be college eligible for an athlete, and he's like, yeah, it took me 5 minutes to do it.
Whatever it takes.
From the 817, hey, Jeff, this is Cody's brother. He just turned 36. I just want everyone to know he's feeling his age as he woke up and sharted his pants this morning.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Barkley's answer was, I was averaging 20 points and 20 rebounds a game in high school. I was getting into any college I wanted to.
Shout out to my son, Cinch, turned 6 weeks yesterday, a junior Tolo in the making. Vielma brother number 1 is 2 new hips. Oh, wait, he turns 2 new hips years old tomorrow. That'll be fun.
Congrats.
Let's see. Shout out my 8-year-old son, Caden, from the 972. Birthday shout out Taylor, celebrating the 26th birthday. Roberto Lopez, can you give me a birthday shout out? Turning 35. Happy birthday to my pastor's wife, Marcy, who turned 65 today. Our oldest living Tolo, according to himself, Gene from Tarrant County, is turning 81 today.
What? Can anybody beat Gene in Tarrant County? 81, oldest living Tolo.
He retired. And then in his 70s, he went back to work at the prison in Tarrant County. Now he's retired again. Happy birthday, Gene.
Nice run.
Austin Lane on Twitter. Tolo here, 31st birthday. I'd really like to tell Mike to shut up. Trey Horn on my Facebook. Hey, Jeff, it's my big 30 today. How about a birthday shout out for Spoon? That's my nickname. Menisco Brown Jr. It's my birthday today. Been a Tolo since Jagger and Barsky, Gavin and Greg, etc. I played baseball and graduated from Duncanville like Mike. So
yeah, what's his name?
Jeff.
Yeah, I like that guy. Hey, if you go to prison putting those two things together and they're like, what kind of music do you like? And you say you're a butt rocker, do people like, oh, because you're in prison and then the butt?
That's a sex thing, a joke.
Yeah.
I guess it depends on what group you're with.
Yeah.
Yeah. My daughter, Rinoa, turned 5 today. My son, Christian, turned 18 today. You're both late. You should be ashamed of yourselves. Tavon Austin is 28 today. Happy birthday, Tavon.
Nice little birthday.
Eric Decker is 32.
He's retired, right?
I think so, kind of. I saw him on TV, I think. Andrew Jackson is dead, but he was president once. He's been dead a while, Mike.
What?
Yeah, been at least a year or two.
He's not one of those living presidents?
No. Paul Pogba is 26.
Oh, a great footballer.
French national team. Did a little Man U, little Juventus.
You go from running the country to doing absolutely nothing.
This guy, this song right here, this is my jam. I want y'all to know that. Panic at the Disco made a comeback, and this is my song.
Do you think presidents get depressed when they're done with their presidency because they were arguably the most important person in the world, and then they're just like, I don't know, you just have to have security around you all the time. But
I got one more thing to do. I'm going to write a book, and then it's over.
Yeah, you got nothing else to do. And I don't know, do you feel like freedom of like, oh man, thank God this is over with? Or are you like, man, I'm really bored because really for about a 4 to 8 year period of my life, all I was doing was making the most important decisions in this world.
Or were you?
Yeah, that's right. Or you were just playing golf.
Hey, Jeff, you guys are awesome. From the animal control officer that woke you up. Not my birthday, but had an interview for a promotion. Wish me luck. I will not wish you luck. You knocked on my door at 4 a.m. Eva Longoria is 44 today.
Oh, Tony Parker's wife.
Lil Dicky is 31.
Okay.
Brett Michaels is
Cole
57.
Beasley's buddy.
Fabio is 60.
The long-haired model guy?
Yeah. He did the I Can't Believe It's Not Butter commercial. It's a real thing. Will.i.am is 44. Mark Hoppus from Blink-182 is 47. And Sly Stone is 76.
Will.i.am is part of Black Eyed Peas.
Yep.
I know that.
Good job, Mike.
All right. It is the Gbag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Some
Fergalicious
NFL draft content usually waiting for you right here at 1:30. How about a tweet from John Machota here? And then there's some interesting tank news coming up at 2 o'clock if you want to come back for that. But John Machota tweeting, since the Cowboys' first pick in this year's draft is number 58 overall, here are the last 10 players they've drafted in that range. So you tell me, what is your expectation profile for the pick the Cowboys are going to make it at 58? Their first overall pick in this year's draft. They took Connor Williams. They've taken Chidobe Awuzie in this range. Malik Collins. Randy Gregory was early in the second round. Gavin Escobar.
He was number 60.
Oh, he was? My bad. DeMarco Murray in this range. That was early third round. Sean Lee. Jason Williams. You wouldn't want that if you go back to 2009, 2008-ish. Marty B back in that same era. You would love that talent if you could draft Marty B again. You would just, hopefully have a different landing spot for him so he could have his career take off instead of become frustrated. And then James Martin, who was before my time covering this team, so I'm unfamiliar.
So I would kick out a lot of those names, including DeMarco Murray and Sean Lee, like a couple of the best picks of that, but I would also get to kick out all the bad picks.
Okay.
Because I ignore everything outside of the last 5 drafts. As long as Will McClay's here, I only count the Will McClay years.
All right.
Which means your second rounders are DeMarcus Lawrence, Randy Gregory, Jalen Smith, Chidobe Awuzie, and Connor Williams.
Woo.
And so I feel pretty good. Now, DeMarcus Lawrence was 34 overall, but that's your second rounders. And even the third rounders, when you get to Malik Collins and Jordan Lewis and Michael Gallup, that's the new norm for the Cowboys. And most teams, if you want to see what it's like for the rest of the world, just pick another NFL team and Google draft history and pull it up, and you can look at it the same way and tell me, are they doing what the Cowboys are doing?
Yeah,
I think most of them are not.
The only criticism you could say is that the Cowboys have taken players at safer positions, so their hit rate is going to be higher.
Yeah.
Is that a fair criticism? Or a fair balancer of the discussion?
Yeah, I think so. Not with DeMarcus Lawrence. If you go back there, getting him at 34 was freaking awesome.
Yeah.
They've taken some risks, Jalen Smith, Randy Gregory, which I don't know how you feel about Randy Gregory at 60. Has that kind of panned out at this point? Thinking about it?
It's a wash. At the time, I didn't get the move at all and was heavily critical of it. And it still might end up being a horrible pick. So you can't be too enthusiastic about it. But when he's on the field, you're good. And maybe you are just, 2 more seasons away from them totally tearing up the CBA, and he'd still have 3 or 4 more good pass rushing years in him.
I mean, if you took a guy right now and you said you're only going to get a year and a half of production out of him for the 4 years you draft him at 58, I'd be like, oh, that's not good.
Yeah.
But Randy Gregory, the story's not over with him yet, I don't think. But yeah, I mean, I'm hoping that you pick better than Randy Gregory at 58 this year, just because that would mean there's 2.5 seasons out of the 4 where you're getting literally zero production.
I definitely don't think it's a good year to be speculating for long term, but I wouldn't put it past him.
Yeah, I think you feel pretty good with your first pick at 58 when you go, okay, the 50th pick last year, Connor Williams, which that one I think is still a wait and see. I don't think it's been successful, but I think it will be. And then Michael Gallup, 81. Cheeto was 60. Malik Collins was 67. And then Randy Gregory at 60. That's your last 4 years where it's like, okay, in that range, I feel like they are going to find a good player.
And I think Malik would be a good player if he could just stay healthy for a while. Okay, we're live and surprise. Mike Likes It is coming up next as every day at 1:40. What are we going to be talking about?
Cobra Kai Season 2. The reviews are out. South by Southwest. Is it still 100% Rotten Tomatoes? Next.
Coming up today on the Ben and Skin Show. We got rid of him, and then we brought him back. We're going to talk the big fight with Dingus at 4 o'clock. Hixie will call in from Surprise, Arizona at 5. And it's a new Music Friday, baby. 3:40 will roll out the new tunes. It's the Ben and Skin Show, 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, previous segment of The Fan was brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss.
Do you need to slim down, get rid of that stubborn 20 pounds, or get rid of 50-plus life-changing pounds and keep it off? I did that with Soda Weight Loss, lost 176 pounds. It's the official weight loss and nutrition program of the Dallas Mavericks. That's Soda. Wait for it. State of the art.
Don't miss St. Patrick's Day's weekend at Bar Louie. Green beer, Irish whiskey, and smoking deals all weekend long. Bar Louie. Join the Gastro Bar revolution.
RJ Choppy here. What are your summer plans? My get out of town trip is to Gaylord, Michigan. I did a week there last year in the summertime. Awesome time. You got out of the heat, outdoor relaxation without sweating. It's perfect. It's 72 degrees in August. It's the best golf courses you're going to play. And if you're outdoorsy like I'm not, the fishing's out of sight. Huge natural lakes. Check out GaylordGolfBeckett.com or GaylordMichigan.net.
Hey neighbor, time to weed and feed?
Yep, I'm using BioAdvanced 3-in-1 Weed and Feed for southern lawns. It weeds and feeds, plus it prevents new broadleaf and grassy weeds up to 6 months.
Even crabgrass?
Yep, even crabgrass.
But you have a Bermuda grass lawn.
Yep, 3-in-1 Weed and Feed is specially formulated for southern lawns, including Bermuda grass.
Wow.
Yep.
So, could I borrow?
Nope. BioAdvanced 3-in-1 weed and feed for southern lawns. Get more from the blue bag. Always read and follow label instructions.
Buy a Honda, get a Honda free. Offer ends March 16th, so hurry in for the buy one, get one offer. When you purchase a new Honda from Honda Cars of McKinney, get a Honda Smart Drive walk-behind lawnmower, absolutely free. A $399 value. Take advantage of great prices and new incentives during their spring price break BOGO offer going on now. Get full details at HondaCarsOfMcKinney.com/BOGO. Take exit 40A off of Central Expressway. That's Virginia Parkway. Honda Cars of McKinney.
And now, a quick comparison from Grasshopper. When a client calls, what do you want them to hear? Your personal voicemail?
Hey, you've reached Greg's cell phone. I'm away right now, obviously. Leave a message and maybe I'll get back to you.
Or something a little more buttoned up, courtesy of Grasshopper.
Thanks for calling Green Landscaping. To make an appointment, dial 1. For billing, dial 2. To speak with Greg Smith, dial
There's
3.
no contest. Put your best voice forward with Grasshopper, the virtual phone system for small business. Try it free at grasshopper.com.
Wherever you go, however you go, for energy on the go, it's got to be 5-Hour Energy. It works fast, it works long, it tastes good. And with 0 sugar and 4 calories, there's nothing holding you back. Fits in your pocket, fits in your backpack, fits your on-the-go life. Whether you're going to work, going on vacation, or just going out with friends. 5-Hour Energy. Energy on the go. For more information and to find a retailer near you, visit 5hourenergy.com.
I used to have a sweet tooth, had it removed when I was a kid. So what do I crave instead of chocolate? A big red box from Grainger. Grainger satisfies my craving for customer service with 24/7 support, effortless ordering, and same-day pickup or next-day delivery options. No busy signals, no cavities. I love Grainger. You know why? Because when it comes to reliable product and technical support, Grainger's got your back. Call or click Grainger.com to see for yourself. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, I'm Jay Farner, CEO of Quicken Loans. 30% of Americans who are planning home improvements of $5,000 or more will pay for those renovations with a high-interest credit card. That may not be a great idea. A better idea may be to take cash out of your home with a Quicken Loans 30-year fixed-rate mortgage. The rate today on our 30-year fixed-rate mortgage is 4.5%, APR 4.78%. Call us today at 800-QUICKEN or go to rocketmortgage.com.
Rate subject to change. Pay 2% fee to receive this discounted rate. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. License in all 50 states. NMLS number 3030.
Listen to the Ben and Skin Show for your chance to win a pair of tickets to Texas Summer Jam, presented by Whataburger, featuring Randy Rogers Band with William Clark Green, Ray Johnston Band, Wynn Williams, Holly Tucker, and more at the Pavilion at Toyota Music Factory, Saturday, June 15th, y'all. For ticket information, visit livenation.com.
Mercedes-Benz is an official sponsor of Radio.com Sports. All month long, hear Radio.com Sports insider analysis around spring training, the college tournament, football free agency, and everything in between. Plus, you'll always get the latest developments from the entire sports world with Radio.com Sports breaking news. All brought to you by Mercedes-Benz and the all-new 2019 Mercedes-Benz A-Class sedan. All new thinking for an all-new class of Mercedes. Proud partner of Radio.com Sports.
100,000 fans are on their feet. A hush falls over the stadium in the waning seconds of the game. Amidst the silence, you think to yourself, there's only one play to call here. To run straight to your authorized Mercedes-Benz dealer and test drive the all-new 2019 A-Class sedan. Harnessing the first era of the Mercedes-Benz user experience, it seamlessly connects you and your car with natural voice recognition. The Mercedes-Benz A-Class sedan, where the future takes the field. Visit MBUSA.com/A-Class to learn more. Mercedes-Benz, the best or nothing.
Dedicated to elevating your sports radio experience to another level.
I want to elevate.
This is your home for DFW Sports. 105.3 The Fan.
Dallas Truck World has over 1,000 pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs. They're all priced below market value. Check out DallasTruckWorld.com.
Thanks, Lucius. It's time for Mike Likes It. Here's Bassick.
Okay, one of my favorite movies as a kid, if not my favorite movie, was Karate Kid. And I don't know if you guys saw it. I think I asked you guys the other day when I saw this article, and you guys said you didn't. Did you guys ever see Cobra Kai? I believe it was 10 episodes. It was 8 to 10 episodes on YouTube.com.
No.
So it got 100% on Rotten Tomatoes. It's one of the only TV shows, I guess, like internet TV shows or whatever in the history of internet TV shows to get 100% on Rotten Tomatoes. And it was really, really good. Now, I think if you are not of our age, Gavin, because I don't think, Jeff, did you ever see Karate Kid?
No, I think you guys made me watch part of it in Surprise last year.
Okay, so Karate Kid, for anybody that I will say is in their late 30s to 50 years old, Karate Kid was one of those movies that you loved and you just thought was super awesome. And then you were trying to do the crane kick all the time.
Yeah.
And you were Mr. Miyagi. And if somebody was hurt, you were putting your hands together and then rubbing together real fast to get your hands really hot. And then you put it on a body part and see if it actually did heal you or not.
Absolutely.
And you're like, it's not healing me at all. But somehow Mr. Miyagi's able to make his hands go really fast. And then he has the healing power to really put a shoulder back in place and it not bug you at all.
We had an old mattress laying in the garage just so we could do the crane kick and fall back on our shoulder without it hurting.
Yeah.
You know, I was a crane kicking son of a bee. If there was any sort of a confrontation, I'd get right into crane kick mode and, end up, losing the fight because it was really easy to push somebody down when they were on one leg. But that's how much I idolized Daniel LaRusso.
Yeah. And also Allie, Elizabeth Shue.
Yeah.
I mean, they did have a very good looking teenager as I was, 10 years old at the time, maybe a little bit younger, somewhere between 8 and 12, I guess. Where you're just like, wow, she's like the most beautiful girl in the world type of deal. And Daniel stole her from Johnny. Anyways, just to give you a little bit on the YouTube series, which I did pay for to watch. It's like $10 to get YouTube TV. And I was like, I paid for it, then just canceled it after I watched all the episodes. It was worth it. There's a little bit of corniness to it. So I think for Jeff, you wouldn't like it.
No,
if you didn't care about Karate Kid, I think watching Daniel as a grown up and watching Johnny as a grown up, you're not going to care for it too much because there's no connection to the characters that I think Gavin, you and I have.
Oh yeah, you need a little nostalgia in there to get over the corny.
But I mean, I'll just hey, spoiler alert, it's been out for almost a year now. But Daniel's an alcoholic. Sorry, not Daniel. I'm sorry. Johnny's an alcoholic. Like everything went wrong after he lost the match to Daniel, even though he gave him the trophy and he said, "You're all right, kid." It didn't matter. He then became an alcoholic and his life went to crap pretty much. And Daniel, everything went right. Obviously, we had the Karate Kids afterwards where you could see a little bit of his life, but he owns his own car dealership. He's really, a big time person. He has the unbelievable house. He's a rich guy living in the best part of the California area. And now Johnny's living in, is it the Valley? I'm trying to remember the bad part where Reseda, maybe something like that.
Yeah.
So where Daniel grew up
apartments
is the bad area of the city. And so that's where Johnny now has to live. And now Daniel's living in the rich part where Johnny lived in the rich part growing up and now doesn't. Well, anyways, it's a really good series. And Johnny LaRusso starts training. Sorry. Oh my God, I'm messing up the name.
Come on, Mike.
Johnny. I don't know his last name. Do you remember his last name?
Tony LaRusso.
Johnny. Yeah, but anyways, he trains a kid. He starts the Cobra Kai again, and this really ticks off Daniel because Daniel has a lot of kind of bullying issues.
Johnny Lawrence.
That's right. And so
Trevor's dad.
Yeah, and Trevor's in this one. So what happens is Johnny wasn't around for his son. Pretty much, he was an absent father.
Wow.
So his son is a bad kid. He steals stuff. He's a schemer and stuff
Kelly
like this.
Leak essentially is
but what happens is Daniel gets a hold of this kid, doesn't know that Johnny is his dad, and they connect because he's working at the car dealership. And then what happens? This kid's interested in karate. So Daniel starts teaching him the ways of Miyagi-Do karate.
Paint the fence and all that?
Yeah. So he starts teaching them kind of the I would say yoga, the calmness, the everything about karate and defense, and you use their weaknesses. You're not always attacking where Cobra Kai is you straight attack. You try to destroy the person first, strike first.
Strike hard.
Yeah.
No mercy, sir.
Yep. And so anyways, Daniel's daughter is dating Johnny's number one guy.
No.
And so this causes issues because
Johnny's a Cobra Kai, right?
Johnny's Cobra Kai, and Daniel's daughter is now really liking the kid who is the number one Cobra Kai guy. And at the start of the series, he's a really good kid. And he's a weak kid. He's kind of like Daniel. You think he is Daniel. He gets picked on. He's a nerd. everybody beats up on him, but then Johnny starts teaching him not only how to protect himself, but how to then take the bully and then punch him in the nose and stuff and beat the crap out of kids at school. So he becomes kind of popular. Girl likes him. Then Daniel finds out that his daughter is dating a Cobra Kai kid, which causes issues. That kid kind of starts taking the more Cobra Kai approach of being aggressive and assertive. And then it just goes bad for him. Well, anyways, in the end, I'm giving it away. Too bad if you haven't seen it, but I'd say if you're a Karate Kid fan,
not too much,
you'll enjoy it. Is in the end, they have the All Valley Championship. Well, you have one person in the Miyagi-Do karate, and that is Johnny Lawrence, the bad guy's son. So he's really ticked. Anyways, what happens is Johnny wants the kid to fight fair in the championship. The kid that he's trained, he's like, you know what? No, let's fight fair. But the kid had been trained so long by Johnny now that he's like, no, I'm going to win at all costs. And he hurts the kid, Johnny's son, to win. So Cobra Kai is now the All Valley champion again. So Johnny's brought Cobra Kai back into that area of California. Then in the end, the old guy of Cobra Kai is waiting at the dojo.
No
and he's
way.
like, Johnny, you brought it back.
Sensei?
You destroyed. Yeah, Sensei. You destroyed all this by losing to that chump Daniel. But now you've brought it back. You have Cobra Kai back on the map. And so I'm back to take over.
The
and
dynamics are reset.
That's where it all ends. And
No way.
You don't know if Johnny's going to accept the Sensei, if there's going to be a clash or a fight over it. But so anyways, the first 2 episodes were shown at South by Southwest, and the reviews are coming out, and they're saying it picked up. The first 2 episodes are out. You can't watch it on YouTube yet. It comes out in mid-April, and they're like, it picks up perfectly. The first 2 episodes get right back into the confrontation and everything, and they're saying this is really a well-done series. It's corny at times because it picks up on the 80s stuff that we love.
35 years later. How old Sensei, though?
He's older
now.
He's older, but he's in good shape.
Fear does not exist in this dojo, does it? No, Sensei.
Yeah.
I mean, all that stuff is just great.
You gotta watch this. And in April, season 2 comes out, and they release them all. It's just like a Netflix thing. But I'm really excited to pick back up on this deal. So now the daughter is back in karate. She used to be a badass karate girl, but she stopped training. So that was Daniel's student, and she was just like, I want to be a popular girl. I want to be a girl. I don't want to be in the karate thing. I want to be hanging out with all the girls and stuff and not doing karate. And so now it is Johnny's son and Daniel's daughter, as those are Daniel's guys. And then you have the whole Cobra Kai. So where will it pick up?
She's going to end up kicking his ass.
So, yep. So anyways, that's where we're at there. So I just wanted to say season 2 is coming out in April, and it's getting unbelievable reviews.
Why isn't Johnny's son in Cobra Kai?
Because he was an absent father, so he hates his dad.
Okay, cool. All right. He's going to kick his dad.
But it's got 100% on Rotten Tomatoes.
Yeah.
It's got to be something that is good as a standalone.
I wonder. I would have to have like Jeff watch it with hating Karate Kid, with not growing up in that era, and say, do you like this show, or are you kind of lost? Like, why do people think this is?
It's our generational movie. It's one of them. I mean, Back to the Future and Karate Kid, and it was right there.
Yeah.
For you guys at the Sandlot.
Yeah, it'd be like Power Rangers. If somebody's like Power Rangers, I'd be like, I don't give a crap.
Don't
about
you
Power
try
Rangers.
don't try to give me Power Rangers. I don't want that. Oh,
my daughter is in love with that Sandlot movie, though.
I do get Sandlot. We own that one.
You have to.
I think we get Tombstone too. I think that was like 94.
Yes. Okay. Cool. Tombstone. I was 18, so I consider that one of mine. But they have this project at school where they have to write a book about something they're into. So she's writing a story. This was totally unbeknownst to me, about a group of soccer kids in a neighborhood that kick their ball over a fence and go basically through the Sandlot thing, but from a girls soccer team perspective. It's pretty cool so far.
My next Mike Likes It is not so much a like, but Tiger Woods was having a great Thursday and was having a good Friday today until hole number 17. So at the Players Championship, hole number 17 is surrounded by water. He hits the ball into the water, so he gets to drop the ball closer to putting the ball on the green, hit it in the water again. So he ends up going from 5 under, going to hole 17, 2 back of the lead, to then going to 1 under to finish the day. So now he's, I think, 6 or 7 off of the lead.
And Fleetwood's going off. So
yeah, but I will say this. Obviously, I have a bet with Jeff that I don't know how he'd ever pay it off. I guess I'd have to pay it off if he wins 2 majors.
Yeah, $1 million, right?
This isn't a major, but it has to make you feel good if you're a Tiger fan. Not hole 17, but here we are almost 2 days through, and if he wouldn't have had a horrible 17, he was 2 strokes off of the lead. So he would have been going into the weekend in contention to win the Players' Championship. Unfortunately, he's not now after making, I believe it was an 8 or a 7.
he's 8 back now.
Yeah, so
he made a 7, quadruple bogey.
Okay,
put 2 in the water, then part it.
But unfortunately, he's not going. I think he's still going to make the cut, but he won't be competing on Saturday and Sunday for the championship. But here we are. We're only about 3 to 4 weeks away. It feels like from the Masters. I mean, it kind of comes right after opening day of baseball. I feel like the next big thing, like a week or 2 later, is the Masters.
Yeah,
and so he's playing. That hole stunk, but he was playing well.
He's a top 5 player
through
in the world,
34 holes. He was playing well.
Yeah, and I don't know if he's going to be consistent. We'll have to see how his body holds up, and he still has to be able to play super aggressive and avoid the blow-up hole like that.
Yeah,
because the last 2 years he's done this really slow entry where he's like, okay, I'm just going to try to hit it straight, and not be too fancy. And if he's going to, I think, win those majors, the game has to be sharp enough that he can be aggressive without the big mistakes. And I can't be sure that he's there yet.
And all right, Mike likes it.
There it is. Mike likes it daily.
I don't like Cam Reddish.
Yeah,
I didn't really get to that. I'm
Cam
not
Reddish.
If the Mavericks have a top 5 pick, I'd like to avoid Cam Reddish.
It's hard to say. When you're in college, Russell Westbrook had 12 points per game at UCLA. He's going to grow so much, but it can't help his evaluation. And who knows? Maybe by the time we get there, he'll be outside the top 5. Duke looks amazing, though. And that's going to be a tough team to beat. Duke, UNC tonight in the next round of the ACC tournament. We got the Fantastic Four coming up next. Top headlines on all 4 of DFW's Big 4 pro sports teams, including the Tank News broke for us last hour here on The Fan.
Never miss a second of The Fan. Tolo all day and all night. Thanks to radio.com. Radio.com.
This is Jim Rome with the CBS Sports Minute. There were just 2 questions going into last night's Syracuse-Duke game, better known as the return of Zion. Number 1, what shoes would he wear? And the answer is a different model. But of course, that was not the biggest question. The biggest question was, is Zion back? And now we have our answer. My man had 21 points, was perfect from the field, 9 rebounds, and 5 steals last night in the first half alone. That's one of the all-time great ACC tournament games, and Zion did that in the first half. And Syracuse had no answer for Zion. Well, no legal answer, because Syracuse's Frank Howard did have one attempted answer. Tripping. The clip went viral almost instantly, and it looked bad. It was bad. That is Bush League. You simply can't do that. It's cheap. And Zion is not just the best thing in college basketball. He might be the best thing in all of sports right now, and we are all witnesses. I'm Jim Rome.
CBS Sports Radio.
Before college hoops mayhem hits the courts, keep mayhem at bay back home and get those long-awaited home projects done with Home Advisor. From small projects like a leaky faucet to big projects like remodeling the kitchen, Home Advisor will help you find the right pro at a fair price. Just tell them what you need and you will be matched to top-rated local pros. You can even read reviews, check cost guides, request quotes, and book appointments all for free. Get started on your next project at homeadvisor.com or download the free app today.
We alarm our houses and we alarm our cars. But when it comes to your personal information, it can be tough to know when something isn't right. That's where Discover Card can help. Now, we'll send you an alert if we find your social security number on any one of thousands of risky websites. And this service is free for card members. Just sign up online. It's our way of looking out for you, not just your account. Learn more at discover.com/free alerts. Limitations apply.
Gavin Dawson here for GT Distributors, my favorite firearm store in the Metroplex. These guys are great for sportsmen, shooting enthusiasts, public safety professionals. They've been America's public safety specialists for 45 years. They provide the highest levels of products and service to our country's law enforcement community, and they have such amazing stuff. GT is your source for all LED flashlight needs, like the ProTac 90 A300 Lumen everyday carry flashlight for only $39.99. They carry the full line of Streamlight flashlights with warranty and repair available. GT Distributors carrying the newest Glocks on the market as well. The G43X and the G48, ideal for everyday carry. You'll love them. And remember, new customers receive 10% off their first order at GT Distributors. And for a limited time, purchase a Mossberg 590M shotgun. Get an extra 10-round magazine for free. Be sure to check out GT DIST as well for all the exciting new additions. Check it out online. It is your one-stop shop for all your sporting, shooting, and public safety needs. America's public safety specialist, GT Distributors. Salute.
Dad, thanks for taking me bowling. This is fun.
I just wanted to talk to you about protecting yourself.
Yeah.
You know, at some point, maybe you're posting dance vids at a party.
Dance vids?
Yeah, the dance vids. And people around you are using cable internet. You can always call me or your mom and we'll come get you. No questions asked.
Dad, I know to use internet with AT&T Fiber.
You know, it's just the people with cable internet, they could have the upload speeds of internet with AT&T Fiber and they choose not to. They're not thinking, son.
Dad, I'll be okay.
Hey, good talk, right? All right, you're up, big guy.
Don't get mixed up with cable internet. Get AT&T Fiber with faster upload speeds. Switch to AT&T Fiber and DirecTV and save when you bundle for $75 per month for 1 year after discounts with 24-month TV and 12-month internet agreements. Limited availability may not be in your area. Check eligibility at att.com/fiber300 and 41319. New residential customers in select markets only. Price for internet 300 and select TV package. Requires combined billing, auto pay, and paperless bill. Price is higher in second year. Pay $80 per month until discount starts within 3 bills. Equipment lease activation, early termination, equipment non-return, taxes, other charges, and restrictions apply. Compares upload speeds for internet 300 of up to 300 megabits per second to up to 35 for Comcast, Cox, and Spectrum. Speeds vary, not guaranteed.
Get excited, Whataburger fans. Our one-of-a-kind mushroom Swiss burger is back.
If you love mushrooms, you're going to love this burger.
2 patties, 2 slices of Swiss cheese, 2 layers of mushrooms. These mushrooms are beautiful.
It's a really good balance between hearty and savory. That au jus sauce on top.
The creamy au jus sauce. It really sets it apart.
Just adds flavor that makes you go, wow. It is just absolutely amazing.
It's not just a mushroom Swiss burger. It's a Whataburger mushroom Swiss burger. Here for a limited time.
Spring break is right around the corner, so we got to ask, is your home protected? DFW Security offers professional alarm monitoring from just $12.95 a month. Or you can upgrade to smart security like us and control your whole home from your phone.
Check out all the 5-star reviews for our local home security company. Don't pay more to protect your home. Get alarm monitoring for just $12.95 a month. Call DFW Security at 888-594-5018. Tell them Ben and Skin sent you. That's 888-594-5018 or dfwsecurity.com.
This is Rangers manager Chris Woodward, and you're listening to the home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan, KRLD FM, and HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth.
A radio.com sports station. Live from spring training in Surprise, Arizona.
Let's do this.
It's the Gbag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 5 of the Gbag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. Yes, numero cinco. Let's rock. Our final hour from Surprise, Arizona. And we hit you as we do every day at the Fantastic Four here. All the top headlines about DFW's Big Four pro sports teams. Tank news you can use, Cowboy fans.
Okay, Cowboys. Okay. Tank can mean so many things in this town.
Sure can. He was at Captain's Workouts, and that news was from Brian Broaddus with us last hour. That's significant. I think it speaks to just how much of a leader that he is on that football team, and you know how important that he is for the Cowboys to get him locked up. And it does, also make me wonder how far is he willing to take things in order to push for his multi-year deal. If he's coming back, Tank at Captain's Workouts,
and I mean I think he's pretty much the ideal teammate. Tank Lawrence is about as good as a teammate can possibly get. He's an incredible player. He's a leader. He's showing up at a time when some people who are having a contract disagreement probably wouldn't. He's doing literally everything right, and if you ask me, including not having surgery on his shoulder, because as a player, you almost never have leverage. If you got some, you better cling to it.
Yeah. I think he's tough but smart. Tough but, wise. And it's not often that you get all that in one package. What do you think, Mike? Does that do anything to your belief that he's going to have his shoulder, keep him out of football? Because the thought would be he loves this team, loves to compete too much, that when it comes down to it, he will have the surgery or play through the shoulder injury instead of holding that over the Cowboys' heads.
I'm surprised by this news that he's there. I will still stick with, I think he's going to hold it as leverage. And if they get to July and they say, we didn't work out a deal, you ready to play football? And he's like, I need that. I just think he's going to be like, I need that surgery. I'm sorry, but I'm going to play this trump card. You guys test me on it. I just think he will. Maybe he won't.
Yeah.
But I think he will, and just say, hey, you're going to have to live with the results of probably not making the playoffs and dealing with your fan base because you guys decided that defensive players are not worth paying big time contracts.
You're right about that. Yeah, it's a fascinating story. We are in an era more and more where both sides are making tough business decisions. We're going to tank.
Yeah.
We got to let players go. And for players, I don't know. Does Tank see what Le'Veon Bell did as something that worked out great, or would he see it as different? I think the Le'Veon Bell thing is so different because there appeared to be very significant animosity between Le'Veon Bell and teammates in the organization.
Yeah, and the other thing too is Le'Veon got $0.
Yeah,
still going to get $20 million.
Yeah.
It's not like you're giving up money. The whole thing of like, man, Le'Veon, you could never make up that money. Tank would be like, what do you mean? I'm actually getting the $20 million this year to have
showing
surgery.
up. Yeah, I'm going to show up. I'll be there.
Okay, elsewhere here in the Fantastic Four, let's get into a different Cowboys conversation, one that Jeff is having on Twitter with Marcus Mosher. He tweets, if I'm the Cowboys, I'd really consider signing Ndamukong Suh for the following reasons. Never missed a start due to injuries. I did not know that. He's got that Brandon Carr gene, apparently. Elite run defender, still demands double teams, and you can sign him to a 1-year deal. Jeff saying he's probably still worth decent money, which pretty much takes them out.
Doesn't it?
Yeah.
If it's not cheap, it's not for the Cowboys. They're not in that section of the store unless there's just not much of a market for a guy. If there's not much of a market, then sure, they'll jump in there.
The one thing that, and I'm with you, that they probably won't sign him, and I don't know if David Irving goes under the crazy category, but if you got Ndamukong Suh, he's a personality that you're going to have to deal with. I mean, that is just part of signing a person like him. But right now, who's the person that you're worried about? On the Dallas Cowboys, and even if you're specific on the defensive side, they don't really have a personality now where you're like, well, you know what? We have to take extra time with this personality. You talk to coaches, and they're like, sometimes he's a 95-5 guy. We're actually only concentrating 5% on the field, and we're having to concentrate 95% on the person because –
just Randy.
Right, but he's not really on the team right now.
Yeah.
And Sue's biggest things are he loses his temper and has bad impulse control when he gets too competitive.
Yeah.
It's not like you got to worry about what he's doing at night or yelling at coaches and stuff.
It would be interesting for a 1-year deal. I think he could have a pretty big impact on this team. Think about when you got your butt hammered by Indianapolis and in the playoff game. I think Suh would help you out in those games where you literally cannot stop the run.
Is he old enough where he's going to go into that? No, he's not. He's just 32 years old and just turned 32. So maybe he's a year or two away from being in that Chris Long situation where, like, man, that was an awesome player, but now it's 1 year and $2 million or something. I don't think we're quite ready to be there with Suh. Jeff Swaim left. That's the solid personnel, tangible personnel news of the day. He went and signed with the Jacksonville Jags. So Nick Foles and John DeFilippo and the guys down there. And
there might be some opportunities down there.
Yeah.
I have to look at their tight end depth chart, but the wide receiver depth chart's nothing intimidating in terms of who's going to be making a bunch of catches.
Okay, elsewhere in the world of sports then, before we get to some Mavs, Stars, and Rangers with you, we have a draft stuff. Dane has position group rankings out, and to me, this is a really valuable tool for us, especially this year, because we need to know what positions are going to give the Cowboys the best chance of finding good players at 58 and 90.
Yeah, so he's got his top 100 out, and then he broke that down into here's how many of each position group are in the top 100 prospects in the NFL draft. If you're looking for a guard or center, not necessarily loaded. 3 guards and 4 centers in his top 100, although I guess 4 centers in the top 100 is not bad.
That's cool.
4 quarterbacks in the top 100.
No worries.
5 tight ends in the top 100. That's not a huge number.
No. But they don't go very often in the first 60 picks or so.
Yeah, not many of them. You'll have, I feel like a lot of years you'll have one somewhere around 25 to 35 or 25 to 40, and then they'll start popping in every once in a while. This year will be different, though, because I think 2 might go in the first round. So we'll see how that one shakes out for the Cowboys and if they're interested. He has 7 running backs in his top 100. I can't think that 7 running backs would go in the top 100. So
I don't think the Cowboys are going to take one on day 2, are they? That would be a shock.
I don't think so.
You only have 1 pick.
Day 2 is round 2 and 3.
3.
So you have 2 picks on day 2. Offensive tackle, you have 8 of them in Dane's top 100. Safety, you have 8 of them in Dane's top 100.
Yes, please.
Linebacker, you have 8 of them in Dane's top 100.
We're good.
And now we get to the loaded positions.
Ooh.
Defensive tackle, there are 11 of them in Dane's top 100. And it's a position that unless you're that interior 3 technique, under tackle, super pass rusher, unless you're that guy, you don't go all that early.
Wow.
So that's a really good amount of interior guys that are going to be available in Dane's top 100. So look at one of those, maybe the 4th round.
Brought us last hour saying he'd be looking to go back-to-back defensive linemen in rounds 2 and 3 at this point if it was up to him.
Cornerback, 12 of them in Dane's top 100. And then we get to, and this number's probably big every year, 15 wide receivers in his top 100 and 15 edge players. So defensive ends / pass rushing outside linebackers. So 27 of his top 100 are defensive linemen.
I don't think that's a coincidence at all. I want to make that point. I think the Cowboys probably knew that, and that's why Cole's walking, and they were kind of short on defensive linemen.
Yeah, it's because if you add that in, 42 of his top 100 are either receivers or defensive linemen. So that's where this draft class seems to be really stacked, according to Dane.
The Aggie is on the move in the NFL. The Titans traded for Tannehill.
Let's go, my guy. He had to take a pay cut too. They traded for him, and then they told him, hey, how about
the Titans?
Yeah.
So they traded for him to be the backup quarterback?
Yes. So he's going to get $7 million guaranteed, and he could make 12 if he ends up having to start and win a bunch of games. I think they did that because they're trying really hard to win, and Marcus Mariota misses games pretty much every single year.
Yeah.
So they went, sure, we'll take that. And here's the other thing. What is he worth something on the open market? Like if you're desperate for a quarterback, does Tannehill accidentally get $15 million somewhere?
I could think so.
So
maybe 12, but yeah.
Glennon did that.
So they traded a 4th round pick and a 7th round pick. They got Tannehill and a 6th round pick. And after this year, if Tannehill gets a decent deal, they're going to get another 3rd round pick.
Oh, wow.
So it's not a terrible idea if you want to get a good backup quarterback and if you want to pay, I guess $7 million is now the market. If you want a really good backup quarterback, that's Tannehill and Bridgewater.
Are we going Rush and White again? Cooper Rush, Mike White?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
Which I don't.
It's fine. We don't have any money to pay any players anyway.
Yeah, I don't want to pay $7 million for my backup quarterback.
I was thinking about drafting one.
I can't afford Tank.
Draft one later.
Well, I don't know. Like, how do you know if Rush or White can play? They just hang out at practice and watch Dak, and one of them runs the scout team.
The Mavs were awesome last night. They're up next here on the Fantastic Fours. We get into some hoops with you. Game was amazing. Other than the Luka missed free throw, it was a candidate for game of the year as far as entertainment goes. Dirk with turning back the clock a little bit, 15 points. He has 2 15-point games in their last 10 contests, and he now needs 17 points to pass Wilt Chamberlain. And their next game is tomorrow against Cleveland. It's possible he'd go out there and get it done. So that's a lot of fun.
I don't want to be done watching Dirk hit threes.
Either do I.
That was nice. He had a couple, I feel like it was either in a row or very close there, where it was just like, oh, this is fun.
It doesn't have to end. I don't think so. He's still playing good enough compared to what it was, before the All-Star break. I think that he could justify it if he wanted to, and the team wouldn't be horribly opposed to it. It's not.
I don't think the team would be opposed at all.
Yeah.
I think Mark Cuban would be like, if you want to keep playing, you just tell me when.
Yeah.
The only thing is he hit the threes. He just can't stay in front of a human being in the NBA anymore. So it's just really tough. If he's not making his threes, he can't really get rebounds anymore because the game just moves too fast for him. But if you can give him some spot up shots, he can still help you.
So Luka with a near triple double, but he was 3 of 7 from the free throw line. And that's a story right there that I'm sure the Mavs are going to want to get their hands around and figure out what they need to do in the offseason.
Yes, and it's a bad free throw shooting team, and Luka gets to the line already 6.5 times a game. And as a rookie, that's an unbelievable number. So he's going to be trending towards 10 free throws a game here in the next couple of years. And you don't want to be 5 of 10 or 6 of 10 in those situations, because the problem is as good as he is, they'll just start fouling him at the end of the game and going, fine, hit 1 of 2. we'll live with just 1 point on this possession, and then we'll go down and hit a 2 or 3 pointer and see how you guys do. So it's something that I really think it's easy to correct for him because he is a good shooter. He didn't seem to have an issue. I think you looked up his numbers in Europe. So, but he's yipping the second half of the season. He's unconfident shooting free throws, which is really weird for one of the most confident 19-year-olds I've ever seen.
The most fun thing around the Mavs right now, though, outside of last night's game, is Porzingis and what might happen here the rest of the way. Mark Cuban saying he's not going to play and all that. And either way is fine. Play or don't play. There's enough in practice. I'm confident that he's recovered. But I wouldn't be surprised if him being in 5-on-5 kind of energized the team. The way that they were playing with the pep in their step last night was incredible. I mean, they were really balling at times to be up 12 points on one of the best teams in the NBA going into the fourth quarter. But I think that he might be looking at it like, man, I am feeling good. And that's the reason why, he's kind of surprising himself where he wanted to be really take it easy. But now that he's testing a little bit, he's like, you know what? I was a little bit nervous. I thought I wanted the whole summer, but now I'm ready to practice. And if you changed your mind on practice, why not a game, especially if it's Dirk's final 10 games? What's wrong with 20 minutes or so? And, for me, I had a lot more concern than almost everybody else in the Metroplex that the knee thing was just weird. Does he love basketball? Does he want to avoid testing it at all before free agency? So this could answer a couple of major questions for me if he could just go out there and play for 25 or 30 minutes. And I think it would be incredibly exciting for the fan base. Rick said the other day he is having a major impact on our 5-on-5 practice. It wasn't like, well, he was out there running up and down. Rick was like, man, that was a really good job. So that's cool. How about the Rangers? Do you have anything good left over?
Yeah, I do. I didn't get to Connor Sadzik in baseball nuggets. And so I think this is going to be an interesting situation for the Texas Rangers. He's not having a very good spring training. And now that we are getting into mid-March, he's out of options. He's 27 years old. He throws in the high 90s. They've loved him for a long time, and he's somewhat disappointed in his minor league career. That's why he's now 27 and has thrown about 9 innings of Major League Baseball. But do you give up on a 6'6", 6'7" guy because he's having a bad spring training? And I'm just going off of recent history here. Bad spring training. Last year, he threw 9 1/3 innings in the major leagues. First time really ever in the major leagues in a row. He had a .96 ERA. He can have control issues, but last year in his short time in the major leagues, pretty much a September call-up, he was good, but he's not really winning a job here. In fact, he's almost losing a job that was pretty much guaranteed to him. And so I think I know it's not going well in spring training for Connor Sadzik. I would keep him. I would say, look, I'm sorry, whoever needs to be optioned is going to be optioned. I'm going to keep Connor Sadzik. He did enough in September last year that we said he's going to be part of our bullpen with no options left. And if after the month of April, he has a 9 ERA, he can't throw the ball where he wants to, he's getting hit hard, at that point, I say, man, we gave you every chance in the world. We wanted you to be the most successful Texas Ranger in the history of baseball, but it's just not working out. But I wouldn't cut him or send him through the waiver process at the end of spring training, because I think there's enough tanking teams that'd be like, you know what? 27, he's tall, he throws in the high 90s. He had a .96 ERA last year in September. Let's bring him on our team. If he stinks, so what? What are we out? Okay. Nothing. So I think Connor, even though a lot of people are now starting to say he might not make the big league team, I guess I would hold on to him for the month of April and see if he can bounce back in the regular season.
There is great progress with is it Brock Burke and Taylor Hearn?
Yeah. Those are guys that you're hoping at some point during the season. Taylor Hearn probably quicker, can give you some help. But Connor Sadzik, and it's tough to say part of the future. He's already 27, almost 28 years old, just trying to make it to the big leagues. But he's a guy that is now coming up on like, oh man, he's not performing. He'll get about the ball 4 more times in spring training. And if those 4 times go well, then this story I'm giving you right now will come to an end. But if he keeps going out there and he's struggling to throw the ball over the plate for strikes, and then he's getting hit hard when the ball does go over the plate, it could be one of those tough decisions where the Rangers are like, man, we really wanted to keep you, but at this point, we're going to have to move on.
All right, great stuff there. Stars won in Minnesota last night, 4-1. Ben Bishop sets a franchise record for scoreless minutes. passing Ed Belfour. He went over 230 minutes without giving up a goal, but he got hurt. Got hurt in the second period, so he's hurt again.
Well, at least you have Hudobin, and he's had a really good season.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
having him still around, 6th in the NHL in save percentage.
Nice.
So having him picked up in the offseason as a free agent, that might pay off for you a little bit there.
They're gonna host the Golden Knights. That's tonight. So they back-to-back games, and they're going to host Vancouver on Sunday. So a very busy stretch. Of course, Errol Spence Jr., Mikey Garcia tomorrow night. When we come back here on 105 Through the Fan, we're going to continue with the Gbag of the day that we had to bail on yesterday in the interest of bringing John Daniels on the show. But we'll reset you with our champ, with the challengers, as some great audio from, speaking of the champ, Errol Spence Jr., talking a little trash with Mikey Garcia. Is he going to be the champ? We'll find out here coming up about 20 minutes on the Fan.
All right, first let's talk about my homies up there at Honda Cars of McKinney, where they are getting you hooked up. The spring price break BOGO event is going on now. What does that mean? Buy a Honda, get a Honda free. The offer ends tomorrow, March 16th. So you got to hurry in for the buy one, get one offer. When you purchase a new Honda Cars of McKinney, you'll get a Honda Smart Drive walk behind lawnmower absolutely free. That's a $399 value. So what you do is you run up in there and you say, hey, you know what I think? I think that Honda Accord is such a sharp looking and affordable vehicle. Let me get hooked up with one of those bad boys. They'll get you a great deal on that. And then you'll get a $399 value lawnmower for free. What a great deal we got going on. HondaCarsOfMcKinney.com/BOGO for more details on that. They're right there off of Central Expressway, exit 40A. That's Virginia Parkway. Go check them out. If you don't need the lawnmower, that's cool because you can redeem for any Honda product at McKinney Outdoor Power. So check them out. Buy a Honda, get a Honda free. It ends tomorrow, so hurry in there. It is the greatness of Honda Cars of McKinney.
The only way you can take the Fan with you is the radio.com app. Download it today and listen to us anytime, anywhere.
Christy Cannon here, reminding you to tune in each weekday morning with Mike Fisher for the Cannon Real Estate Update. Call us, text us, look us up, 469-951-9588, or go to CannonTeamHomes.com.
Make your spring break destination Nebraska Furniture Mart for a spring break tax break. Save the tax on furniture, flooring, and NFM Plus appliances, TVs, and home audio. Save by an amount equal to the sales tax at the store. Get your tax break. Then use your Mart card for 24-month financing store-wide. The spring break tax break is your chance to shop our huge home furnishing selection. Most of it in stock for instant pickup or convenient delivery. Our factory-trained sales professionals are ready to help you get your best deal and save the tax, too. Get your spring break tax break with 24-month financing for a limited time, only at Nebraska Furniture Mart. Purchases will be discounted by the sales tax amount off the current Mart price. Sales tax will be collected and remitted pursuant to applicable state law on the discounted amount. Some exclusions apply. Minimum monthly payments required for financing. 18% APR. See store for details.
Dad, thanks for taking me bowling. This is fun. I just wanted to talk to you about protecting yourself. Yeah. You know, at some point, maybe you're posting dance vids at a party. Dance vids? Yeah, the dance vids. And people around you are using cable internet. You can always call me or your mom and we'll come get you. No questions asked. Dad, I know to use internet with AT&T Fiber. You know, it's just the people with cable internet, they could have the upload speeds of internet with AT&T Fiber and they choose not to. They're not thinking, son. Dad, I'll be okay. Hey, good talk, right? All right, you're up, big guy.
Don't get mixed up with cable internet. Get AT&T Fiber with faster upload speeds. Switch to AT&T Fiber and DirecTV and save when you bundle for $75 per month for 1 year after discounts with 24-month TV and 12-month internet agreements. Limited availability may not be in your area. Check eligibility at att.com/fiber300. Ends 4/13/19. New residential customers in select markets only. Price for internet 300 and select TV package. Requires combined billing, auto pay, and paperless bill. Price is higher in second year. Pay $80 per month until discount starts within 3 bills. Equipment lease activation, early termination, equipment non-return, taxes, other charges and restrictions apply. Compares upload speeds for internet 300 of up to 300 megabits per second to up to 35 for Comcast, Cox, and Spectrum. Speeds vary, not guaranteed.
Son, it's time to learn how to do the lawn. Walk with me.
Got it.
Never diagonal rows. This isn't a baseball field. Vertical rows, son, up and down. So you hit every blade of grass. You know, it's just like they taught us in the Corps. If you're going to do a job, do it right.
Dad, you pretty much just did the whole lawn.
Pretty much won't cut it, bud. No lawn is finished until the edges are trimmed. It's like the edge of a ruler. Look at that line, son.
Like you, USAA always goes above and never cuts corners because our members deserve nothing but the best. Like with a customized mobile app that offers unparalleled service 24/7. so our knowledgeable team can quickly help you handle any urgent needs the right way. Because for us, good enough is not good enough. Get a quote to bundle and save on USAA home and auto insurance.
Look at it. Son, you're looking at your phone. Look at the line.
Ability to receive a quote depends on membership eligibility. Product membership eligibility and bundling savings restrictions apply and are subject to change. United Services Automobile Association and its affiliates, San Antonio, Texas.
Hey, it's basketball time, and to get you ready, Ben and I are going to be broadcasting live at the Pluckers off of Greenville Avenue on Monday. So come on out, fill out your brackets with us, and the person who picks the most losers is going to win a Pluckers $1,000 gift card. It's cool. Get all the details at pluckers.com.
I work with a lot of couples that will come in, and she may have a small diamond and will be celebrating her 25th wedding anniversary.
Is this the year you upgrade her diamond?
We are seeing a lot of upgrades these days.
Meet Tonda Rifkin, a veteran diamond expert at Diamonds Direct, who loves helping men who've been married 20, 25, 30 years upgrade their wife's diamond.
Her husband really wants to do something special for her because that is something that's going to show their love and their commitment over all these years. And your financial situation has changed a lot since you were in your 20s.
So instead of a half-carat diamond, she can now proudly wear a new designer ring with a dazzling big diamond.
And now she's going to that 2.5 carat, that 3 carat look, and she's able to do that and get a new ring. And she's so excited about that.
And if that original diamond still has sentimental value, Tonda says they can either use it as part of a new ring or make it into another piece of jewelry.
With that original diamond, we can put that in a pendant. Therefore, it stays close to your heart.
Diamonds Direct, where upgrading her diamond is easy, on Preston Road at Cherry Lane, official jeweler of the Cowboys.
Let's rock. It's time for the Gbag of the day, a segment interrupted yesterday for the first time in show history. We had to bail midway through and then could not finish it on the other side. By the time we got back, it was time to pretty much say hi to Ben and Skin Show and then bail. So it is a Gbag of the day do-over right here, take two. And our still now one-time champ, Roy White. We're going to reset you just in case you did not hear yesterday. You're going to want to check in on the Gbag of the day every day, though, here at 2:20. The segment does build upon itself, and the goal is to make it to 5-time statuses so you can become immortalized and eligible for Gbag of the year. You know, tournament of champion stuff, Jeopardy format.
That's where you'd like to be. It's where you'd like to end up.
Segment brought to you by 1-800-Lawyers. If credit card companies are blowing up your phone, Do It More fan listeners do make the free call to Mark Rubin at 1-800-Lawyers, official lawyers of the Tolo, Rubin, and Associates. Here's Roy White the other morning on the Sean and RJ show. His brain stopped.
I just don't think he's going to lower his price enough. But I think he could take a 1-year deal. Like somebody may say, all right, you know what? We'll pay you a boatload of money on 1 year. Roy?
I think they absolutely are in a position where, you know, they're kind of stuck. Like,
his last words was stuck.
Sorry. My mind went completely blank. I apologize. I read something and it threw me off.
Exactly.
I'm sorry. Back to
when we come back.
You know what's tough for him? If he doesn't have something that he really wants to argue back at RJ. If RJ didn't say something that totally offended him, he can't remember what was said from RJ.
You're right.
Oh, I think that's it. I think he has an RJ filter.
Yeah.
It was like, crap, RJ didn't say anything that I can really argue against. I don't know what to do here.
Yeah, I don't know. I think he was just distracted paying attention to something else and tried to fill and was like, you know what, Roy, you're getting into trouble when you try to just wing it. You're not good at winging it. Just go ahead and, you know, now the next step is for him just to admit, I'm sorry, I wasn't listening when Sean comes to him.
Yep.
Yeah.
Which is very difficult to do.
My fault. I was just hanging out on the internet, not paying attention to the show.
Oh, you guys are doing a radio show. Oh, that's my bad. I forgot that's my career.
Now, excuse me while I go ask for this raise again.
He is a one-time champion, though, and a champion in our hearts. We all love Roy.
Oh, man.
But the boxing champ who's going to defend his crown tomorrow, I cannot wait for this. This has got to be the most anticipated event since Cowboys-Rams for me in the sports world. It's the champ Errol Spence Jr. against Mikey Garcia. And as you know, our champion, the Gbag Nation's champion, DFW's champion, is a humble man. He doesn't like talking trash. He likes to let his fists do the talking for him most of the time, although he can have a hell of a conversation with you if you really want. He doesn't get all spicy and trash talky. But this guy, Mike, he finally had to speak up for something because Mikey apparently has been real disrespectful, pretending like Errol Spence is like his other opponents. So Errol had to correct him, and for that, he's been nominated for Gbag of the Day.
Is he the toughest opponent you'll have faced to date?
On paper, he is. I don't know if he's the most toughest opponent until we get in the ring, and you got to ask me after that.
Sure. Mikey, thoughts on that?
Well, Saturday night, he's going to find out, why I chose to fight him and why I picked this fight. Like all my other opponents, they don't see anything, flash. They don't see anything special. But when they get inside the ring, then they realize that I am special in a different way.
I'm not your other opponent. Stop talking about your other opponents like I'm one of them.
But you will be another opponent just on Saturday night.
We'll see.
Yeah, we will.
Keep that same energy. Keep that same energy you've been having.
We're going to find out.
I'm going to act all humble on here when you're in front of me, but when you're doing different interviews with Ellie and all the other stuff, you want to talk trash. Your dad and your brother, you want to say other things, but once you get here, you want to be humble and show a lot of respect and things like that. Nah, keep that same energy you had when you're in Cali at your gym that you have here.
It's the same attitude I've always had. I'm very confident in my skills, my abilities. I know what I can do. I know what I got to do on Saturday night.
He really thinks he's going to take this title. They've been real cocky, talking a lot of crap, him and his brothers. And we're going to put on a great show and a great performance. It will be a one-sided massacre, I promise you that. And I'm going to punish him. He's going to wish he took his brother's advice not to take this fight. Thank you.
Definitely.
I love it.
It's disrespectful. I see it's disrespectful. When I'm around, Garcia be talking. When I walk away, he don't be talking no more. I hate it. Yeah, have you ever listened to him? No, he always says definitely. You got to pay attention. Definitely. I'm always definitely. I'm ready for this fight. I'm about to destroy him. Definitely.
Another one in the bag for Lucius. That's strong. Keep that same energy, though, when your kidneys are bruised, bro. I can't wait till Body Snatcher starts putting those gloves on him tomorrow night. I mean, Spence handles that perfectly. On paper, he is. Yeah, he's the best I've ever faced. You're going to have to ask me after that. And then Mikey just comes by. When you're trying your best to be humble and then somebody else is just dancing around all cocky and, eventually it gets to a point where you got to say something. And Errol got there.
Whoop him.
Yeah. Oh, I cannot wait. I am a little bit nervous about this because I'm having a lot of fun, like with this Errol Spence thing and being undefeated.
Yeah, you're getting real cocky about it, though.
I think you should. My man Earl said he's in the best shape of his entire life because he's taking this fight serious. That's it.
Well, Mike just told us yesterday that every baseball player ever says every camp they're in the best shape of their life. So what are we going to do now?
Well,
we got video footage of this one.
Okay, that's a good point.
I think Errol's for real because every other fight he talks about what's up next.
Yeah, he is. He's going into it like, well, yeah, after I beat this guy, I'm hoping somebody's willing to fight me so I can make money.
So two champions right there are Gbag of the Day champion and then the boxing champion, Errol Spence Jr. There's Ben Affleck. He got a full back tattoo.
Yeah, he's got that the phoenix rising from the ashes on his back. It's big. The internet hated. They roasted him for it. He hasn't really talked about it. He showed up on the Ellen show, and she's a comedian, and she ripped it. Like, I'll never forget this.
There was a photo of your back tattoo that got a lot of attention.
It did not so much positive.
No, I think people. It's a commitment. It's what is it? It's like a.
It's a phoenix. It's a phoenix which
rising from your ass.
We didn't even plan that bit.
No, we didn't. But
that's what you get when you're a comedian. You can do that kind of thing,
right?
Very quick.
Yeah.
Where was I? Anyway, yes, this is Phoenix rising from my ass, and I was about to say it represents something really important to me, but you know what? Maybe just
no. You can.
We'll skip that.
You can say that it does represent something.
Yeah, it is. It's meaningful to me. I like it. It's not something that I sort of kept private. It wasn't like I was sort of doing photo shoots or whatever. We were 2 hours north of a city on some island in Hawaii, and we didn't know the paparazzi was there. So they got a picture of my tattoo, and yeah, the sentiment ran. Against, I love my tattoo. I'm very happy with it.
Yeah, it's luckily, your tattoo. It's your back.
Yeah.
Boy, I mean, he floundered. She got him with that one.
Phoenix rising from the ass.
If you go Google it, it looks like that too.
He had a decent recovery, almost like he wasn't drunk and pilled out, though.
Yeah, has he bounced back?
Stop, man. Leave my guy alone, bro.
I don't know.
I know he's got raging alcoholic issues. I don't know if he's bounced back from.
He's fixing them. Yeah, he's definitely fixing them. He's addressed him. Let that man drink. Just get him a driver. He's all right.
Yeah, hey, good run. I mean, tomorrow, think about that. Tomorrow's a big day for us drinkers.
My prediction, though, if he's fully found healing, is that the next time he's asked about that tattoo, he'll be like, yeah, I was hammered and Oxycontin for 2 weeks.
Is tomorrow really St. Patrick's Day? When's the real?
I think it's Sunday, right?
Parade.
Sunday. We're getting close.
I believe it's Sunday.
Green on.
Yeah.
Get Hammered Fest is tomorrow.
Nice. Okay, Dirk talking to Jalen. Oh, this happened before the game. Was this in last night's game? The layup line? They were getting ready?
I think so.
Okay.
In college, you never saw a frame like this. 7-footer, mobile, shoot, move. This ain't no college, killer. This is the real deal here.
Talking to Jalen Brunson.
This ain't no college, killer. Dirk, so funny.
The under the radar moment is Jalen towards the end. They're going, mobile? You?
Yeah.
He used to be Jalen. We promise.
Check the tapes.
Once upon a time.
It's like when I asked Dan Marino about that. He took quick offense to it.
Yeah.
I could run in my 20s.
When your parents were creating you, Jalen, Dirk could really move.
Mm-hmm. Man called internet provider angry because connection is out.
Yeah, he left the bar solo, went home to watch some training videos, and it didn't have a connection, so he got real frustrated. Remember, this is a drunk man on the phone now.
Boy, all right, the internet goes out here all the time. I just got back from the bars, and guess what? I didn't get any at the bars. So you know what that means? It means I'm trying to beat the out of my but I still can't beat the out of my because I don't have any goddamn internet. I can't beat my the internet. I can't watch any porn. I'm as can you not get the internet to work?
Oh, man.
That's embarrassing.
It is frustrating. I don't know if it's worth a call like that.
Yeah.
At least he didn't call 911 about it.
Whatever happened to using your imagination, you know?
Boy, I have nothing down there in the bank anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, it always gets disrupted by bills or something come up. Like, I was going to wait for a minute. 5 more minutes.
You got to use it or lose it, apparently. Michael Blackson on Conor McGregor.
Hey man, Conor McGregor got into a violent altercation with a fan, smashed his phone. What do you think appropriate punishment is for this guy? He's pretty violent.
He's not even American, right? He's a foreigner, right?
Right.
Somebody should call Donald Trump and get ICE and get him deported. He need to be deported. Get him out of this country. He's a very violent man. If it was me, I've been deported by now. ICE. Forget 21 Savage. Go get McGregor right now.
It's a straight. Do you think Conor McGregor should ban him from UFC?
Ban from everything. Deport him right now. Send him back to England. Send him back to his raggedy country right now.
Ireland, sir.
Yeah.
A little respect for my people. I guess it all is the United Kingdom.
Yeah. He's Irish, but he's no Kennedy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There are multiple violent incidents with him now. I think the point might hold. You know?
Honestly, yeah.
I think we should deport all Irish people.
Oh, hold on now. I'm pretty much 50% Irish myself.
Yeah, about 60.
Okay.
yeah. Well, I mean, if an Irish person does something bad, we have to throw them all.
We do here in America employ broadcasters from other parts of the country because their accents are cool. Maybe it would play over there. Maybe they're ready for an American football radio show or something.
Holy cow, how would those ratings be?
If we were talking about soccer, you'd be all right over there.
Eventually, yeah, but I have to learn all their personnel and their team history and stuff.
I would just talk about the NFL, and everyone would be really confused.
Okay, but we do have one more nominee to get to. Ricky Gervais.
Yeah, Ricky Gervais. He's not afraid of death. If you have any anxiety about dying, he's going to heal you with this joke.
Oh, don't worry about being dead. So you don't know about it. That's the best thing about being dead. You don't know about it. It's like being stupid. It's only painful for others. So I don't care.
Wow, that's good, bro.
It's a great point.
That's
so
great.
You start contemplating that word forever.
Yeah, as long
I know you won't know, but still,
right?
It doesn't end.
Yeah,
you know.
And if there's a slow build up to it, it's going to be very. I would rather just have something happen, just boom. I'm not even looking, right? Like I just happened to wander.
Hey man, chill out. Don't play like that.
Wreck?
Yeah, knock on something.
Am I speaking stuff into the ether?
Yes, there's power in the tone.
Point.
Thanks for having my back there, Lucius.
I would hate to see it coming. Like if you're just slowly walking towards that abyss and you're like, hey, look, there's forever. Oh man, here it comes. And then like the next day you're like, man, I'm getting real close.
There is incredible value in knowing it's coming though, so you can make all your pieces and stuff. Okay, Roy's brains, yeah, stuff like that. Roy's a one-time champ. The champ Errol Spence Jr. nominated. Ben Affleck defending his full back tattoo, not clucked out. Dirk talking to Jalen Brunson. Man calls internet provider angry because connection is out. Michael Blackson on Conor McGregor or Ricky Gervais with a dying joke. Mike.
Errol.
Okay. Lucius.
Today, my vote is dedicated to Chanel West Coast. My vote is always dedicated to her. And I'm going to go with Ben Affleck today.
Okay. Jeffrey?
Ooh, I was going to do that, but I don't know if he deserves 2 votes. What were the other? I'll go with Roy.
Okay. By a score of 2-1.
Is it Errol? Is it Roy? Is it Errol?
And
Is it
still your new G-Bag of the Day champion.
Wait,
It's Errol
still your
Spence
new?
Jr. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He's still champion,
Oh.
but he's still champion. He's now G-Bag of the Day champion is what I should have said. Yeah, I can't give it to Roy again like that. I can't reward that kind of behavior on the job.
That's true. He should be fired.
He's just so dang good at his job, though.
It's true.
That level of talent provides a lot of forgiving.
Especially when he does the pirate thing at fast food restaurants.
That's really good.
Yeah, it's exactly what I had in mind.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, when we come back, we'll mix with the Ben and Skin show, find out what's coming up with them. Then we'll be out of here. And on our way back to DFW, join me at the Terrell Metro by T-Mobile Sunday from noon to 2. I'll have Tolo back window decals and Texas Motor Speedway tickets to give away. But grilling season is officially here, nation. There's no better place in DFW than Premier Grilling to get your grill game on. I love these guys. Been going to Premier Grilling for close to 5 years now, and they did. They helped me take my grilling game from recreational status to Premier status. They're ready to help you as well. Ceramic grills like the Big Green Egg, gas grills, pellet grills like the Memphis I have. That thing is absolutely amazing. They have all the smokers and the largest selections of seasonings and rubs and sauces, woods and pellets, accessories, high-tech gadgets. They got it all at Premier Grilling. They've also got the Wagyu meats, a cut above prime. You like really, really good beef, right? Not the cheap grocery store stuff, but the really good stuff. It doesn't get any better than what they got at Premier Grilling. Head on back there to the freezer. Get you a Wagyu brisket. Unbelievable. Not to mention the most knowledgeable staff in the business to help you perfect your grilling game. Right now, get a free pass to any of their nationwide Pitmaster and Celebrity Taught grilling classes with any purchase of any grill. Those are invaluable, because that's the gift that keeps on giving right there. An education in a Premier Grilling classroom help you take your grilling game to the next level. Just visit premier.com or text grill to 41411 for more information.
Coming up today on the Ben and Skin Show, we got rid of him and then we brought him back. We're going to talk the big fight with Dingus at 4 o'clock. Hixie will call in from Surprise, Arizona at 5. And it's a new Music Friday, baby. At 3:40, we'll roll out the new tunes. It's the Ben and Skin Show, 105.3 The Fan.
Previous segment of The Fan was brought to you by In-N-Out Burger.
Here's a classic thought for dinner. Head on over to In-N-Out. The burgers are made fresh to order with the highest quality ingredients, the same way they've been doing it since 1948. It's a family tradition, and it's what a hamburger's all about.
At Colwell & Son, we want you to look good and feel good wearing your favorite shirt. Right now, Colwell is offering 4 made-to-measure shirts for only $295. Stop by today or click Colwell.com.
RJ Choppy here for you college basketball fans that love $1 million. It's the Boomer Jacks $1 Million Bracket Challenge for the big tournament. Go to boomerjacks.com/bracket. Get registered for this awesome opportunity to win some mega bucks. And make sure you head to Boomer Jacks to watch every single tournament game. There's no happy hour because it's always happy hour pricing at all 13 DFW Boomer Jacks locations. Everyone has a mouth-watering craft kitchen and wall-to-wall TVs. Boomerjacks.com/bracket.
Hey neighbor, time to weed and feed?
Yep, I'm using BioAdvanced 3-in-1 Weed and Feed for southern lawns. It weeds and feeds, plus it prevents new broadleaf and grassy weeds up to 6 months.
Even crabgrass?
Yep, even crabgrass.
But you have a Bermuda grass lawn.
Yep, 3-in-1 Weed and Feed is specially formulated for southern lawns, including Bermuda grass.
Wow.
Yep.
So, could I borrow?
Nope.
BioAdvanced 3-in-1 Weed and Feed for southern lawns. Get more from the blue bag. Always read and follow label instructions.
It's a powerful thing, knowing what you're made of, understanding who you are and what you can do. At Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas, we're made up of many things. The members we serve, the communities we support. We're made up of heart and the hardworking. We're made up of passion and patience and those with a purpose. We're made up of a belief that finding ways to serve all of our zip codes is as important as cracking our genetic codes. Today, there's a new chapter being written in healthcare, but the story will continue to be made up of helpers and everyday heroes, the people you've always known. And in the end, what we're made of has been the same since the beginning, each other. And that's a healthy state to be in. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas, through it all.
Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas, a division of Healthcare Service Corporation, a mutual legal reserve company.
At Walmart, we give you more than just low prices. We give you low prices on the stuff you actually want. Low prices on the oh-so-tasty, farm-fresh, packed lunches with perfection groceries on your shopping list. Boom. All day, every day. Get more than low prices. Get low prices on what you love. That's what Walmart's all about. Check out our green bell peppers, which are 48 cents each. Our yellow onions are $1.94 for a 3-pound bag. And our great value whole kernel corn, 15.25 ounces, is only 44 cents per can. Prices may vary. Check your local store.
It's time. Time to join the millions of people that meet happy with Zoom video conferencing. Zoom gives you flawless video, crystal clear audio, and instant sharing across any mobile, tablet, or desktop device. But the best thing about Zoom? It just works. So ditch the distractions, join the movement, and meet happy with Zoom video conferencing. Visit zoom.us to set up your free account today. That's zoom.us. Zoom video conferencing.
Hey, it's Mom. Somebody forgot to thaw the chicken, so meet us at Chili's for 3 for $10. Oh, and congratulate your sister on her report card. It's not great, but this time she didn't try to hide it from us. Oh, and remember, tonight's your dad's goatee intervention. Love you. See you at Chili's.
Come in now for Chili's 3 for $10. Starter, entree, and drink for just $10. With entrees like hand-battered chicken crispers, and for a limited time, our mouth-watering sirloin steak topped with garlic butter. Together, we Chili's. Available at participating locations only.
Join the Dallas Observer on March 23rd from 4 to 7 at Dallas Farmers Market for the second annual Between the Buns, a Dallas Observer slider event. Check out some of the best sliders Dallas has to offer, along with music, beer, and cocktails. Use promo code THEFAN for discounted general admission tickets and get more information at 1053thefan.com.
Mercedes-Benz is an official sponsor of Radio.com Sports. All month long, hear Radio.com Sports insider analysis around spring training, the college tournament, football free agency, and everything in between. Plus, you'll always get the latest developments from the entire sports world with Radio.com Sports breaking news. All brought to you by Mercedes-Benz and the all-new 2019 Mercedes-Benz A-Class sedan. All new thinking for an all-new class of Mercedes. Proud partner of Radio.com Sports.
100,000 fans are on their feet. A hush falls over the stadium in the waning seconds of the game. Amidst the silence, you think to yourself, there's only one play to call here. To run straight to your authorized Mercedes-Benz dealer and test drive the all-new 2019 A-Class sedan. Harnessing the first era of the Mercedes-Benz user experience, it seamlessly connects you and your car with natural voice recognition. The Mercedes-Benz A-Class sedan, where the future takes the field. Visit mbusa.com/A-Class to learn more. Mercedes-Benz, the best or nothing.
We were at the NFL Combine, and we continue to be in spring training. We're not just talking about it. We're the only station there to bring you the latest. Turn it on, leave it up. 105.3 The Fan.
If you are looking for a pre-owned vehicle, look no further than Dallas Truck World. It's just not a place for trucks, y'all. DallasTruckWorld.com.
Welcome back, Lucius. Yeah, we're getting ready. Rangers and Indians going to play each other. Then we're going to hop on a plane and head on back to DFW. What's that?
You're like Cowboys and Indians.
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah.
Same area, same
You know?
department. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Big battle here.
The Texas Rangers are like a modern-day Cowboy, aren't they?
Yeah.
Okay, let's check in with the Ben and Skin Show, see what they have coming up for us to listen to as they'll be broadcasting 3 to 7. Ben Rogers out once again, probably Skin, Tizzle, and Shippy. How you gentlemen doing?
Doing excellent, General. Thank you very, very much. So you guys are scurrying to a plane there? Is that what the deal is?
Yeah. We got a 5:15 flight, so we have plenty of time. You know,
There's Don Wakamatsu. We could have interviewed him and said, remember when you were the manager on our show that one time?
Yeah, does he say his bench coach?
Yeah.
Cool, good for him. What do you guys have planned? Or did you have a follow-up question about the airplane, Skin?
No, I was just curious about that. That's you guys got to get out there to that remote car rental place and then get on a bus. It's Phoenix Airport's kind of a hassle. Not a good airport.
A little adventure.
I would like to go backwards and see what Mike's plan was when he said, "Hey, there's Don Wakamatsu." Like, what was your next move, Mike?
Just to be like, hey, like ask him questions on like how was it like to be the manager for 2 whole weeks.
But knowing that we couldn't interview him, what was your plan?
You guys have 9 minutes here. You guys have 9 minutes to work in some Don Wakamatsu.
I'm just saying words. I'm ready to go home.
He's setting the scene for us, right?
Yeah.
The smell of the yard. There's Don Wakamatsu.
Yeah. The smell of Wakamatsu.
I mean, I feel like,
there is.
There's Channel 21. There's CJ Nikowski and Dave Raymond getting ready to broadcast the game on TV for you back home.
Hey, Mike, I hung out with Dave Raymond last night. Nice guy.
Yeah, he said don't say that.
Oh,
Ooh,
hey, dump that.
TMI.
All right.
So what is coming up, gentlemen?
Well, we've got an action-packed show, gentlemen. In fact, speaking of some Ranger broadcasting luminaries, Matt Hicks at 5 o'clock. And then something I think you would be interested in, Gavin, if you were near the radio, but you're going to be flying. I'll send you the podcast. There's a guy that is I think he's the Don Cockstein for the Seattle Seahawks. He's kind of their sports psychology person. His name is Michael Gervais, and he does a podcast on mastery, right? Mastery of different things. And he had Steve Kerr on there. And so it's about 50 minutes with Steve Kerr talking about his philosophies and different stuff. And this, I got turned on to this by Sandler, who got turned on to this by Josh Boyd of the Texas Rangers front office. And so I started going down the rabbit hole listening to this. And there's some really great stuff in it that we're going to play some audio at 5:40. But one of the things that's really interesting is you guys remember the story about a week to a week and a half ago where Kevin Durant was bitching about the media asking him about playing with anger. You guys remember that? And he goes,
he was like, I thought we were supposed to be with joy.
Right.
Now
because
it's anger. Okay.
that is the central core tenet of Kerr's belief is joy. And so we've got the audio for it. It's pretty interesting stuff. And I think it's right up your alley. I tell you what, I will send you a link to that podcast because I think you'll dig it.
I was kind of slow playing you a little bit. Actually, Sandler sent me, or he recommended that to me Wednesday afternoon when we were hanging out. Then I went later on that night and I listened to one podcast because right as he was doing that, someone was suggesting a George Carlin old podcast. So I listened to that instead. But now that I have two people endorsing it saying this is amazing stuff and I think you should listen to it, I'm definitely all over this. So can't wait for that.
I'm a big believer.
What was your takeaway on it?
Well, one, I'm kind of a Steve Kerr fanboy. It's real easy to go, hey, they got the most talent, they're supposed to win. And I think there's a lot to that, and I respect that. But they're supposed to win every year. And so there is a method to getting people to buy into that with gigantic egos and different things. And, I mean, face it, that guy has been around that, right? He's got 5 championships as a player. He's played under Pop. He's played under Phil Jackson. He's been punched in the face by Michael Jordan. The guy has dealt with a lot of this sort of stuff, and he's got such a great philosophy on it. And I'm sure you know the story. His dad was assassinated when he was president of Beirut University. He's just got a really interesting worldview and outlook, and I enjoy hearing him talk about how to bring different personalities together in the pursuit of excellence.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm going to check this thing out for sure now. Okay, has your chances that Porzingis played at all changed in the last couple of days?
No, it hasn't. I think it's great that he was able to do that 5-on-5 stuff, and I love everybody's reaction to it. The one thing that there's a lot of things that stood out to me. One, Porzingis talking about how he felt and all those different things, but one of the things that Rick said that really got me excited was he was talking about what they thought he could do for them. And then after watching him out there, he said, we're playing in a spacing style transition game, and he shoots it, he drives it, and he makes spot ups. All of his skills are a big factor in that. What I saw today confirmed that we're on the right track with our approach. And so I love not only, hey, we have a vision for this player, we're going to have a system that fits him, but also that all the work they're doing right now that was started by his team, Porzingis's, core trainers, that the Mavericks are all in on that. They're buying in on that. And I suspect that by the time September gets here, we're going to have a monster on our hands.
All right, Skin, would you rather for Dallas Mavericks get the first overall pick? I think you're a Zion guy with the first pick.
Hell yes.
Or not get the pick, but Kevin Durant says he wants to play basketball for the Dallas Mavericks.
Interesting. Wow.
Is that a decent question?
That's a great question. Because my first inclination is, well, you take Durant. And then my next inclination is, or do you take do you take Zion and all the cap space?
Yeah. So you can't have like the superstar guy.
Why not? Can I go talk to Tobias Harris and come in with Zion?
What's that?
What about, can I talk like Zion and Tobias Harris and Pat Beverly in to come in here?
Something like that. Yeah. Yeah.
God, I think I want that. That's a great question. That's a great hypothetical. I I was almost convinced that I would trade Zion for Bradley Beal if I could just do that straight up. But, man, you really got the wheels turning. That's a good one. What did you guys decide on the show?
I just came up with it right now as I was like, I wonder, because Zion's playing tonight against North Carolina again and RJ Barrett, and so I'm hoping to catch maybe the second half by the time we get back into DFW. But I just wondering, like, maybe from your perspective of like, would you take kind of maybe is Durant 30?
Around there.
30-year-old superstar or 19-year-old guy to go with Porzingis and Luka?
I would rather take Zion in the cap space unless Porzingis gets hurt, and then you'd be really wishing you had Durant.
Yeah, that's a good point.
If Porzingis plays 30 games for you, you're going to be going, yeah, I wish I had KD.
I mean, if you don't go the KD route and you draft Zion and then have all that space, isn't your window open until eternity?
Forever. Yeah.
And then also the other thing is what the personality of this Maverick team is developing now. Do you want to add surly veteran into that to sort of determine what the personality of this thing is going to be?
That's where I'd like the number 1 pick, or number 2 pick, because I'm in love with Barrett too. So if you get Barrett or Zion, I think you've created yourself the next Oklahoma City Thunder when they drafted Durant, Westbrook, and Harden, except I don't think Mark Cuban would let that thing break up.
Right.
Whatever the case, I'm stoked about this March Madness with Zion. I just think he's such a force of nature and a guy that can take over the game in really exciting ways that I'm more interested in watching the Final Four, I think, than any time in the last decade or so.
Yeah,
I know. You guys, you with me?
I agree. I was into it last year because the Mavericks had a pick, right? But I'm with you. I mean, this Duke thing, it reminds me a lot of 1990s UNLV. I mean, it's like, all right, this is basically a pro team. So I think if let's say we get ultimately, stupid lucky and we draft Zion, I think he's our offensive center. Like, I think he's the Dwight Powell role. I think he's setting screens and rolling, and he's such a good roller that everyone's sucked in. Did you guys see the stat that last year on a crappy Knicks team, Porzingis was second in the NBA in catch and shoot field goal percentage?
Oh, well, he caught so many alley-oops. It's ridiculous. I did not see that, but I wouldn't be surprised considering, the way that he played. And I think it's just going to be ridiculous with Luke's ability to find people.
Yes.
It's going to be easy bucket central.
We're going to roll. Bring it on.
Right,
Bring
guys.
on next year.
Have a great one. Have a good weekend. We'll catch up with you Monday. Here comes the Ben and Skin Show. Till Monday morning at 10 a.m. You're going home with a Gbag Nation salute.
Never leave the nation. Listen to the Gbag Nation every day, anywhere at radio.com.
Radio.com.
This is Jim Rome with the CBS Sports Minute, sponsored by Prilosec OTC. Kick your antacid habit with Prilosec OTC.
That gal from Full House is not the only one having a tough week. That dude with the full belt is as well. Talking about Phil Mickelson. Hefty took